Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So, as I have mentioned in the previous class, today we are going to start discussing about demographics. That is, we are going to start with our SDTM domains, and the very first domain that we are going to start today is our demographics domain, right? Let me quickly give some introduction about it, and then we will proceed with what is this DM domain is and how it will be useful to us, what kind of data will be populated under this particular domain. All these things we are going to discuss. Okay, right. First things first. Why? Okay, maybe categorization also I have given in the last week. Maybe I can quickly give you the categorization one more time, and I can proceed. All right. So this is your categorization. So we have special purpose domains followed by events, then you have interventions, then findings and trial design domains. These are the various domains that we have in the SDTM, correct? So first thing is this special purpose domains. Let's start discussing about this. Any idea, guys, what is the special purpose domain? Why we are calling this our special purpose domain? Any idea by any chance? Anyone? Okay. So there are something called general observation classes. What is that? General observation classes. So SDTM domains under the SDTM, the special purpose domains are the one, they will provide a specific standardized structures. They provide a specific standardized structures to represent additional important information that doesn't fit into any of the general observation classes. Mean to say, just let me write this particular one. Remember, what is called special purpose domain? If someone asks you, the first answer you should give is these domains provide a specific standard structures, right, to represent additional information, right, that doesn't fit into any of the general observation classes. That does not, this is very important, does not fit into any observation classes, fit into any general observation classes. So what is this general observation classes? We'll discuss later. Okay, so there are some specific domains which fall under this particular one. So what are those special general observation classes? I'll discuss later. Initially, all you need to understand is special purpose domains. The name is telling you they are used to represent additional information that doesn't fit into any of the general observation classes or general observation class domains. Okay, so what is this general observation classes? We slowly start understanding about that. Okay, then as per, this is very strictly as per SDTM implementation guide 3.2 version. As per this particular version, we have below domains. So what are those domains? The first one, a demographics domain. This is the very first domain which we are going to discuss under the special purpose domains. First one is demographics. Every domain we are going to represent with a 2-character long abbreviation. In our case, it is going to be DM. Then we also have comments domain, DO. Then we have subject elements, SC. And finally, we have subject visits. So these are the 4 different domains that we are going to discuss under the special purpose domains. Okay, so without wasting much time, let's start with the very first one, which is nothing but your demographics domain. First of all, before I start with this, any idea from anyone what is called demographics domain and what exactly it will deal with? Anyone by any chance?
Subject indication like uh, age, gender, race, ethnicity, basic
Perfect,
demographics of the subject.
perfect, perfect. I can say that this domain in a simple way, if someone asks you, I have to say that this domain is going to deal with anything related to the subject in a simple way. Am I correct? Correct. Anything related to my subject, we are going to deal under this particular one. Correct. So the same thing we can also write it here.
Sir, your
Your voice is breaking. I couldn't hear you anything.
sir, your voice is not clear.
No, I think the problem is your end. Your voice is not clear to me. You are not having the proper internet connection. How about others, guys? Are you able to hear me properly, or do you have any disturbance from my end? Me to say my voice is breaking.
Your voice is fine, sir.
Fine, right? Okay. So Tirmal, please check it at your end. It is the issue at your end. All right. So I'm talking about the demographics domain. The demographics domain primarily talks with this domain includes what it includes, because from this time onwards, all of you remember one thing. I'll try to explain what we are going to deal here. SDTM is all about in each domain, what data will flow. That is what data flows into each domain. What are the variables? Number 3, how to derive them. That's all you're going to do in the throughout your SDTM. Make sure throughout SDTM, you are only going to deal with 3 things. What kind of data flows into each of the domain? What are the various variables which will represent that particular domain? How to derive those variables? As long as you are good with these 3, that's all you need to understand in the SDTM. Whole SDTM is the same. Every domain, what data will flow, what are the variables will be a part of your domain, and how to derive. Only 3 things that you have to do. All right. So let's discuss them. So now again, I'm coming back to this. This domain includes a set of essential variables or a set of variables. What it will describe in a simple way, all these variables that describes each subject in a clinical study. This domain includes a set of variables that describes each subject in a study or in a clinical study. What do you mean by study? What do you mean by subject, guys? Subject is nothing but the patient who is participating in my clinical trial. Am I correct? So any information about the subject which will be part of your demographics domain, it cleanly and clearly discuss about the subject. It only talks about the subject. Remember, it is very important one. This is the parent domain for all other observations in the clinical file. This domain is a parent domain in a clinical study. Can someone tell me why it is a parental domain? Because this is the domain which will talk about the subject. Without subjects, you cannot discuss anything. Without subject information, you cannot do anything in the clinical study. Am I correct? So this is the most important domain because it completely deals with your subject, right? So without subject information, you cannot do anything. That is the reason we always need to understand and we always need to remember that this domain is my parent domain, and from this domain only we are going to derive everything. Or essential information about the subject will be present only in this particular domain. Clear, everybody? Right? So can I start discussing about this particular domain now? Right? So as I have already mentioned, in every domain, all we need to discuss here is what is this domain? What are my variables are? What is the nature of this particular domain? All right. Okay. First, we discuss about nature of the domain. Nature is nothing but how to store the data or how data is stored or what kind of data we are going to store there, how data is stored. Okay. So it talks about one record per subject. One record per subject. So meanwhile, to explain this in a better way, I will also open my one of the data set and parallelly I'll show you how it will happen. Okay, because this is also important to you, right? You need to understand how we are going to deal this particular one. So just give me a second. I'm just going to SAS.com. Just a second. I need to log in from here, then followed by I need to go to SAS. Okay. SAS Studio. The link is not ready. That's the reason I'm just doing this particular one. Allow me a second. Dealing with the username and password. That's the reason temporarily I have stopped your screen share. Don't mistake for that. Just give me a moment. So just stop your screen share just because I'm just going ahead with this particular one. Yeah, I got it. So I'm just going to use SAS Studio. The reason for that is it is the official version which is presented by the SAS. All of us, whoever learning SAS, whoever want to use SAS, all of them can use this. That's the reason I'm officially using this particular one. Okay. So the reason for using this is here I'm going to show you because I have uploaded all my clinical SAS raw data. All my clinical SAS raw data sets here. So directly I can access this from here. Okay, so here you can see, I can see clinical SAS. Under this, I can see projects. Under this, you can see raw. Under the raw, we have all the data. So this is going to be my directory. Okay, so let's use this libname raw data sets followed by this. So this one is going to be my raw data sets. All the raw data sets are here. In this, if you see, I'm looking at the demographic data set, right? This is my demographics raw data set. Can you see this? All of you, the data is loading. Yeah. Here, if you look into this, these are my subjects information. Subject is nothing but your patient information. Can you see? For each subject, there is only one line. 1001 followed by 004, 008, 2001. You can see for each record, that is nothing but one record is dedicatedly only for the one subject. This is what we try to understand. Am I correct? Now, is it making sense? All we try to understand here is each subject, that is the how we are going to store your SDTM data. Means for each subject, we are going to dedicate only one record. That is what we are writing here. One record per subject. So each record in this particular domain will talk about one unique subject. Clear, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Is this understandable to everyone? Right. From here
Yes, sir.
onwards, thank you. In every domain, we are going to talk about two variables. What is the topic variable for that particular domain? At the same time, what are the identifier variables for the domain? The reason why we will discuss these two will be topic variable is nothing but this variable focuses the meaning of the domain, correct? All your topic variables, all your identifier variables are the required variables in the domain. 99.99% all your identifier variables are required variables. Topic variable is a required variable. If you miss topic variable or identifier variable, there is no meaning in that particular domain, correct? So that's the reason for every domain from now onwards, we will continue to discuss about what are going to be the identifier variables that are part of the study, what is going to be the topic variable in that particular study. That is mandatory. So the topic variable for your demographic domain is subject ID, SUBJID. SUBJID is nothing but the subject identifier. So this is going to be the topic variable. I'm going to talk in detail about this in the variable definition. Variable definitions. Then, what are the identifier variables? There are three identifier variables: study ID, domain, unique subject ID. Remember, we are going to follow the same thing for all the variables which are coming in the from now onwards. Whatever we are going to discuss, for all those we are going to follow the same methodology. We will discuss about the topic variable, we will discuss about the identifier variables, then we will go ahead with the all my variables and their definitions, then we can go with the programming. This is the method that we are going to follow. So what is study ID? Study ID is all about, it will be called it as the study identifier. We will call it as study identifier. Okay, what is domain? It will be called it as domain abbreviation. I'm just writing it here. I'm going to give you the details about that in the variable definition. This will be called it as unique subject identifier. So I'm going to have three variables and all the three variables are given here. Now I'll enter into the first part, that is variable definitions. What do you mean by this? All the variables which are going to represent your demographic domain, all of them in detail we are going to discuss now. So first we talked about what is this domain is all about, how it stores the data, what is my topic variable, what are my identifier variables. Once I decide this particular one, now I'll enter into the variable definitions. These variable definitions are very important because once you have a clear understanding about what are the various variables are in this particular domain, then you are good to go with. Then you are good to go with. Because if you how good you are in understanding your variables, that easy for you to write your code. Is that clear? That is the reason we are discussing about this again and again. Variable definitions are the key. These are the ones which are going to help you with your coding. How good you are in this, that is going to be helpful for you. All right, first thing. So first I'll start with study ID. Again, for this particular one, please remember guys, SDTM has defined some flow. Whatever the order in which SDTM has defined this, in the same order I should proceed. Remember that very important one. What is that? Whatever the order SDTM implementation guide is mentioned, in the same order your final data set need to be created. So this is my input data set, right? Whatever you can see it on the screen right now. All of you can see that there is a table which you can see that raw data set. Now, after you convert this particular raw data set, your output is going to be look like this. Can you see now? All right. So can you see all your data? So these variable order is there here, right? You can see study ID, domain, unique subject ID, subject ID. This is the same order in which I should create my output data set. This output data set is nothing but SDTM compliant data set. That is the data set as per SDTM implementation guide. So you are going to have a bunch of input data sets like this. We are going to take all of them. We are going to use the specification Excel, and finally we are going to create a data set like this. Is that clear to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Yes or no? Right? So where we are starting with our first one. What is our first thing? My first variable is going to be study ID. I have already told you study ID is nothing but it will be called it as study identifier, right? This will be also call it as unique identifier for the study. Unique identifier for the study. What do you mean by that? For my entire, if I want to represent my study, my entire study can be represented by using this unique identifier. Right? My entire study can be represented with this. Remember, for each study, there is only one identifier. For each study, there is going to be only one unique identifier. Okay, how this identifier will be, or how it is going to be made? Are there any standard values or any standard reasons for that, or who will provide this? This will be provided by your sponsor. Remember this, provided by sponsor. Okay, how it will be? This also will be called it as, it will be name or ID of the study as mentioned in the protocol. So you have a protocol document, right? In the protocol document, however it mentioned, the same thing I'm going to take it. See, let me open one of the protocol. I'll just go with this. I'll go with one of the protocol for an example, maybe SDTM. Let me go with the protocol. See, here is one of the protocol. Oh, this is guide actually, not a protocol, it's a guide. Let's go with one. Maybe I'll directly go with projects. See this projects. I'm just going with one of the project now. In that project, I'm going to open the protocol. This is my protocol. Can you see this on the top of the protocol? What you can see? Can you see clinical trial protocol number? Under the number, can you see that NAB BC 37813113102? Can you see that? This will be called it as your protocol. Sorry, this will be called it as your clinical study identifier. So I can directly come here and I can mention that, okay, this is going to be one of my number. All right, I can just remove all the special characters here and I can mention that this is going to be my study, or this is going to be my study identifier. Right? So it will uniquely represent your entire study. For an example, I'll go with one more project now. Here is the other project, and this is CRF. Let me go to the documents. Under the documents, comprised amendment. Maybe let's see this. Yeah. Can you also see that there is going to be a protocol number here? Can I call this particular one as my study identifier? So now again, I can come back to this. See, this is going to be my study identifier. So all I can do here is going to be whatever my protocol number, or the name or ID of the study which is mentioned in the protocol, that can be considered as my study identifier. Is that clear to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? All right. Okay. After this, we would need to understand what is the type of this particular variable. The type of this particular variable is a character variable. It must be a character variable. Okay. Then what is the core? Core also important, right? Core is nothing but either it is a required variable or it is going to be a expected variable or it is going to be a permissible variable. You remember last week we discussed that one, right? So it is a required variable. There is one more. What is that? We also need to understand what is your what is that? A role, correct? The role of this is identifier variable. Remember the role? Identifier variables, topic variable, record qualifiers, right? Grouping qualifiers. Remember that also we need to remember. So you can see clearly the type is going to be character. The core is going to be the required, right? These are the examples and the simple detailed information about this particular variable is yeah. Remember, like this, we need to understand for each and every variable. How many variables are there in each domain? For each domain variables, we need to understand all this. What are them? We need to go with some of the examples if it required. What is the type? What is the core? What is the role? All these we need to understand. By end of this particular study, by end of the demographics domain, all should understand all these variables, their core, their character, everything should be in the fingertips. Is that clear? Then only we can go with the coding. Number 2, domain. Now, what is domain, guys? I have already given that domain is nothing but domain abbreviation. In clinical study, it is only 2 characters long. Correct? Only 2 characters long. For the DM domain, it is going to be, for this particular domain, it is going to be DM. Right? It is not an example, it is the direct value. It is a DM. Okay, what is the type, guys? Type of this particular variable is going to be, it is a character variable. Wonderful. Yes, yes. Okay. What is going to be the role? Required. What is the role identifier? Core is required, type is going to be character. No changes in that because I told to you here already, all my identifier variables are the required variable. Correct? Wonderful. Number 3. We can go with the third one, which is nothing but unique subject identifier. This will be call it as the unique subject identifier. Remember, this variable is going to be a common variable for all the study. It can be called it as your across all the studies it will be there, right? It can be used, I can say that, used to identify a subject across all the domains. In any domain for the same subject, the subject ID remains, unique subject ID remains going to be the same. No changes at all, right? It is a derived variable. It is a derived variable. So the definition is going to be like this. It is going to be a concatenation of, subject ID, site ID, and study identifier I haven't mentioned, right? Study ID, site ID, and subject ID. This is going to be study ID, site ID, and subject identifier, right? It may differ for the different studies. That is the calculation. I can say that I can write it here. Derivation may differ for different studies, right? That depends. Okay, but in general, I can say that it is a derived variable. How you are going to derive this particular variable means I can derive this particular variable by using this one. All right, so that is called your unique subject identifier, right? So to derive this, you may need to follow your specification Excel. What is the specification Excel? I'll talk to you later. All right, so that is maybe in a while we can discuss that particular one. But before I go with this particular one, all of you have a clear understanding about what is called subject identifier. Can I have a quick confirmation? Right, can I say these three are going to be the same, no changes in that? Type is character, core is going to be required, role is going to be identifier, right? Can I go with some of the examples now? Let's say example. Let's say my study ID is this. This is my study ID. My study ID is STUDIID is equal to this. Okay. Then my site ID. Site ID is nothing but where this clinical site trials are happening. The ID, study site identifier. I'll talk this later. Let's say it is going to be 111, right? So I have one subject. Maybe I can put like this. Study ID. So I have study ID. Then I have site ID. Then I have subject ID. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's say study identifier is going to be same throughout the study. Just now I discussed, correct? Throughout the study, it is going to be same. Okay. So let's say site ID. It is a, let's say that it is not a multi-center study. It is happening only at a one site, and site is going to be 111. Right? My subject. For an example, my subject ID is going to be start like this. U1234. This is the subject. Let's say I have 3 subjects. For all the subjects, study ID remains same, site ID remains same. Only thing which is going to change is going to be subject ID. Am I correct? Right? Now, can you tell me how you are going to, this is your input. Now you are asked to calculate your unique subject ID. How do you calculate? Can someone please help me with this? So your concatenation you need to do, right? So unique subject ID can be calculated like this. Unique subject ID is equal to cat x of, that is concatenation of what and all the variables I'm going to take it here, these 3 variables. Correct? So how I'm going to write the code? The code is going to be hyphen dash comma dash and this. Am I correct? This is how I'm going to calculate. So obviously, what is going to happen with this particular one? Can I say that after concatenation, this is my subject ID, sorry, study identifier, followed by this is going to be my site ID, followed by this is going to be my subject identifier. The same thing will happen to the remaining 2. The only difference is here. Am I correct? This is how you are going to calculate. Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is this understandable?
Yes.
Perfect. Now let's look at our code. That is nothing but I told you, this is our project. In this project, can you see this is my study identifier? All right. Right. But can you see my subject, my unique subject ID, how it looks like? My unique subject ID is like this. So you can ask me, Murli, why I don't have a site ID here? Right? You might have a site ID somewhere at the down. See here. Here is what my site ID is. Study site identifier. Right? It is there. Right? But still, I haven't considered this. Maybe I can see that. Let me go here. Can you see site ID 7, 7, 67, 58 like this? I have different site IDs here, right? Because the study happened at the different places. right? At each place there is a different investigator who carried out the study, right? But you can see here that subject, the site ID is not part of this particular calculation. The reason for that is in this study, my unique subject ID calculation is different. That is, if I go to my specification Excel, this is nothing but this is the Excel which is going to help us how to do or how to calculate each of it. Can you see this? Unique subject identifier. The calculation is like this. They ask to calculate like this. Concatenate study ID hyphen take first 4 digits from the subject hyphen take last 3 digits from the subject. This is how they ask us to calculate the study ID, unique subject ID. That is the reason your site ID has not considered for this particular one. So that is the only reason here also I have mentioned. Derivation may differ from different studies. Correct? Follow specification Excel. Specification Excel for details. Am I correct? So who is going to prepare this? Your team lead or the one who is having good understanding about your study is the one who is going to prepare this particular one. So as per this, you are going to follow, and as per this, you are going to create your domain. Clear, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Is this understandable up to this? 3 variables we have done so far. The 3 variables are going to be study identifier. Second is domain. The third one is unique subject identifier. Right? Now, I'll go with the fourth one, which is nothing but subject identifier. This is nothing but your topic variable as well. Correct? Right? Subject identifier for this study. This will be called it as subject identifier for the study. Okay. What is the use of this particular one? Right? I can say that this is unique within the study. Often the ID of the subject as recorded on your CRF. That is nothing but can be simply call it as ID of the subject. So the moment you enter into the study, you're going to give one identifier to each of this particular person who entered into the study. That ID is nothing but your subject ID. Remember, it is unique, must be unique within the study. Must be unique within the study. That is nothing but no 2 people can have the same subject ID. Not possible, not approved. Must be unique within the study. It is not a derived variable. It is going to be a direct one. The type is going to be character. 4 is going to be required, and it is not an identifier variable. It is actually a topic variable. Correct? So we need to remember for each variable, these are the must and should you need to remember. So what are the examples? Can I take this one as an example simply? All right, these are the examples. So what are the examples for this particular one? I can simply say that. So this is my study ID, this is my site ID, my subject IDs are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 6. Clear? Any questions on this? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? All of you are able to understand this? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will enter into the next one, which is nothing but the most important one. We start talking about the dates now. So far we haven't talked about the dates. Now we are going to talk about the dates. Let's start with the dates. This is my 5th variable in the study. In the same order, I have to create them. And the very first one that I'm talking here is nothing but RFSTDTC. RF stands for reference. STD stands for your start. DT stands for date and time. C stands for character format. Remember, this is going to be called it as subject reference start and end date. Right? What is that? subject reference start date time in character format. Remember, in SDTM, while giving the guidelines itself, I have mentioned to you, all the dates in SDTM will represent in that character format only. Correct? We all represent all the dates in the character format only. Remember that particular one. You can also call this particular one as. So from here, the dates might be slightly confusing, but try to understand this particular one and try to make sure you are able to follow this particular. Okay, so this will be also call it as this reference start date and time is nothing but how I can exactly mention this. Okay. Okay. Simply, in the easiest way, if I want to understand this particular one, it will be equivalent to when is the first time the subject exposed to the study treatment. What is that? When the subject first time exposed to the study treatment, that will be call it as a reference start date and time. Okay, I can say that usually in general, this will be also called it as date or time when the subject exposed to the study treatment for the first time. When the subject was first exposed to the study treatment, the subject was exposed to the study treatment. What do you mean by study treatment? Whatever the drug that we would like to test, the drug will be called it as a study drug, or you can also call it as a study treatment. All right, and make sure when was the first time they was exposed to the study treatment, that will be called it as a RFSTDTC. Remember, it is required for all the randomized subjects. That is, there is a phase, right? So first initially we go with the ICF. Once ICF is signed, the subject enter into the study. You remember the initial diagram that we have explained. Then once the screening is completed, randomization will start. After the randomization, the drug we will start giving to the subjects. Correct? So we need to say that it is mandatory, it is required for all the randomized subjects. This is mandatory, or this is required for all the randomized subjects. Very important one. Okay, fine. It is a required variable. That is also fine. Suppose anyone who failed in the screening, maybe I can explain. I can open this particular one so that you can understand it. Maybe I'll go with this. Open clinical trials visual diagram. This is what I have explained to you. Correct? See this. Study design. Here it is. First, ICF is signed. Here is what. Maybe after ICF signed, the subject screening is there. Suppose if you fail with the screening, what will happen? That is, ICF is signed. I have entered into the study. After I enter into the study, I have failed in the screening. What will happen? If anyone who is failed in the screening, right? Those will not enter into the randomization, right? Only if they enter into the randomization, they will be assigned with any of the planned arm 1, arm 2, or arm 3. If I assign them to any one of the arm, I can call them as the assigned subjects. If they have not assigned to any of this arm, can I call them as the unassigned subjects? Who are my unassigned subjects? The people who are failed in the screening. Am I correct? So people who are failed in the screening are treated as unassigned subjects. What will be this value for the unassigned subjects? For unassigned subjects, my RFSTDTC value will be null. For unassigned subject, my RFSTDTC value is null. Why? They are not assigned to anything. When they are not assigned to anything, how can I provide the treatment to them? We cannot give any treatment to them. So obviously for those subjects, this value is going to be null. Am I making sense? All of you are able to follow this? Can I have a quick confirmation? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Now we need to discuss about this. What is the type? Must be a character format. What is the core? Core is nothing but either it is a required or it is a expected, because I can see that it is null for some of the unassigned subject. Obviously, it is not a required variable. It is going to be a expected variable. Correct? And how we are getting this particular data? We are recording this. We are noting down these details. This is called as a record qualifier. Remember the qualifier details. These are the record qualifiers. Okay. When I say it is a character variable, what is the format then? Because here I have to talk about the format, right? My format is going to be ISO 8601. This is the format I should follow. This is the format I should follow. For an example, if someone asks me the examples, here are the examples that I can think of. So the examples can be, what is the date today? Let's say today is going to be the date 2022 08:30. So I'm also recording the time. So let's say time is going to be, let's say my morning 10 a.m. the subject has to take this. This is the first exposure. Can I say that this is going to be my date? Everyone? Right? Now, this is my first one. That is my subject reference start date and time. The same thing if I explain, the next variable will be, the sixth variable here is RFENDTC, the reference end date and time. Everything has a start date. Obviously, you are going to have the end date. Subject reference end date and time in character format. All right. So what exactly it is? It will be in general date or time when the subject was, I can say that the subject was determined to have ended the trial. It is nothing but subject ended the trial. This is nothing but in general date or time when the subject was determined. That is nothing but he calculated that this is the end of the trial, to have ended the trial. So when the subject is going to end the trial, this is one way, right? Or another way, I can also say that, because here I mentioned that subject was exposed to the, subject was first exposed to the studies treatment. Here, in the same terms, if I say that, I can say that when the subject was last exposed to the treatment. When I talk in terms of the treatment, I can say when the subject was first time exposed to the study treatment is going to be our reference start date and time. When was the subject last time exposed to the treatment, which is nothing but the end date and time. Is that clear? This is easy now, right? Again, it is required for all the randomizer subjects. Again, when it comes to the unassigned subject, it is going to be null. Everything remains going to be the same, no changes at all. Make sense, everybody? So we started with the subject. We talked about three things. What is my study identifier at the study level? Which domain I'm talking about? What is the unique subject identifier? What is called your subject ID? Then we talked about what is my first date and time. The first date and time is something, but when is the first time the subject has What is the first exposed to the study treatment? That is nothing but RFSTDTC. Then we also talk about RFENDTC. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, a slightly confusing thing I'm going to bring it now. Don't worry. I'll try to make sure it will be easily understandable to everyone. It will be called it as RFXSTDTC. It will be called it as, in a very simple way, date and time of first study treatment. And you know this, date and time of first study treatment. First study treatment in character format. What is the difference between this and the other one? This is subject reference start date and time. That is nothing but we planned for the subject, hey, this is going to be a start date and time. Okay, maybe I can go to the Excel. What we are trying to do is we are telling to the subject that reference start, I'm simply calling it as a reference start. So while designing the study itself, I have designed that the subject, once the screening is completed, once my randomization is completed, the subject is supposed to take the first drug by this time. What is the time here? I have mentioned this is the time the subject is supposed to take the first drug. This is the first one. So what is this? This we have planned. We planned the subject to take the first drug by August 30th morning 10 a.m. Right? And we have also mentioned that the subject should not take any drug, right? Subject has to come into the study for 3 weeks. Let's say that by September 30th, by evening 5 o'clock, that is by September evening 5 o'clock, the subject, after this, subject has not supposed to take any drug. This is my reference start. This is my reference end. These two are planned events. These two I have planned at the time of trial design itself. While I'm designing the trial itself, I have started this. But actually, we asked the subject to come by this particular time and to take the drug. But ideally, subject has taken the drug on the same day by 10:30. What is the difference now? This is planned. This is actual. So we refer this particular one, but ideally subject has taken the drug on the same day, but instead of 10 o'clock, we planned for the 10 o'clock, but we actually taken by 10:30. What is the meaning then? That is the actual time, or that is the first time the subject exposed to the study drug. What is the other one? Subject reference. This is nothing but subject reference. When the subject was first exposed to the study treatment, that is, we planned. If everything goes well, I planned the subject to take the drug by 10 o'clock and he actually taken the drug by 10 o'clock. Well and good. No issues at all. My RFSTDTC is equal to my RFXSTDTC. Suppose I planned by 10 o'clock, but the subject has taken that by 10:30. Now I can say that date and time of first study treatment in the character format. When he actually taken this particular one. Is that clear, guys? Understandable? Right? If this and planned are same, I can say that RFSDTTC and RFXSDTTC, both of them are going to be the same. All right. So I can here I can say that first date of, this is the first date of exposure to any subject protocol, to any protocol defined, any protocol defined treatment. So as per my protocol, any treatment that we have given, when is the first time that we have given that date? In general, if I still want to talk about this, in general, it is equal to earliest value of EXSDTTC. You might be confusing only from where this EXSDTTC has come. EX stands for exposure domain. There is another domain called exposure. The exposure domain will maintain the track of what is the drug that is taken by the subject, how much amount of the drug, what is the drug frequency. Everything is mentioned in this exposure domain, right? In that exposure domain, what is the earliest value? First value become my RFXSTDTC. In a simple way, if I want to talk about it, the planned drug start date is RFSTDTC. This is RFSTDTC. What is the actual time the subject has taken this? RFXSTDTC. The planned and start, both of them are equal. The subject has taken at the same time as mentioned in the CRF. These two will be equal, else these two will be different. Is that understandable, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation? I asked the subject to take the drug by 10 a.m. He have taken by 10 a.m. Then start date, reference start date, as well as the first exposure start date, both of them are same. I asked the subject to take the drug by 10 a.m. but he have taken by 10:30. These two are different. When is the first time he exposed to the study drug? RFXSTDTC. When we have planned RFSTDTC. Can I have a quick confirmation? Is this understandable? Questions? Okay. RFXENDTC, date and time of last study treatment. That is planned here. RFENDTC is planned. I asked the subject, the last drug supposed to be taken by 17, that is 5 o'clock on the September 30th, but he have taken by around 3 o'clock itself. Then this will become my RFENDTC. That is what I have planned. But for some reason he haven't agreed to the plan and he taken the drug little early, or he had taken the drug after it. This is the last time, the last date of exposure. That is last date of exposure to any protocol defined treatment. In general, it is the equal to latest value of this, EXENDTC. That is what is going to be the exposure domain latest end date and time. That is going to be this particular value. Is that clear? Clear, everyone? So I may need not to write this particular one. These three are not required. I can simply skip this particular one. Okay, but again, after this, all these are same. I have to follow all this. That is nothing but what is going to be the type, what is going to be the values. These and all remains going to be the same. No changes in that. Clear, everyone? Is that understandable? Initially, you may feel a little difficult to follow this, but slowly you can capture this particular one. Don't worry. Right? Slowly we need to understand and we need to go with what is the difference between each of the dates. End of the day, that is important. If you are able to capture the difference between the dates, then it is clear, right? There are two more dates are there. I'll just write them here, but I'm going to explain them by tomorrow. In the same day, I don't want to give all the information. Maybe you will be confused. Tomorrow we will start with RF. You can call this particular one as ICDTC, informed consent, when you have signed the informed consent. Then you have one more day, that is nothing but RFPENDTC, That is, when is the last time you have participated in the study? Reference, end participation date. So these two are the ones that we are going to discuss tomorrow, followed by you have 18 more variables. That is, my DM domain has 28 variables. All the 28 variables, you have a clear idea, then only we can go with the demo, coding part of this, right? Initially, it will be little tough to digest. I'm telling to you openly, it is little tough to digest. But we'll go one after the other examples. Slowly, one after the other, we take the examples and we will complete this. Clear? So once you finish one domain, that too, once you complete the coding for one domain, then only you will get the full idea on it. Okay, everyone? Is that understandable to you? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
I have one question.
Yes, Kiran, go ahead.
So what does X stand for? Like RF is reference, but what does X stand for?
Exposure. Exposure. When is the first time the subject is exposed to the study drug? When was the last time the subject exposed to the study drug? Because it is right away related to the exposure domain.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. All right. That's all for today, guys. Tomorrow we will connect in the same time and we can continue with our discussion on the. Tirmal, any questions?
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, with the unique subject ID, can we identify what is the study going on?
No way. Only thing you can, suppose if you can identify unique subject ID based means only study ID will be there. Based on the study ID, if you can achieve something, then you can. Suppose if I say that this is my study ID, if you know what
Yes,
is
sir.
the study ID number represent, then you can identify. Then you can identify. So in general, to identify a study, you always refer the study identifier, not the unique subject. Make sense? Even if you refer the unique subject ID, end of the day, it is again taking you to study ID only. This is study ID, this is site ID, this is subject ID. Site ID will not give you any information because only in which study it is, in which site it is happening, you can understand. U1, 2, 3, 4 or any subject ID will represent only the subject. So the only thing that can help you to identify your study is study identity. So instead of referring your unique subject ID, better you refer your study identity. That will give you the data.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, if RFSTDTC and RFXSTDTC both are same date and time, means it will fine or it will it will wrong, sir.
There is nothing called wrong or right here. Okay. That is,
Okay.
you planned
Okay.
to come the subject by 10 o'clock. That is what the planned reference start date and time. RFSTDTC. The subject has taken the drug by 10:30. Right? For some reason, that can be a genuine one and any reason. See, the data here is only recording data. We are recording this particular data. We are storing this particular data, right? There is nothing wrong if these two are same or if these two are different. All right. So you're seeing after end of the study, you're going to check. I have planned like this. This is what happened actually. So if there is any difference between the planned and actual, you need to understand what. Most of the cases, your RFSDTC and RFXSDTC will be different. It wouldn't be possible to get all the subjects at the same time.
Okay.
It wouldn't be possible. Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect. So yesterday we have started our discussion with special purpose domains, correct? So we have started with the first one, which is nothing but the demographics. So what is demographics? Demographics is all about, which actually deals with the subject. Am I correct? Whatever the basic details of the subject are, how you are going to describe the subject in a study, that details will be part of your demographics. Make sure demographics domain is going to be the parent domain. For all other domains which are present in your system, this is going to be the parent domain. So yesterday we started with the study identifier, domain, unique subject ID, and we started with the dates. So what are the dates we have discussed? Number one, we discussed with the reference start date and time. So what do you mean by subject reference date, start date and time in character format? When the subject is first exposed to the study treatment, correct? But it is a planned one, reference one. Okay, maybe yesterday I thought someone might have asked this particular question, but no one has asked. So let me explain this on my own. I have RFICDTC, I have RFENDTC, followed by RFXSTDTC, RFXENDTC. Then we also have RFPENDTC, then RFICDTC. So these are the various dates that you can see it in the DM domain. See RFSTDTC, RFENDTC, then you are going to have RFXSTDTC, RFXENDTC, then RFICDTC and RFPENDTC. Let's have a quick look about what is each of these particular dates. So yesterday I have discussed the first four. Still, let me have a quick recap because these are very, very, very important ones. Okay, right. Remember, guys, this is maybe like by end of all the domains, you are going to get an idea, but till that we couldn't wait, right? So we try to grab this particular details as much as possible. Remember, whenever your sponsor has come up with protocol, so what is called protocol? How you want to conduct your clinical study. What is my inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria? What is the dosage information? How many doses the subject has to take it, right? How to do each and everything in the clinical trial will be mentioned in the protocol. This protocol will be implemented as is by your investigator, and while doing so, we are going to record the data. We say we are going to collect the data. The data collection can be done based on the case report form. Correct? This form is going to tell you how you have to collect your data. If I perform annotations to that, I mean to say what variable should go under what domain, that will be called as ECRF. Up to this, all of you are clear, right? We have discussed this couple of times in our class. Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are clear with this, right? Okay. First thing first. Once I have this, then when we started collecting the data, first we are going to do trial domains. What do you mean by trial domains? Means planning. The entire planning can be done here. So we have something called trial arm. This is going to talk about the treatment details. I mean to say, what is my study treatment? How is supposed to go with that? What is my placebo? When the study treatment start? All these details will be here. So in this particular one, we also discuss about when we are planning to start the treatment. At the same time, when we are planning to end the treatment, that is, my treatment started as well as my treatment end date will be defined in this particular trial arm design. Is that correct? All of you are comfortable up to this? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Now, there is going to be something called trial elements. This is going to talk about what are the various phases that are part of my clinical trial. Based on this, we are going to have something called trial visits. In each of this element, what are the various visits we have? That information will be part of your trial visits, right? And on top of that, on top of your trial visits, you are going to have something called what are my inclusion and exclusion criteria. And finally, I'm going to have trial summary. This is how your trial design data sets will be designed. Okay, there are a few more trial disease and all there, but whatever is important, I'm talking about that. So before even you collect your data, before even you start, because this trial elements is there, right? This will talk about the elements in the sense when you will go with the screening, when you should go with the randomization, when treatment should start, when follow-up should come. All these will be part of your second one here, trial elements. Visits, when the subject has come for screening, when the subject appeared for the randomization, in the treatment, how many weeks he has come, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, and when is the follow-up. Those details will be appeared under your follow-up. Okay, that is your trial visits. Inclusion and exclusion criteria is here. The total design details will be under. Why I am talking about this is, these are called planning. Any trial will start here, planning domains. The planning will done here. Now, here you can see something, right? When you plan to start the treatment, that is your reference start treatment, that is nothing but RFSTDTC. From where it is coming? In the trial arm, before even you perform your entire protocol, before even you collect your data in the CRF, right? You have decided when to start and when to end your treatment. Okay, those details will be actually part of your RFSTDTC and RFENDTC. All of you are clear with what is called your RFSTDTC and RFENDTC? Is this clear? We started this, we planned this. This day I have to start my treatment, and this is the day I have to end my treatment. This is what we planned. Everyone are clear with these two dates? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Now, I planned to start the treatment on, let's say, 31st of August, that is today, by 10 a.m. But the subject has actually taken the treatment by today only, but around by 3 p.m. So that is nothing but, when is the first time the subject exposed to the actual study treatment? First exposure to the study treatment. Whatever the treatment that we want to do, so when is the first time the subject has exposed to the particular treatment? For an example, I planned today, that is nothing but 2022-08-31st, by morning 10 a.m. I have expected the 10:30. I have expected the patient to take the treatment. If the patient has also appeared and taken the first dose by that particular time, I can say that my RFSTDTC and RFXSTDTC, both of them are same. Whatever I have planned, that is the reference start date and time, my exposure to the first exposure to the study treatment, both of them are same. Some cases it will be different, but that's absolutely fine. We are only going to record them. We don't analyze why it is late and all here. The DM domain, not only this, my entire SDTM is only going to map and collect the data. It will not perform any analysis. To perform the analysis, we have a different data set. Sorry, we have a different domain, and those domains will be ADAMS, analysis data models. Those will do all this kind of stuff. I mean to say, what the analysis I have to do it on the variables. That is, based on the source data, it is going to create analysis data sets, and those analysis data sets we are going to use it for the further analysis purpose. Is that clear? So can I have a quick confirmation from all of you now? Are you clear with what I'm talking? Yes or no? RFSTDTC, RFXSDTC. All of you are clear with these two variables?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Then what is this particular one? So I expected my study to complete by second day, but when was the last time, that is, yeah, last exposure to the study treatment, that will be mentioned under the RFXENDTC. I have planned here, right? I planned this to complete by September 30th. September 30th by evening 5:30, it's supposed to complete. But the subject actually done it on 29th itself, or 30th on the same, maybe one day before itself you have completed the treatment, right? So that is my RFXENDTC, right? This is what I have planned. This is what actually happened. Okay. You have two more dates, right? RFICDTC. This actually comes prior to all of this. Why means this is the date when the subject actually signed your informed consent form. That is subject date on which subject has signed the informed consent, signed informed consent form. When the subject has signed it, remember, signing this particular informed consent form, once the subject signs this, only then he enter into the clinical trials. Am I correct? So this is prior to all of this. Am I correct? This is prior to all of this. I mean to say, the very first step in my clinical trials is we are going to take the consent from the subject. We are going to ask the subject, hey, these are the various procedures that we are going to do in this particular study. Are you okay with all this? Only when the subject is okay with all of that, then only we are going with the screening. Only after the screening, randomization. Only after the randomization, treatment will start. So RFICDTC is the one. This is the time where subject has signed the informed consent form. Now you have one more, right? This will be called it as end participation date. That is end participation date. When is the last time the subject appeared in my clinical trials? Mean to say, so subject first time has come for the signing, that is ICF signed. That is the first time he has come. Then he appeared for the screening. He cleared the screening. He entered into run-in. Don't worry, run-in I'll explain later. After the run-in, he entered into the randomization. After the randomization, treatment has started. He successfully completed the treatment. Then we asked him to come for the follow-up. Once follow-up is done, we said that you have done with all the things, you are good to go. Done. So this is the first time he entered into the study. This is the last time he appeared into the study. This is a complete cycle. The subject who have completed the clinical trial successfully, he is going to face all these elements. Right? So then what is my end participation date now? My end participation date or time is nothing but when is the last time the subject appeared in the trial? Follow-up. Can I say follow-up is going to be the end participation time in this case? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. There is another case. The treatment is happening. We asked him for the follow-up, but he haven't appeared for the follow-up. He haven't come for the follow-up. So he discontinued from the study. He completed all the treatment study in the treatment week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Let's say it is going to be an 8 weeks program. Week 8 also he completed. Last dose also he have completed. That is RFXSDTC, RFXENTC. This was the last time he have appeared for appeared in the clinical trial. We asked him to come for the follow-up. He haven't come. Then what will happen? The RFXENTC is going to be his end participation date. Am I correct? End participation date can be anything. If he successfully completes, follow-up is the end participation date. Let's say he have completed the treatment, but he haven't appeared for the follow-up, then RFXENTC is going to be his last appearance in the clinical trial. For an example, he started with the, he completed the screening, but he haven't appeared for the run-in or he haven't appeared for the randomization. He left the site. Immediately after the screening, he left the site. That is, he got discontinued. He have not assigned to any of the drug also. He becomes an unassigned subject. So when was the last time he have appeared then? Whenever he appeared for the screening, that screening date becomes his last end participation date. Otherwise, he started with the treatment. The treatment starts with day 1, then 8 weeks, I said, right? Week 1, week 2. In the week 2, he got an adverse event. He suddenly fell down, right? So some reason he fell down. He got hospitalized. It's a serious adverse event. He got hospitalized. And after being there in the hospital for a week, he's dead. On which day he got expired? The death date will be there, right? Death date and time in character format. That will become his end participation date. Am I correct? Right? So my end participation date can be anything. If the patient successfully completed follow-up, else in which stage he appeared for the last time, that will become my end participation date. Is that clear to everyone? Do you understand all the dates which are part of your DM domain now? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes, but I have one question.
Please go ahead.
Always it should be RFSTDTC and RFXSTDTC is always same, or any scenario to
No, that's what I told to you. It is not always same. At the same time, it is not always different. It depends on the study, because one is planned. You planned right in your trial domain itself. You wanted to start the treatment for each subject by 10:30 of August 31st. That is your planned, right? If all the subjects who are participated in the study at the multiple sites, all of them has taken the first drug, right? First exposure to the drug happened exactly at 10:30 of August 31st. Both of your RFSTDTC and RFXSTDTC will be same. If not, those will be different. Both the scenarios are 100% possible. Both the scenarios are possible, and there is nothing wrong or there is nothing right there. I have already mentioned to you, your SDTM domains will only talk about collecting the data and storing the data. They will not analyze anything. These data sets will not, these SDTM is not for the analysis purpose. Analysis will be carried out in your different module, that is nothing but your adders. Am I clear?
yes, it's clear. Thank you.
All right. So now let's talk about this RFID. I think there is one more question. Bhargav, any question?
Sir, yes, sir. Subject will discontinue in week 1. Then RFPNDTC will that end of participation date only it will come, right, sir?
No. See, okay, I got your question. See, let's say week 1, week 2, like this, I have 8 weeks. Let's say my treatment I have planned for 8 weeks. So day 1 is there, right? The day 1 when you planned for the treatment is nothing but your RFSTDTC.
Yes, sir.
And if the subject also got exposed to that particular one on the same day, this also can be called it as RFXSTDTC. Okay, then.
Okay.
This is my RFENDTC. This is what I have planned. RFENDTC. This is the last date of my treatment. This is the last date,
Treatment.
correct? Yeah. If subject also got exposed to this same one on the same date, that will become RFXENDTC. Right? Subject also in line with that means the same. For an example now, in the week 3 itself, subject got discontinued.
Yes.
Now, this will, on whatever the day it is, whatever the date it is, that date will become my end participation date. That is neither of your RFSTDTC, RFXSTDTC, nor your RFENDTC, RFXENTC. Clear?
Oh,
It
yes,
will
sir.
not fall into this or not fall under this. And which day he got discontinued, that day will come. That can be his death date also. We don't know.
Okay, sir.
Clear? All of you, is that clear? See, ask me as many number of questions as possible, because I'm telling to you how good you are in understanding your domains and your dates, concept wise, how good you are. That will help you with your interview questions. That will help you with converting your raw data into the SDTM data. That's the reason I'm going slow and I'm explaining as much as possible, because these are the yesterday's one, but still I thought like if I take one example and explain, it might be helpful for you. That's the reason I have reiterated it. So if you ask me questions, that give me certain confidence that you guys are listening and you guys are able to follow. All right. Don't hesitate, even though it is going to be a simple question. If you feel it may not be simple for everyone, right? Ask whatever the doubts you have. Perfect. Now again, I'm going back to this. So RFICDTC is the one that I'm going to talk now, which is nothing but what is RFICDTC? This is nothing but, technically calling it is reference, yes, inform, consent, date, right? Again, the date and the time, you can say it in character format. Okay, but if I want to talk in a simple way, I can say that when the subject has signed the informed consent form, am I correct? Again, it is going to be a character data type. Let me take all this as usual. So it is going to be a character data type, and I'm going to ask you now, what is going to be the core of this particular one? What do you think? What is core?
Is
Is
the
it
STDTC.
expected? Okay, sorry, I missed it. Is it expected, or is it required, or is it going to be permissible?
Top required variables, I think so.
Required variable. If so, why? What do you? Why do you think? Okay.
It's I think, essential, because without that, study will not take place.
Who will participate in study? We don't know without required variables, I think.
Right. But here I have left with a clue. It's a simple clue I have given. That is, subject may come. That is, subject may come to the, let's say 100 subject has come. We ask them we have given all the forms to them. They go through all the procedures that we are going to do in the clinical trials. Let's say out of the 100, 90 people are okay with that and they have signed it. There are 10 people who are not interested with that. All the procedures, they are not feeling comfortable. Will they sign? I'm not comfortable with the procedures that they are going to perform on me once I get into the clinical trials. I'm not comfortable with them because those looks like something painful to me. Or I may feel that I may not be able to feel comfortable with them. So I'm not interested to proceed with that. I volunteer for this particular study, but by looking at all the procedures, right, all the methodologies that they are going to do, I'm not comfortable. Can I say I can drop it? Possibilities are there, because it doesn't mean that all the people who who volunteer for the study, all the people, there is no guarantee that has to sign your informed consent. There are people, let's say 1% of the population, they may not be interested, right? So there are chances that I may not sign the informed consent form. I want to discontinue because I don't like your procedures. Possibilities are there, right? If I consider that particular possibility, that is, informed consent form sign date might be missing for some of the subjects, correct? Am I correct or not? Because they will not continue
Yes,
in the
sir.
study at all. But there is a possibility that it is empty. So expected variable. Clear why it is expected variable? And again, it is a record qualifier, ISA 601. My examples can be anything. Simply, I can go with date and time of when the subject has signed this particular form. Okay, maybe I can say 8 and followed by. Is that clear, guys? Why it is expected? Because there are possibilities that subject may not interested to sign the informed consent form. In that particular case, obviously it is going to be not filled. It is going to be a null value. Okay, now end participation date. So this is going to be, I can simply say that end participation date or time in character format. Okay, so simply if I want to talk about it, when was the last time subject appeared in the clinical study? That was the date. Am I correct? Again, what are the possibilities? Maybe I can give you some of the examples, right? What are the possibilities? We just discussed it, right? Can I say that the possibilities are going to be, it might be study completion date, correct? Study completion date can be my end date because subject has completed all the elements in the study, including the follow-up, right? Second, death date, subject got expired, or at some point of the study, the subject got discontinued. All these are possibilities. Yes or no? Again, let's take this particular one. Again, it is going to be a character variable. Core is expected, role is a record qualifier, and format is this, and example is going to be here itself. We have clear. So first 10 variables, all of you are comfortable, right? These are very, 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 very important variables. From here onwards, we can quickly go ahead. Okay. Now, my 11th variable. See, the first four are your identifier variables followed by your topic variable. First four, correct? Then the next 7 are going to be the dates. All of you should be good with the dates. Once you are comfortable with that particular one, the next thing is going to be the 11th variable is your death date and time in character format, DTH, DTC. You can simply call this as a date and time of death. So what actually it captures? Any date and time of death for any subject who is dead. For any subject who is dead. Again, I may ask you a question, from where I will get this particular one? From where you will get this particular details? There are different domains who will capture this, because there is a simple clause, because I'm expecting this question. Let's say demographics data is the one, generally you are going to collect this particular data from the subject itself, correct? Most of the data you are going to collect directly from the subject during the screening. That's the reason you can call this as a parent domain. How do you know the subject's death date and time during the screening? We don't know, right? But from how you are going to get this, right? So there are domains who are going to capture this. Those are not going to capture directly from here. So there is a domain called AE. this data will be derived or will be fetched. This data will be fetched from different domains or from various domains. So what are those domains? For an example, let's say I'm getting this particular data from, there is a domain called adverse events. Let's say adverse events. So it is going to talk about all untoward medical condition events. Something we have not expected that was happened in that particular case, those details will be captured here. If this is the domain captures this date, so how it will capture is, if there is a variable called AE term, that is what is the adverse event that is happened. If the AE term is stored as death, then this death, date and time in character format will be pulled from here itself, but the variable name is adverse event end date and time in character format. So don't worry, when you go with this particular domain, you are going to learn all this. But if my data is coming from the adverse events, in the adverse events domain, there is a variable called AE term, which is going to tell me what is the adverse event that will actually happen. Then that adverse event value is equal to death. Then the death date and time in character format will be calculated as adverse event end date and time in character format. Suppose there is another domain, you can call it as disposition. If my data is coming from the disposition domain, this is also events domain only. It is going to be called it as a DS term. If DS term is equal to death, then my DS start date and time will be captured as your death date and time. So my data will come from multiple domains, different domains. If the data is coming from adverse event, capture like this. If my data is coming from the disposition, capture like this. Understandable? Just I'm giving you the pointers how it is going to be calculated. All right. Again, when it comes to the core, when it comes to the type, all this, if I consider this particular one, type is character. Can someone tell me the core of this? Still it is expected because we need to capture this particular information. We couldn't miss having death date and time in the subject. That's the reason it is not go under the permissible. At the same time, it is not going to be a required variable, because if it is required, missing values are not allowed. That is nothing but we are expecting a death date for every subject. Practically impossible, not relevant at all. Correct? So that's the reason it is expected variable. Okay. Once we have this particular one, there is something we want to discuss that will be call it as death flag, DTHFL. This will be called it as death flag, subject death flag. So what it will represent is, it is going to indicate whether the subject is died or not. It indicates the subject is dead. The subject is dead. Or that indicates the subject is dead. Okay. So here only controlled terminology is allowed. What do you mean by controlled terminology? Controlled terminology means only these values are allowed to be there. Only these values are allowed. Why? Are null. That is, if the subject is dead, this value will be yes. If the subject is alive, this value will be null. That is nothing but missing value. Only these two values are allowed. Other than this, nothing else is allowed here. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? Only two values are allowed. What is that? Whether the subject is dead or not. If the subject is dead, this value is yes. Else it is going to be null. So the moment you say controlled terminology, you mean to say that only those values need to be populated. All right. So it is going to be a character, it is expected value, and it is also going to be a record qualifier. 13. Site ID. So what is site ID? Where the site where this particular study is happening. Study site identifier. This site ID can be multiple as well. If it is a multi-center study, that is my same study is happening at multiple centers, it is going to be a multi ID. Okay, so here you need to say that this will be call it as unique identifier, or I can say for a site. Whatever the site it is, in which site it is happening, there we are going to mention this particular one, and it is going to be a unique identifier. Remember that the moment I say unique identifier, what might be your core for this? It is required. Why? You need to mandatorily mention where your clinical trials are happening. You cannot skip that. You cannot have null values there, right? You cannot hide where exactly my clinical trials are started, where exactly my clinical trials are happening. You cannot hide that particular information. So that is the reason this value must be present. You cannot skip this particular one. Clear, everyone? All right. Now, the next thing, 14. So these, from here onwards, all these are going to be, I can say that, simple and very straightforward. Very straightforward. Okay. INV ID, Investigator ID, Investigator Identifier. What do you mean by this? Who is actually carrying out my clinical trials? That Investigator Identifier, right? What might be the core of this particular one? What might be the core of this particular one? It is permissible. Sometimes all investigators will not provide with the ID. Instead of that, they are going to give the name, right? Sometimes investigator name details will also be hidden, right? Missing values will come there. So it is going to be a permissible variable, and it is not mandatory to capture who is the person who actually come for this particular study. We don't need to give the particular details. So here you can also say that it is going to be investigator identifier for a site. In which site this guy has come, that guy's details. Now there is going to be a synonym qualifier for this particular one, that is investigator name. Investigator name for a site, right? Again, it is going to be a character, it is going to be a permissible variable, but only thing is going to be, it is not a record qualifier, because it is going to be a synonym qualifier. Why? Sometimes your name itself will be called it as your ID, or ID itself will be called it as your name. It is a synonym of your previous one. You understand why it becomes a synonym qualifier? The reason for that one will be, sometimes when you are not provided with the ID, you will be provided with the name. Any one of these details will be entered, but both of them are permissible and both the details are going to be captured here. All right. Then the next thing, birth date and time in character format, BRTH DTC, birth date and time in character format. Can I simply say date and time of birth? Whose? Subject, correct? Date and time of birth of the subject. So who is going to provide these details? None other than the subject itself. So whatever subject is going to tell, the same details you are going to listen and you are going to store it. It is going to be a record qualifier. Still, it is a permissible variable. And if I look at the format is going to be, I can simply say that. Which is the format? I can simply say this is the one, IS8601DA. Correct? Allow me a moment.
Sir, you are in mute.
Hey, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. So here I'm talking about just birth date and time in character format. These details will be provided by the subject. The details has been captured as is. Correct? Okay. Remember, once you have the birth date and time in character format, you are going to calculate the age of the subject. Correct? So it is going to be age of the subject. Okay. So age of the subject, remember, it is going to be a numerical variable. Am I correct? Age always is going to be in a numerical format. Okay, that is one thing. At the same time, what it is it an expected variable or is it a permissible variable? What exactly it is going to be? It is going to be a expected variable, right? So age is going to play a very important role. Why? The reason for that is, let us say my initial criteria itself, I want to have all the subjects whose age is ranging between 18 to 65. My inclusion criteria is going to be, I want to have subjects whose age is between 18 to 65. That is my initial criteria. So without having age, can I calculate it? Not at all possible. So age is required, right? So that's the reason you can call this as a expected variable. Again, how it can be calculated? Either the subject can give these details. In the event, maybe if the subject is not given these details, this can be also calculated based on, maybe derived based on, I have birth date and time in character format and RFSTDTC. You can ask me only why I have selected RFSTDTC, right? For an example, you have entered into the study by today, let's say August 31st, 2022. Let's say this clinical trials are happening for 5 years, minimum 5 years. So ended by 2027. If I want to enter your date, if I want to capture your age details, you have provided me the birth date. How do I capture? When you enter into the study, by the time your treatment started, what is my planned treatment start date? Based on this, we are going to calculate. If I calculate based on today's date, that is say after 5 years, because every day this date value will be keep on changing, right? RFSTDTC is planned and it is constant, right? So by 31st August, what is your age? Let's say your age is 37. I'll capture that. How do I capture it? I captured your birth date and time in character format, and I have captured your RFSTDTC. Both based on these two, I have calculated your age. Suppose if I don't consider this, if I consider anything else, what will happen? Those values will be keep on changing, correct? My end date may be prolonged in the future again, correct? Or any other date, if I consider it, there may be a chance that it will be different. So remember, all the time your age calculation can be done based on your birth date and time in character format and RFSTDTC, planned reference start date and time in the character format. Correct? Then 18. The age is there. You need to know the units of your age. That is simply age units. We all know what is going to be the age units. The age units are going to be years. Yes, it is always going to be years. Correct? So it is going to be your expected variable. Again, the expected variable, it is in the character format. All right, and it will be always in the units are going to be years. Right. We will talk about the one of the most important variable now, and it is going to be a required variable, and that one is nothing but sex of your subject, because the treatments will vary based on the sex. The lab test will vary based on this. The vitals interpretation will change based on this. Correct? Sex is going to play a very important role. Based on this, my interpretation will change, my findings will change. So that's the reason it becomes a required variable, and it is mandatory to have this particular variable for all the subjects. So sex of the subject. Okay. It is a required variable. It is a required variable. And again, it is going to be a record qualifier, no doubt about it. Okay. And for this, we are going to use the control terminology. For age units also, we are going to use the control terminology. The controlled terminology here is, I shouldn't enter any value on my own. I should follow the controlled terminology for this particular one. And in general, the control terminology will be male, female, and male. FRM. Only two things are possible. Right? I should not enter anything like female and male. I cannot write in complete details, or I shouldn't write 1 or 2, or I shouldn't write any value of my anything of my choice. I shouldn't write it. I should go with the controlled terminology. I should go with the controlled terminology. The control terminology is going to be either it will be F or it will be M, and there is something called unknown as well. That is also there. Unknown also. Right? I can also enter that. But in general, we will go with these. Okay. All right. Maybe I can give you the SDTM terminology in a while. Maybe I can quickly pick it up and I can give it to you. But in general, these are the ones that we are going to use it. Okay. Right. That is for sex variable. Then we also going to have few more variables here. Let me write all of them and we can discuss in the tomorrow's class. Right. So those are going to be race. 21, it is going to be ethnic, because these are going to be time taken ones, right forward but time taken. Arm code, arm, actual arm code, ACT ARM CD, ACT ARM, actual arm, country, DMDTC. When you have collected all your details, that is date and time of your collection, and finally we are going to end with DMDTC. Totally 28 variables will come. So these 9 variables we are going to discuss in the tomorrow's class. So with that, we will be good with the demographics domain. Then we immediately can write the coding for this. So if everything goes well, today is Wednesday, right? So Thursday and Friday. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So tomorrow we will complete these 4 and we will enter into the coding. Day after tomorrow we'll finish the coding as well. That is, by this Friday, you all good with the first domain, which is nothing but the demographics. Any questions from anyone? All of you are able to follow? Any difficulties?
No, sir. It's good.
Perfect. Spandana,
Sir,
this is the
I
first
have.
time you are attending?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Who is this? Bhargav.
Sir, sir.
Previously, I got the classes. That's why I reviewed these classes.
Perfect, perfect. Thanks, Spandana. Yeah, Bhargav, go ahead.
Sir, if age in months, how we need to calculate in years, or how will so if subject is that clinical trial study is the pediatric study, if
Mhm.
babies age in months like that, something is there, right, sir? Then,
Correct. So generally,
then
pediatric studies will
so-
be very less. I can say that there will be a very few, I can say, right? In that
okay,
particular case,
yes,
you can consider them. Your sponsor is the one who is going to make a request how to proceed with that particular one in general. In general. So
okay,
most of the
okay,
cases, how it is going to be is most of your clinical trials, most of the studies will happen only for the adults or only for at least 1 year of the people. So pediatrics, even less than 1 year babies, it's very difficult to go with that. So these are rare cases. Those are rare cases. In that particular case, in that particular case, your sponsor is going to make a request how to proceed with them. But in the SDTM, you do have the control units even for that. You do have it. You do have it.
okay,
I will share you the
okay,
details.
okay. Sir,
Yeah.
one more doubt, sir. That
Mm-hmm.
informed consent date, there, na, sir.
Hmm.
If subject is refused to sign informed consent date,
Mm-hmm.
uh, that subject will continue the study. How that process will?
No, no, no. Let's say if the subject is not signed informed consent form, he will not enter
Okay,
into the study. He will not enter into the
okay,
study. Because if you see even in our flow, the very first thing always going to be the informed consent form. Because you
okay,
need a valid consent. Without consent, you could not consider anyone as a subject in the clinical trials. It is against to the policies, correct? Let's say a
yes, sir.
subject anytime can come back and say that, hey, I haven't signed anything, I haven't accepted for this particular one, but illegally the people have started working on this particular one. You couldn't answer that, correct? So that's the reason
Okay, sir.
always it is important to have an informed consent only after that randomization happen, only after that screening will happen, only after that randomization and everything else will happen. So without informed consent, we couldn't go to anything,
Okay, sir.
right?
Yes, thanks.
Perfect.
For age
Question.
calculations, birth date is must need, right, sir?
Suppose if the subject itself has provided the age details to you, well and good.
Okay, sir.
If the subject haven't give the details to you, in that particular case, you are going to calculate. So that is also you are going to calculate something like your your RFSTDTC minus your birth date and time in character format divided by 365.25. There is a calculation for that. By using that particular calculation, you are going to 90%
Okay, sir.
of the cases it will be provided by the subject itself, because every subject know his own details, right? So you don't need to worry about that. Generally people will provide.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, but there
Thanks,
is a
thanks,
case,
sir.
yeah, there are the cases where subjects refuse or subject may give wrong information. In that particular case, we are going to capture birth date and time from the valid documents, either from the SSN or from any valid age proof certificate. From there, we are going to take the age. From there, we are going to do the, so from there, you are going to capture the birth date, and from there, we are going to calculate your age.
Is
That is,
okay, sir.
yes, yes, that is the another way.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Okay, sir.
I have one question.
go ahead, Kiran.
This, so this role, when you say required qualifier, I think
Hmm.
I'm forgetting. Is there any other alternate to record qualifier for the role?
Okay. See, there are under the roles, there are identifier variables, there are topic variables, there are qualifiers, right? There are rule variables. There are 5 or 6 categories will be there. So that I have explained here are just class, right? Clinical trials definitions. Not here. Somewhere I have mentioned it. I'm just trying to SDTM guidelines. Here is what. So here it is. Identifier, timing, topic, rule, and qualifier variables. Identifier variables are nothing but they are going to identify your details, something like study identifier, domain, and your unique subject identifier, subject identifier. All these falls under the identifier variables. Anything that you are capturing, those will come under record qualifier. Because your subject age details or subject demographic details, you are going to get from the subject directly. You're recording this data directly, you're storing this data directly. That is the reason you're calling them as the record qualifier. Suppose you go for a lab test. Let's say you just went with the complete blood picture. The complete blood picture outcomes are there, right? Those are going to be your result qualifiers, right? So now I have investigator name and investigator ID. Any one of this will be sufficient. Sometimes the investigator name itself will be provided as ID. Those are synonym qualifiers. The one which uniquely identifies your complete study, that variable will be called it as a topic variable. Each domain will have only one topic variable, right? Timing variables, your birth date and time in character format, informed consent form, end participation date, all these are timing variables. Rule variables, when it will start, when it will end, the rule, not the date or anything, the rule. These will be applicable for your trial domain, especially trial elements is decided based on this. Make sense? You can see all these variables.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. Have I shared this particular notes with you guys to all of you know? If I haven't
No,
shared
sir,
the
not
note,
sure.
Yeah, you
okay,
haven't shared anything. We have the
We got
videos.
only, we have got
no problem.
videos.
No problem. In that particular case, I'll create a drive. I think Wallace might have created the drive. I will add all of this. So I have created a separate folder for you. This is your folder. So far, these are all covered. So I have given the complete clinical trials visual diagram, then clinical trials definitions, SDTM guidelines. Now, when we enter into the domains, this is the class code, followed by some sample protocols, informed consent templates, this and all. So I'm going to upload all this into the drive and the body can send it across to you guys. Okay, Bargo, for you, I'm going to share it. Okay, directly I'll share it. Questions? Any questions? Any other questions, guys? All right. If there are no other questions, we will wind up the session for today. And tomorrow class, you can expect little longer class tomorrow. You can expect the class till 7:30 because we are going to complete the first half. With the first half an hour, I'm going to spend it for these 9 variables. Then next 1 hour, I'm going to take it for the your project. So that's the reason I need little more time tomorrow. Tomorrow and day after, expect 1.5 hours of the class. Okay. Thank you guys. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let's begin with where we have started yesterday's session. If I'm not wrong, we are discussing about the DM domain. That too, in the DM domain, we have completed up to 6 variables yesterday. Am I correct? And we want to proceed with race. Correct? This is what pending. Correct? So, any questions till what we have done yesterday? Anyone? Anyone? Any questions? All right. So today we are going to start with our next thing, which is nothing but our race, followed by we will go with ethnic, arm code, actual arm country, DMDTC, and DMDY. So this will not be a time-taking one. So all of them are going to be easy and straightforward. All right. So without wasting much time, let's start with your variable, which is nothing but your demographics, your race variable. Anyone can tell me what is called race? From your point of view, what is called race? All right.
Like
I
Yeah,
think
black, white.
Asian.
Is the
White.
color, sir?
exactly. You couldn't say exactly it is a color, but as you mentioned, it is going to be like Asian, black, white, but exactly not as a color, right? Well, maybe the meaning of that remains going to be the same, Srikanth, but we can call that as a, we don't call it as a color, but we can represent that as a the subject's race value, right? Okay, let's go ahead with that, which is nothing but your race is nothing but, in a simple way we can say subject's race, because meaning remains same, but you couldn't call that as a color because it is going to be an objectifying thing if you use that one. So that's the reason we don't call it. Okay. So what are the examples? The examples are going to be, we can call them as, yeah, in a simple way. Maybe I can maximize this. Yeah. Examples are going to be whether the person belongs to black, Asian, like that. In some cases, you couldn't give the correct details, right? You couldn't give the correct details. In that particular case, you can call them as others as well, because this also have a controlled terminology. You cannot go in a way we want. You need to proceed with the controlled terminology. When we want to go with the controlled terminology, we are going to use others as well. All right. Anything which you are not able to fill here, any race of the subject you are not able to fill here, those details will be handled in your other classification or in other domain, or cannot call that as a domain, other stage, and the next stage of that is going to be add-ons. Anything which you are not able to give properly here, those details will be explained, those details will be given as a flags under add-ons, analysis data domain, or analysis, you are simply call it as, yeah, where you want to perform analysis on the standardization variables that will be handled under your add-ons. Analysis your data model. Okay, what is ethnic? Ethnic is going to talk about ethnicity of your subject or ethnicity of the respective country. Ethnicity of the respective country. Here also, you cannot give the complete details. You need to say that all the ethnicities you are not able to represent. In that particular case, what we will do is, just give me a second, I'll just show you some of the examples for this, because you cannot consider all the data. Yeah. Let me close this. This is add-ins, anyways not required for us. Because side by side, I also want to show you the data. That's the reason I have opened this particular one. So here is what my data is. So let me take this particular one. So my library is, this is my library. I simply call this particular one as RAP. So within this, all my data, domain data will be under the DM data set. So I'll simply go with SQL, select distinct arrays from raw.dm1. So I have my one of my data set here, and that my one of my data set is going to be DM1. This DM1 is the data set which is going to have the details about my complete data set, demographics data set. Here it is. So from the demographic data set, just to show you the data, I'm also going to pull the details about race and ethnic. Okay, so the race details are already part of this. Can you see that RACE? And ethnic details are already part of ETHNIC. already this data will be there. This data I'm going to use it for my analysis. So to show you the examples, can you see the details about your race? Asian, black or African American, white, American Indian or Alaska Native. So can I say that these are going to be the various race values? Suppose if I go with the another variable in this, you can call that as race underscore CB. You are going to have the same details in the controlled terminology. These are going to be the examples. So this will be more precise, right? I can take these examples as a precise one. See, Asian, black or American, you can see other and white. These are the examples of your race. Now, when it comes to the ethnic, the ethnicity is also will be defined here. These will be defined from here. Because why I'm taking the distinct values and I'm showing that will be only these values are allowed. Ethnicity means I can say ethnicity of the respective country of the subject, but you cannot allow all the values here. The values that are allowed are here. These are the only values you can mention. That is nothing but you can say either it is going to be Latino or Hispanic, otherwise not Hispanic or Latino. You can ask me, Murli, how about others? How about others? Those will be not be entered here. Those details we are going to call it as ethnic other, race other, anything other than these race values, anything other than these ethnic values, you are going to handle in a different domain or in different data sets. Those data sets will be called it as the analysis data sets. Adams is the one which is going to cover that. Is that understandable, guys? What is the difference? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? You can ask me, Murli, race means I can enter all the races, right? No, these are the only race values that are given by your SDTM. Only these two values will be allowed. Under the ethnic, only these two values are allowed. Remaining are not allowed. Right? All other things will come under other. Those other ethnic values and other race values will be handled under your Adams data sets. That is, Adams will be called it as your analysis data sets. There we will come. Clear? All right. Now, ARM code. Perfect. ARM code. ARM code will be called it as planned treatment short name. Planned treatment short name. For the same one, if you give the complete description, that will be called it as ARM. Description of the planned ARM. So what exactly these two are? These two are planned. Planned. Mean to say, I told you in the I told you in the yesterday's class that first you are going to have something called trial design domains. Remember? First we are going to plan it. So for the planning we have some domains. Those domains we can call it as trial domains. Under the trial domains, we have the very first domain which we can call it as trial arm. We are going to discuss them, but not now. We are going to discuss after. You can see this, right? So this trial arm is the one which is going to have the details about what is the arm. What is the arm? Maybe if you remember, for you also I have explained this, but I have explained this as part of your visual diagram. Remember this? Can you see this particular diagram? Once the randomization is done, after the randomization, the subject can enter into the different arms. That arm can be placebo, that arm can be drug A, drug B, like this. Right? If it is a parallel study, if it is going to be a crossover study, in that particular case, we can say that first we'll start with one of the drug, followed by washout period, second drug, followed by washout period, followed by third drug, and keeps going on. Correct? This entire thing will be called it as one planned arm. That is how you have planned to provide the treatment to the subject will be called it as arm. That is simple treatment short name. Now, in our case, ARM code is going to be, suppose I want to give a drug called drug A. I simply want to give the drug called drug A. So can I say that my example here is going to be DA? DA stands for drug A, drug B, placebo, like this, right? The same if I give, the complete name, that is nothing but description of the planned arm. That is, what is my planned treatment name? Planned treatment complete name. That will be call it as a arm. So what are the examples? If I take the same here, the examples are going to be, it will be call it as drug A. This will be call it as drug B. This will be call it as placebo, right? If it is going to be planned arm, right? So I'm taking only one thing here, that is nothing but I'm considering only a parallel study design here, and I'm giving the examples. The same thing if I extend, this is the planned, right? Instead of the planned, what is actual? That will be call it as actual arm code and actual arm. That is the description of the actual treatment short name, description of actual arm, actual treatment short name. You might be confused here. You can ask me, Murli, how it will be different? How it will be different, right? So let me explain you how it is going to be different for different things. For an example, for explaining these two, I'm taking a common example, right? Let's say there is going to be a unique subject ID. I have a, for an example, arm code, and I also have arm detail. Only these three values I'm taking. Now you can see. Let's say there is a subject ID. Maybe I can simply take subject ID here. The subject ID is going to be 111. But this particular guy, the way we have planned is A, P, B, A, P, B. What do you mean by that? First, I want to go with drug A. After the drug A, we want to go with the washout period or placebo. After that, we want to go with drug B. Between that, you have the washout periods. Washout periods we are not mentioning here because washout period is not a treatment. Correct? This is how we have planned for 101. This is my planned. Similarly, for 10112, the other guy, we want to start for this particular guy. First, we want to start with drug B, then A, that's placebo, then drug A. This is how we planned for second subject. There are two subjects. For the two subjects, this is how we have started. Maybe we can go with one more subject as well. 113. We start with placebo, followed by drug A, followed by drug B. This is the plan. This is how we want to conduct the treatment for this particular guy. Placebo, drug A, and drug B. Okay, this is what plan. When it comes to the actual, it will change like this. For some reason, when it comes to the first guy, we planned with A, but we started with placebo. Then we have given B, then we have given A. So what happened? Can I say the way we have started is different from the way we have provided the treatment for this particular guy? Am I correct? Can I say that both my planned act versus actual is different for subject 1? But the remaining two subjects, it went as usual. In the same way, it went. Can you see that for one subject, for the subject 111, the planned arm code is different from the actual arm? Am I correct? Is that making sense, everyone? So to track those details, we are going to use this particular one, because what we planned is actually present in the trial arm domains. From the trial arm domain, we are going to take arm and arm code. But what is the actual treatment given to the subject in the study will be collected in the demographics. There it will be actual arm and actual arm code. All of you are clear with this? What is the difference between actual arm and planned arm? How it is going to affect you? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is this understandable? For
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Sir, if subject will take single treatment, then how so this actual difference?
Okay. If the subject has taken only single treatment, that is nothing but maybe you are talking about parallel study. Parallel study. If I go with the parallel study design also, let's say for this particular guy, we want to go with only drug A. For the second subject, we want to go only with the drug B, because throughout the study, they are going to take only one drug. For the third guy, it is going to be only placebo. Correct? But when it comes to
Yes.
the actual, let's say, first guy will have given drug B instead of drug A, right? For second subject, instead of drug B, it is placebo. For the third guy, it is going to be placebo and remains going to be the placebo. What happened now?
Okay.
Same subject, but exposed to the different drug.
Yeah. Okay.
But why it is changing the drugs, sir? Previously they are planned, right? Based on
Yes.
subject condition, they are changing the drug.
The change in the drug can happen in because of any reason. There is no
Okay.
single reason for that. Okay. Okay. First thing, it might be the issue with the who is that investigator. Investigator haven't followed the protocol properly, because investigator is the one who's supposed to follow the protocol. As per the protocol, he need to implement the study. So there is a mistake from the investigator. That might be the reason. Number two, it might be not always change of the drug, maybe change of the dose frequency as sorry, change of the dosage as well. Suppose I need to go with a paracetamol of 650 mg for that particular subject, but there is an adverse event happened. Because of the adverse event straight away related to the study drug. In that particular case, the clinician suggested that reduce the drug dosage. So don't go with the 650 mg for this particular patient. Go with, let's say, only 500 mg. So the dosage has been adjusted, correct? So that is also will be changed because my planned arm is different from that, right? The reason for change of your arm can be anything. From any case, it will come, right? So we are going to monitor that particular one. That is the reason we are using two different domains. Trial domain says that, hey, this is what I have planned, but actually it's different. You need to record the reason for that as well. Clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. What is the next thing? Country. So country is nothing but you all know, straightforward and simple. It will be called it as subject's country, correct? Origination, correct? I can say that subject country, that is originated from where that particular subject comes. This always represent with country code. So always represents with country code. So what do you mean by country code? Generally, it is going to be a 3 characters long, represented with country code and 3 characters long. So what are the examples for this particular one? The examples are going to be, let's say the subject is coming from USA, right? Or the subject is coming from India, like this. All right, there. Let us try for DMDTC, a very important variable. All these variables you are collecting, right? You are recording all these variables, right? You are storing these variables. That when you are actually collecting this particular one, that is date and time of demographic data collection. When you are collecting this particular data, that information, demographic data collection, will be called it as your DMDTC. Okay, this is one of the most important variable, right? These are the most important variable because this variable we are going to use it to calculate my next variable, which is nothing but the DMDY. Remember, it must be in a character format. We all know that what is going to be the format for this particular one. All dates must be in the ISO 860. Correct? Okay. Last variable, you can call it as a DMDY. Remember, this will be called it as study day. This will be called it as study day of collection. When it comes to DM, we can call it as study day of collection. When it comes to adverse event, we can call it as study day of adverse event. So for every domain, this variable will come. Instead of first two characters, it will be replaced by other domain. But it is always there. It will be derived variable, and this derived variable is on two variables derived based on in each and every domain. There is a date and time of collection, like DMDTC. In every domain, there is a collection variable. That variable, and for every domain, this is going to be common. RFSTDTC. Based on these two variables, you are going to calculate it. RFSTDTC is common. Let's say I'm calculating adverse event. In the adverse event also, we are going to get AEDY. So in the AEDY, again, we are going to bring RFSTDTC value from the DM domain. This variable is constant. Only the other variable will change. But this is the common variable, and it is going to be there for every domain. Okay. So how the calculation is going to be? So there is going to be a formula, right? So what is the formula for this particular one? The formula for calculating this is, let's say DMDY is equal to, we know that there is going to be only two variables. On this we are going to calculate that. One is going to be DMDTC, the other one is going to be RFSTDTC. So there are two calculations will come. Okay, one is DMDTC minus RFSTDTC plus 1. Another one is DMDTC minus RFSTDTC. Under what scenario the first equation will come and what scenario the second equation will come? When my DMDTC value is greater than or equal to RFSTDTC, then this is the condition. That is, my demographic data was collected before my treatment start date, then it is going to be like this. So can someone tell me, is that feasible? Is that possible? Collecting the data before treatment start, will that be possible? Yes or no?
No.
So, yes or no? It is yes.
No.
No, it is possible. I'll tell you. Not all the scenarios, but there are scenarios it would be possible as well. So let me help you. What are those scenarios? All right. The scenarios are going to be here. First thing. For an example, I want to know the age of the person. How do you calculate that? Who is going to provide the age of the person? The subject itself is going to provide to you. So when he will provide this particular details, the subject is going to get this particular details during the screening, right? During the screening, you are going to ask, hey, what is your age? What is your race? What is your ethnic? what is your gender, right? All these data, especially for the demographics domain, all these data we are going to collect only during the screening, right? Correct or not? The screening will happen before my treatment. Am I correct? So some of the variables, it is possible that some of the variable, especially in the demographic domain, it is possible to get all these details before my treatment itself. That is the reason you can see that the DMDTC greater than or equal to RFSTDTC is 100% possible. In that particular case, I can say that either my values are going to be negative, or if my treatment start date as well as demographic data collection, both of them happens on the same day, then it is going to be 1. Am I correct? Either it can be 1, or it always can be, if it is prior to your RFSTDTC, in that particular case, it is going to be negative. Only 2 possibilities are there. And getting the negative data, getting the negative values are absolutely possible. It is possible. Is that making sense, guys? Why it is possible and all? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? Especially, it is possible if any data is captured in the screening, any data is captured before start of your treatment. And there are so many things which will happen before that. Correct? Let's say even adverse event, if you can take adverse event also. Even if you go to adverse event, in the adverse event also it is possible. Am I correct? Any adverse event may happen before my treatment, right? After the screening and before the treatment, if any adverse event happened, that details also we are going to capture, and all those are prior to my treatment, and all those are going to be negative as well. Am I clear, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation? Is this understandable? Why it is
Yes, sir.
negative and why it is possible? Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Cool. So these are going to be your complete details. Hey, we forget to add these character. That is nothing but what is the core, what is the role. I haven't add this for the last one. Anyways, I will add it. I will add it and I'll share it. Okay. So before we go with the demographics regular coding, can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are comfortable with this? If you are comfortable, I will start with the coding right now. Can I?
Yes, sir. Please go.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's have a quick understanding about, if you want to start with your coding, what and all are required for us. In general, what will be provided and how you start the coding. Remember, if you want to start the coding, that is nothing but when you want to convert your raw data sets into SDTM data sets, SDTM compliant data sets, right? What you need to do, what and all required. First thing, what are required, I'm writing here. You must need your input data. What is your input data? Either those can be the raw data. The raw data can be given sometimes in the CSV format, or it can be given in the dataset format directly. This is mandatorily required. First thing. Number 2, you would need specification Excel. The specification Excel is something like, this is the Excel which is going to have the calculations or the derivation. Calculations are derivations. That is nothing but, we have defined some of the variables, right? 28 variables we have defined now. How these 28 variables are going to be derived from your data set? You know what is called ARM code, right? ARM code is nothing but a planned treatment ARM code. But in my data, where it is available, what is the control terminology that I need to apply for that? If I want to calculate RFXSTDTC, my subject exposure to the first study treatment, what and all the data sets that I need to refer, from which data set it will come, all these details will be mentioned in your specification Excel. Generally, the specification Excel is the one which will be prepared by any of the team lead or lead statistician. These two are the guys who are going to prepare it, right? Generally, nothing but anyone who is having experience up to 7 years or 8 years, we will be only modify your specification Excel saying that, hey, some of the data is what you mentioned is not matching, but I suspect that the data can be extracted like this. Can I go ahead? Like this, you are going to ask for it. You're going to ask for it. But generally, you don't write the specification Excel or you don't prepare the specification Excel. If you want to prepare the specification Excel, you need end-to-end understanding about the domains, all the domains. Then only you will do. Clear? So for you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what is the data that I'm going to take it. So I'm just taking the data from here. So DM specification Excel, the project details. Let me copy this from here to, I'll put it in your folder, and later I'm also going to share this particular folder with you. So I'll just call this as project 1. So here is what I'm going to feed them. So this is the details of your sub project. For now, I'm just giving the specification Excel only for the DM. And also, you need the data sets, right? All the raw data. This is what my raw data is. The raw data I have given here, all your raw data. Then you also need the details about, documentation. Mean to say, what is my protocol? What is my CRF, right? These two also required, right? Protocol, CRF is required. And also there is one thing that also required to you. I'll also put that one here. So the other one is documentation on this 22 class, project 1. So I have given you the protocol. I have given you the, because protocol is required if you want to refer how it is done and all. That is what process we have followed and all. For understanding that, you require the protocol. So the third one is going to be protocol. It is going to tell about what is the methodology that we have followed. Fourth one, ACRF, annotated CRF, which is going to tell me what domain can be go under what. Ideally speaking, by looking at the protocol, by looking at the annotated CRF, we are going to prepare the specification Excel. If you have specification Excel, 99.99%, you don't need these two. If someone asks you, hey, Murli, how to prepare the specification Excel, your team lead or your statistician is going to refer the protocol, annotated CRF, and raw data. All these three he is going to refer, and he is going to prepare the specification Excel. So that's the reason I just have put all the details also here. You can see you have your raw data, you have your protocol, you have your ACRF. This is your ACRF details, and you also have your DM domain specification Excel and your project details. These are more than sufficient to kickstart with. There is one more data that is required to you, and that data is nothing but country. This one. For the demographics data, especially, you need DM country. These are the variables that are required. All right, these are the various variables that are required. All right, so can we start with the coding for this particular one? All of you, all the required variables are there. Can I write the coding for this? All right, so maybe I'm going to use, yeah, I'm going to use SAS Enterprise Guide for this. You can use SAS Studio, you can use any of this, nothing wrong with that. I'm just using the Enterprise Guide for this. So I'm just calling it as a new project. Remind me later. And I'm just going to save this particular project as maybe in your computer D users Fisher desktop courses as here itself. I'm going to call it as I simply call this as project 1. All right. So now here I'm going to talk about what and all required for me. All right. So the first thing we always gonna talk about, I'll increase this. Yeah. We always gonna talk about the first thing, that is nothing but we are going to provide the details of this particular project in the comments domain, in the comments, because maybe you understand what you're doing here, but the people who are following you, maybe after someone is taking the data from you, they don't know what exactly you're doing, correct? So to understand that particular one, it is always better to write the comments. Always write your comments, so that the people who are going to understand this particular code after you, it might be easy for them. All right. So in a simple way here, I'm going to say that my project, first I'm going to say what is the project name. Any name if you want to give to this particular project, you can give, right? I'll simply call this as a project 1. In your company details will come. Program name, what is the program? The program is going to be, let's say I'm just converting this as a DM code, DM SDTM underscore code. That is all I'm trying to do is I'm converting my DM demographics code in the SDTM. I'm actually creating it. All right. So programmer name. So I'm going to say programmer name. So what is the programmer name in this particular case? I'm the one who is writing it. For that reason, I'm just going to call this as a my name itself. Let's say Murali Krishna. Okay. Date, that is created date. So when you have created this, so I have created this on 2022-09-01, September 1st. Okay. Modified history or modification history. So modification history is something like if someone modified after me, so they are going to enter these details. So why they have modified and what is the modification history for that. Okay. Maybe we can also say description. What is the description of this? We can give some good amount of details, so it would be helpful. For now, I can say that the code, the objective of this code is, the objective of this code is to convert raw data sets into SDTM compliant data sets, SDTM compliant domain, right? So what we are following, we are following SDTM implementation guide 3.2 version. It's better which version we are following. Okay, so after this we are going to have the details about all this. Okay, modification history details. If you want to, if you are also interested to give some details, that is nothing but what are my input tables, where I have kept my input, what are my input tables. You can give the list of input tables also here. My input tables are going to be DM1, correct? So all my data is actually coming from the DM1. Output tables, I want to keep my output table into, all right, I just want to keep this as a DM. The name of the output table is DM, store in a permanent library called SDTM. So I want to create a permanent library called SDTM. Within that SDTM, I'm going to store this particular one. Okay, so input tables, all my input tables are stored in raw library. What is this raw library and all? I'm going to define at the end. Clear? Up to this, all of you are clear? I'm just going to mention that what is my project name, what is the program name, who is going to be the programmer, followed by when it is created, description, where my input tables are there, if any modification is required, where the modification is going to be. These are the initial details. Can I have a quick information? All of you are comfortable up to this? Yes or no? Right. Okay. Now, I'll go back to my project one here. This is my project one. So I'm opening my specification Excel. This is my specification Excel. Can you see this? So how many variables we have identified just now? 28 variables, right? Can you see the 29? If I remove the header, there are totally 28 variables. My out name, this is the one which will represent my variables. Can you see exactly 28 variables are there? For all the 28 variables, can you see the calculations, how you want to get it? Right? So that is why it is important. Remember, in data is nothing but input library. Input name is nothing but input dataset variable name. These are the ones which I need to create. What we want to create is here. Okay, so we'll go in the same order. Or there are two ways I can do this. One, I can proceed in the same order that is mentioned in the specification itself. Or I can create all my variables as per SDTM like this. So whatever the order it is mentioned here, in the same order also we can create. Otherwise, we all know that we should not skip any of the required variables. Am I correct? We should not skip expected variables. We need to give the highest priority to the required variables first, followed by the, what is the second case? Your expected variables. Third is going to be permissible variables. So first we are going to get all the required variables. In that way also we can see. Okay, so first options. First, let me write all the options. That is, any options that I want to declare, I'm going to declare here. So options. So one of the option that we are going to use is going to be this one. Any format when I want to go with, we just go with the no format. Okay, and also I just want to save some space. I will go with compress is equal to yes. That is nothing but every data set that I'm creating here, I want to compress it. That is the reason I just say that compress is equal to yes. Okay, these are my options. Once my options are created, now I will go with the library definitions. So just now I have mentioned that there are two libraries I need to create mandatorily here. What are them? I need to create all my input data sets in the raw library. All my output data set I want to create in the SDTM. So libname, I will go with the raw. Then libname, I will go with SDTM. Two libraries I want to define. So where these are present actually, can I say in the project one, under the raw data, I have all my input data sets. Correct? Again, SDTM in the same one, instead of the raw data set, I just want to create a new folder there. I want to call that as SDTM. Here itself, I just want to create all my outputs. I want to store it here, SDTM. Then can I run these two now? So successfully created. Now I can go to the libraries here. Here is what my libraries are. And I can see that there is a SDTM, which is empty. There is a raw. Here I can see all my data sets. Here is what my demographics data set is. DM1. All you can see, right? How many variables are there? 459 rows are there. And approximately, if I go to the properties, these many columns are there. Clear? And this data set, I'm going to use it for the purpose of my coding, complete coding. Correct? Okay. First things first. Once I have my data, now you can see. If I go to the specification Excel, the first one is study identifier. Study identifier, the length is going to be 20 is the length and it should be character. And the calculation, it is saying that there is no calculation. They are saying that it is coming from the CRF directly, case report form directly. And when it comes to the input data set, it is coming from the DM data set. The name of the variable is study ID. Correct? So if I open this particular one, I can also do one thing. Let's say raw contents data is equal to raw dot. Simply, I can go ahead with DM1. What it is going to give to me? It is going to give me the complete contents of my input data set. Am I correct? This is my complete content. Correct? Now, if you look into this, there is something called study ID. Here it is. But you can see that the study ID here is a number. It is a number. It is not in line with my what I'm talking about here. Am I correct? It is not in line. But if I open this particular data set, can you see here? This is what study ID they're talking about, but the study ID is not looking like, it is not representing a study ID at all. But if you look into this particular one, the project, can you see that the project name is pretty much same as the subject ID? Sorry, pretty much same as the study identifier. Yes or no? You can ask me, Murli, how do you know that? Right? You might ask this. How do you know that? Right? The answer is going to be simple, a very simple one. Now I'll go to this one. Can you see the protocol, or even you see the ACRF? These numbers are pretty much same, right? NAB BC 37813102. This is actually my study identifier, right? Right? But you can see that pretty much same. Instead of 3101, I have 3102 here, right? Later they might have updated, right? But by looking at the protocol, by looking at the ACRF, I can understand that from my input data set, the project is the variable which is pretty much representing my study identifier. Am I correct? Can I say this is the case where you want to update your calculation part? Correct? Can I say that set to project? Can I say that? This is supposed to be set to project. The project value is nothing but my input data set. That is your study identifier. All of you are clear with this, why I'm taking that particular one? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Right. So let's start with your thing. So prepare DM based data set. Prepare DM based data set. Why I'm calling it as a base data set will be, if I want my final data, final raw data set, I need to go with multiple stages. From a single data set, I cannot extract all the values. So that's the reason slowly, one by one, we are going to extract. So data, I can call that as DM base set. My input data set is raw.dm1. In this, remember, there is going to be a thumb rule. Remember this as a thumb rule. The thumb rule is going to be my input data set name and my output data set name is same. But I want to change the properties. Why I want to change the properties, you can see here already. My study identifier variable already exists in my input and it is in a numerical format. Am I correct? So creating one more variable with the character format is a difficult one. So what I will do is, what if my input variable name is same as my output variable that I want to create? First, I will drop that, or I will rename that. So I will go with rename is equal to because my same dataset variable name already exists. So I'll call that as my study ID is equal to study ID1. So what I'm trying to say here, study ID is already exists, but with a different property. So instead of reading that as the same name, I just add a suffix 1 to that. Then I'm going to create that particular one separately here. My study ID is equal to the project. Whatever the project details are there, the same details with the same details, if I extract, if I create a new variable, that is called my study ID. Is that clear? After this, I won't keep all the variables from the DM1 into my output. I only going to keep my required variables. Keep is equal to, just now I created a study variable, only that I'm going to create. Because all those are not my required variables, right? Now I can see my study identifier has come, but it has a different properties. You can see the length is going to be 765. So what I can do now, I can also say that I can create a length as per my wish. So length study ID dollar. What is the required length as per this? 20. So I can put 20 dot. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm creating variables as per the SDTM standard. I'm keeping only the variables that I'm creating here, and I'm creating a data set. Only as per the SDTM compliant, I'm creating the variables. Now you can see it's a character length is equal to 20. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? What is my second variable? Domain. Let's say domain is equal to, for DM, it is always going to be a DM domain, right? It no need to pick from anywhere, right? So can I directly write this? So domain, my length is equal to 2, and I want to keep that in my output. Done? Guys, are you able to follow what I'm trying to say? Yes or no? Anyone, any questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So please don't hesitate. Stop me anywhere if you are not able to follow. Okay. Next thing. So once I have this particular one, maybe I can call this as a program name also. I can change it. That is like DM4, right? I can rename this. All right. Now, so what is the next variable from this? The next variable is going to be unique subject identifier. How the unique subject identifier is calculated? Can you see this? It is character 22. So I want to have it in the output. That is the first thing. And here it is going to be character 22. Then this calculation is, copy this. Concatenate study ID hyphen, take 4 digits from the subject hyphen, take last 3 digits from the subject. So there is a variable called subject. So if I go to the DM, can you see there is a subject here? You can see. And if I take any one of the variable from this, they are saying that from the subject, take first 4 characters, put hyphen, then take last 3 characters. And before that, you have to take your study identifier. And the study identifier followed by your hyphen, take first 4 digits from the subject, hyphen, take last 3 digits from the subject. This is how we are expecting the subject ID. Am I correct? This is what your unique subject ID, right? That is what the calculation is. So now can we write a code for it? So it's a concatenation. So cat x of the common delimiter is going to be hyphen between them. What and all they want to concatenate? You can already see study ID here, comma. Then you are going to have, yeah, first 4 digits of your first 4 digits from the subject. So to take the first 4 digits from the subjects, how do you take it?
Using strip function.
Using which one? Sorry.
Substring function.
Yeah, substring is the one I should use, not the strip. Strip is going to remove the leading and trailing spaces. It is not going to delete. It is not going to pick it down. But again, it is not mandatory that all the time it is going to be 7. If it is 7, I can say that 1 comma 4, then 5 comma 7. Like that I can take it. Correct. Substring, you are going to have SUBSTR of your variable name, comma, starting position, comma, how many characters you have to extract. Am I correct? If I want to extract the first 4 characters, I will say like this. Last 3 characters when I want to extract, the last 3 characters is nothing but starting from the 5th position, 3 characters I require. This is how, right? But the problem here is, how do you know that every time the length is going to be 7? What happens if the length is equal to 8? It will change, right? So you need to always take the first 4 characters and last 3 characters dynamically. Am I correct? So this one will not change. The starting position will not change. Only this one is going to change. Am I correct? First comma, first 4 digits, no change at all. But this 5 may change. Correct? If it is a 7 digits, I can take from the 5th digits. If it is 8 digits, I need to take this from the 6th digit. Correct? So this one alone, I need to write it dynamically. Can I write like this? Have a look. Substring of my subject, SUBJID, a subject, comma, starting position is 1, 4 characters I want. I can directly take this particular one, no issues. But the next one here, subject, I want to take the last 3 characters. It is always fixed, but this one I need to take it. So can I say length of, I'm going to calculate the length from the total length. If I subtract 2, that is length of my subject minus 2. What is going to happen? If the length of the subject is equal to 7, minus 2 means 5. If the length of the subject is equal to 8, minus 2 is equal to 6. So automatically it is going to pick for everything. Will that meet my requirement? Yeah. So that I'm going to use it. See now, study ID, my domain, unique subject ID. This is what you require. Clear? Right? Why I have changed this particular instead of 5 means dynamically we are writing it, so that in the future also, if any issue comes, if any thing which has more than the required subject, there also it doesn't have any problem. That is the reason we are doing it. Okay, maybe for these two also we just change it to the capital, like everything will be in a uppercase. Okay, done. What is the next variable, guys? My next variable is subject ID. Okay, how to calculate the subject ID? For this, they have given the calculation. What is the calculation? Take 4 digits from the subject hyphen last 3 digits from the subject. Can I say, which is pretty much same as the previous calculation that we have done from here? So now can I say that I'll take this entire one. Simply, I'll remove the study ID. So now this will give me the first 4 characters. This will give me the last 3 characters. Concatenation between them. Is that clear? No need to do anything, super. All we need to do is stick to the basics. So what is the length of this? The length of this is going to be character 10. I will simply go over character 10. All right, run this. Your subject ID is ready. Correct? Without your study identifier from the unique subject ID is nothing but your subject ID. Straight away, we are able to get that. Correct? All of you are able to follow? Can I have a quick confirmation? All right. So from here onwards, all the dates will come. All the dates we are going to do it from tomorrow, because the dates is not straightforward. Can you see? Date, how I am going to calculate is, I need to calculate the date like this. That is, RFSTDTC is actually coming from the DSRAND domain. In the DSRAND domain, there are two variables. Those are nothing but DSIVDAT_C as well as DSIVDTIN. So date and time I need to concatenate, but I need to bring this particular value from the DSRAND domain. So if I quickly have a look at this, RFESTDTC have a dependency, RFXSTDTC have a dependency, XENDTC have a dependency, RFICDTC have a dependency. That is nothing but from other domains we have to get that. Death date and time, death flag, all these have the dependencies. You need to depend on the other domain data sets. From there, you need to get that particular one. Correct? So we are going to get this particular one. We are going to do this from the other data sets. But again, age is this one. Again, you can look at this: age, birth date and time in character format, sex. These values are directly coming from the input data set. So tomorrow, first we will do what and all the variables I can actually extract from the direct DM data set. We will do all of them. Then we can start with the dates. Each of the date will take 15 to 20 minutes minimum, because we need to verify different tables. Especially when you go with the RFPANDTC, you need to verify 20 different domains, because you are going to get all your data from 20 data sets. So obviously, all the data sets you need to refer, then whichever is going to be the final end participation date that you need to get. So obviously, it is going to be a time taken one. So tomorrow we are going to start with the remaining variables. So what and all the variables directly we can get from the DM, we can complete tomorrow. All the dates we are going to take it. If the time permits, tomorrow itself we will take it. Otherwise, we will do it by day. Okay. So most probably tomorrow also I'm going to extend like this till 7:50. I missed the first 10 minutes today. Otherwise, we could have progress maybe another 5 or 6 minutes. So far, all of you are clear. All of you are able to follow. Are you able to follow the coding as well? Any difficulties or any dependencies? All right. That's all for today.
Sir,
Let's connect.
hello.
Yeah, Bhargav.
Sir, here instead of rename, will drop that study ID also find, right, sir?
We can drop, but the problem here is why we don't drop. I'll tell you.
Okay.
For an example, if I'm going with let's say if I'm going with a race, I'm going with a race variable. My race variable actually have my data. If I look into this,
Yes.
if my race variable actually have the correct data, only thing is I need to apply the formatting on top of it to make sure it is going to meet my requirement. Race. So white, American, Indian, like this I have. But all I need is in the specification Excel, they mentioned that the controlled terminology will be everything in the uppercase. In that case, if you drop the variable, will that be possible? If you drop the variable from the input data set, from where you will extract again. So dropping is not the right option. Correct? So we will rename it. In my output, only the variables that I want, I'm keeping it. In the output, I'm dropping, not from the input. While reading, I'll just rename it and I'll read it and utilize that particular variable for now. Make sense?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Thank
you. Yeah. Okay. Tomorrow, same time, 6 o'clock, we can connect and we can continue with the remaining demographics variables. Okay. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow. Perfect. Thanks for the confirmation. So what we are doing, let's quickly check where we have stopped. If I'm not wrong, this is the one that we have started discussing yesterday, correct? So we have started discussing about how we are going to develop a SAS code, or how do we convert a raw data set systematically into SDTM compliant data set. Correct? This is the discussion we have started yesterday. All right. So let's quickly check. All of you are able to see my screen. I just have increased my font size. Hope it is visible. Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll go with 130. Yeah. All right. So this is my code. Just let me connect with the server. And then today we will begin with the remaining specifications. If I'm not wrong, yesterday I have just shown you the specification Excel. Am I correct? If I'm not wrong, I'll go to your class and here I can see the project, and in the project I can see the specification Excel. So this specification Excel is the one which I'm going to use it for my entire analysis. Am I correct? All right. So we have completed the first four, that is study ID, domain, unique subject ID, and subject ID calculation are the one we have completed. In general, my approach is slightly different. I mean to say, in general, I don't follow this methodology. Instead, what I will do is, first, I'm going to take all my specification Excel as is. Maybe I'll show you here. I'll take one more sheet here. Can you see that this is my out name and here is my core is, correct? I'll take this combination as is. Let's copy this. Go here. Out of this, I'm not interested in anything except the code, because we all know why code is important. All right, because we know that out of the 28 variables, some of them are going to be the required variables, some of them are going to be the expected variables, and the remaining are going to be the, what I can say, the remaining variables are going to be my permissible variables. I should not skip any variable which will be defined as a required variable. Correct? Required variables are the one where my variable should present in the output data set. At the same time, it should not contain any missing values. Am I correct? All of you remember, right? This is what we have discussed. So for my ease of understanding, what I'm trying to do is I'm giving the priority for all the required variable as 1. All right. And then when it comes to the expected variable, I'm just giving the priority as 2. And I'm just giving the priority for the permissible variables as 3. So now if I look into this, these are my total variables. Out of this, my first concentration should be on the required variables. Can I sort on this, smallest to largest? So first I need to finish all my these variables. These are my highest priority, correct? Once I have completed this particular one, I will go to my expected variables. Once expected variables are completed, then I can go with the permissible. Why I am doing this is, if I go in this particular order, I don't miss any of my required variables which are defined or which are supposed to be part of my output data set. That is the first thing. Number 2, all my expected variables has given the second priority, and the least priority has given to me in your permissible variables. Out of this, I'll also give you the, so this is going to be my priority. So post the priority, I'll also give you the status. Have I completed them or not? Sometimes I couldn't completed them at the earliest. Maybe in the subsequent times, I may going to define them. So for now, if you see study ID, the status is completed. We have already defined it. Correct? Domain is also completed. Unique subject ID completed. Up to this, can I say that all of you are clear? These four we have already defined, and we can see that up to this, my code also completed. So if I quickly run my code now, and you can see that in my output, these four variables are clearly defined. All right. So now can I go with the remaining variables? All of you are comfortable? Can I have a quick confirmation what I am doing here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. All right. So now the next thing that I'm going to do here is, since we have already completed our discussion up to the first four, my next one is going to be, let's say here, I can see site ID. Clearly, I can see there is something called site ID. So we are going to see how this particular site ID is going to be extracted. All right. So that is going to be my next thing, because all my, when I come to my required variables, the next thing I can see here is going to be site ID. So this is what I'm going to define now. Okay. Again, if you look into this, the site ID one, right? I want to keep it in my output. So I just keep it in my output as is. And if I go to my results, you can see that site ID is already defined. Am I correct? Again, if I go to my this list site ID, here you can see in the input it is defined as a numeric, but we are expecting this to be character. Correct? And the two character, the length of 8. This is what is given. So what we can do now? How can we calculate the site ID now? Anyone? Right. First, see how the site ID looks like. So I'll go to my libraries. I'll go to the raw data sets. I'll go to DM1. In the DM1, I need to check my site ID. Here is what my site ID is. Can I see? This is how my site ID looks like, right? So now I'm going to take this site ID as is, but the only thing is going to be the site ID must be a character, but here it is defined as a numeric. I told to you already, if the same variable name already exists in your input, you're going to rename it. Am I correct? So site ID is equal to site ID 1. I'm reading that as a site ID 1. But if I look into my output, in the output, I can see that, sorry, in the input, I can see that it is a number. I want to convert that as a character, right? That too, what is the length that I'm expecting? The length that I'm expecting for the site ID is character 8, correct? So define it and come here and I'll define that site ID, which is going to be $8. All right. Now, already I renamed this as a site ID 1. So can I say that put is the function which is going to convert your character variable into the numerical variable? Yes. Can I run up to this? Done. I just go to the log and I'll see what are the warnings that I have got here. The warning is site ID 1 has already been defined as a numeric. Right? Site ID 1 is already defined as a numeric, but it is not going to be effective. It is not going to be equivalent to us. But you can see that in the output, I can see there are leading spaces as well as the trailing spaces. To overcome that particular one, I can say that this one, the site ID 1, I can also use strip function. I'll apply strip to the whole thing so that the leading and trailing spaces will be eliminated. Can I see now? Now, if I go to the properties, I can clearly see it is a character, the length is equal to. Make sense? So we have also completed what is going to be the site ID, right? So I can go to the list now. I can update this. This is also completed. The next thing is sex variable. Now, here is what the sex variable is. In the input also it defined as a sex only, right? In the input, the length is going to be somewhere around 12, but in the output, we are expecting 18. What you can see that there is a controlled terminology. We want to define sex variable like this, correct? There are two ways I can define it. Number one, as they have mentioned, you can see where and all I have the value of sex variable value is female, I can replace that with M, male with M. That is one option. The other option is you can also apply the format. Both of them will work perfectly with you. Say, I want to derive the sex variable, but in the input it is already with the name of sex. So I'll rename that with the sex1. And also the length of this particular variable is supposed to be 18. Now I will go with sex $18. Now there are two ways I can do this. Number one, I can take this particular variable called sex1. I can write if sex1 value is equal to female, then the new variable that I want to create is sex, which is equal to F. Because they ask for the control terminology, right? The control terminology is here, right? I just rename the sex variable as sex1 and I'm defining it. All right. Else if this value is equal to male, then I can simply call it as simple. That's it, right? This is one way of writing the code. Conditionally, I'm updating it. If not, I can also do another thing. Is here I'll say that prepare user-defined formats. So now I need a format for this particular sex variable. So I can simply say that proc format and run. Between that, I will create value $sex. What are the values for that? If it is equal to female, here, if it is equal to male, M. Done. Correct? Can I say that a proc format has been created now? User-defined format has been created. And this user-defined format I can directly apply here. Instead of writing all this, I can simply say that sex is the variable that I'm looking at, which can be converted as my input variable sex1 is also a character. So simply I can say put of strip of, I'm just removing the leading and trailing spaces if at all if I have in the sex1 variable, and I'm applying my format directly here. This one. I'm applying the format because this $8 dot is a system defined format. Now for my requirement, I have created one format on my own and I'm going to use that here. Still you can see the same output. Any one you can use it. It's up to you. Right? I am the guy whom I prefer to go with the formats because I can use them again and again whenever I want. That is the reason I prefer to go with the formats. Firstly. Clear everyone? Anyone, any questions or any clarifications required here?
No.
Perfect. Now, I have also completed this particular one. Now I will go with ARM code. ARM code and ARM, actual ARM and actual ARM code and actual ARM. Let's see how this calculation is going. Here is what ARM code is. They're saying that my ARM code value, you can see there is no input data has been given. But they have mentioned that if I want to calculate ARM code, this is how I should do it. My ARM code value is if modulus of my underscore n underscore, which is nothing but your observation number, right? If my observation number is equal to, if I take the modulus of my observation number, if it is equal to 1, then set to LEF. It is equal to 2, then also set to LEF. If it is not, in all other cases, set this particular value to MUX. This is the calculation that they have given. Because the ARM code is coming as a randomization. All right. So now I have to use the same logic and I can implement. But you can see that modulus of underscore n underscore comma 3 equal to 1 or 3 equal to 2. For both the cases, it is LEF only, right? Right? So I'm simply going to tune this particular one now. I will say that here, if modulus of underscore n underscore comma 3, if this value is in 1 comma 2, any of that, then I can set this particular value of ARM code to LEF. Is that correct? In all other cases, right, I can set my ARM code value to, what is the other value? MOX. There are two drugs we are testing as part of this. One is lefamulin, another one is moxi. So the first one is LEF, the second one is MOX, right? But this ARM code value, I want to have it in my output. This ARM code is not part of my input data set at all, but this ARM code is going to be character 20. Done. So if I go with this particular one now, I can clearly create my ARM code values based on the observation. What happened? There is some error. Oh, then set to, we have used this as is. Done. Now we can see for the observation 1 and 2, it is LEF, then followed by MOX. Can I say this is how we are doing the randomization? Done. Right. If I look into the same thing here, right after the ARM code, we have ARM. It is also going to be character 20, right? So why can't we finish that one as well? So I'm also going to create the ARM. The ARM is going to be character 20. Okay. How this ARM calculation is going to be? They're saying that if it is equal to LEF, then lefamulin. If it is equal to MOX, then it is going to be moxifloxacin. Correct? These two are the two different drug names, right? First one is short name, ARM code. The second one is ARM. So what we can do is, instead of writing the condition, if ARM code is equal to this, then followed by you're going to have your ARM value. Can I do like this? This is ARM code, right? So here itself, I can say that while creating this itself, ARM is equal to, can I create like this? Else do, this is my ARM code, and I'm also going to create the ARM for the respective one. So now if I look into this, this is going to be my LEF, this is going to be my MOXI. So at a time, because if ARM code is equal to LEF, then ARM equal to this. If ARM code is equal to MOX, then ARM is equal to this. Instead of writing two different times, why can't I write at one place itself? It is going to save a lot of time for us, right? That is the reason I'm going to do this here itself. Now I can clearly see wherever it is going to be this, automatically I'm getting the respective values populating properly. Am I correct? Can I have a quick confirmation from all of you? Is this understandable?
Yes.
Right? Perfect. So I can say that ARM and ARM code are completed. Now I can go with the actual ARM code and actual ARM. Here it is. This requires a bit of extension. Can I see this? The actual ARM code requires arm, which we have calculated just now, and you can see that it also required a date value from a different data set, which is nothing but DA1. Am I correct? If I don't have this particular DA1 value, I couldn't calculate this particular one. So for now, what I can say is, since actual arm code and actual arm, these two values are depending upon different variables, I can say that these are pending. I will do this later. Why? My arm code one, the first one is depending upon, EXSTDAT, DA1.EXSTDAT. This is one variable. And I also required another variable, which is nothing but the DA3 followed by this. Only when I have these two variables, I can calculate my actual arm code and actual arm. So that is the reason I don't do that particular one right away. To be precise, only this. For actual arm, if I have actual arm code, that is sufficient. Correct? So until and unless I have the value of DA1 XSDTC, DA3.DADPDATC, I cannot calculate actual arm code. If I don't have actual arm code, I cannot calculate actual arm. So I just put them in pending. Is that clear to everyone? Right? Now I have one thing, which is nothing but country. Let's see how the country calculation is. So the country calculation is populate from the country sites. There is a Excel. You can see I have given that Excel to you already. This is that Excel. This Excel has the information about your subject. It also has information about the country. Correct? So I can import this particular one first. So let's import it. So from the base data set, you cannot calculate anything else. Yeah, correct. I can say that maybe this also have a dependency. I can say that this also have a dependency on dm underscore country dot xlsx. Am I correct, guys? I'm just trying to write where and all I have the dependencies. So three variables from the required are pending. All these three variables have the dependencies. Okay. Check RFSTDTC. Here it is. This also have a dependency on this. It also have dependency. So that is nothing but it also going to be pending. RFENTC. RFENTC can be calculated from RFXENDTC and DSCOMP. There is another data set. Correct? So this required DSRAN domain. This required DSCOMP1 domain. So dependencies are there pending. RFXSTDTC. So many variables you can see. Take the first date from DA1, DA3. So many things are there. Again, I have a dependency. I cannot calculate that. RFXENDTC, the same story. RFICDTC. Here it is. It also depends upon DSINF2 pending. RFPENDTC. It requires all the dataset variables. A very big one pending. Death date and death flag. These two are depending upon the adverse events pending. Age. Now come to the age. Age is directly, it is coming from the DM1. In the same domain, age is there. From there, it is coming as it is. I can say that age is going to be a direct value. It is directly coming from the input data set. So I can say that I'm going to create the length for the age. Age length is equal to 8. It's supposed to be part of my output. It is also there with the same name in my input data set. So I just call this as a age is equal to age 1. And finally, I recall this again as age is equal to age 2. right? Just for the standardization purpose, we are doing it. All right. So age units. What is age units? The age units, we are saying that the age units value is, it is a controlled terminology. The control terminology is, if the age is not missing, then set 2 years. What is the length? Character 10. So age units, I'm going to keep it in my output, which is going to be character 8 dot. What is the condition? If not missing of age, then age units is equal to years. Is that correct? That is what mentioned. So age units also done. Correct. So now I can say that age and age units are completed. Then I can see there is something called race. So the race, if you look into this, here it is. The race is coming from the same variable in the input, but you have some controlled terminology for that particular one. First of all, this is my controlled terminology. Apply following control terminology for the race. This is the one. So how it looks like? This is how it looks like, correct? All right. So now, what is the race length? Can I say that the race length in the input is character 123, but output we are expecting is character 50. So I can simply say that race is the variable that I want to have it in my output, but the same name already exists. So I will rename it race 1. But race, I want to see it in the output. The length of this is equal to character 50. Right now I can say race is equal to put of strip of, I'll remove any leading and trailing spaces on there, race 1 comma, I'm going to apply the format $race dot. Where is this format? I'm going to define now. So how to define it? In the formats, I can come to this as in value $race. Between this, I'm going to apply this controlled terminology. Where it is? If it is equal to white, like this, I can see that all the values are already given. Right now, I'm going to rerun my proc format. Done. Then I'm going to update my data set. Now we can see age is coming. Wherever age is coming, automatically I'm going to have age units. Age units are going to be years. And you can see race is coming. For few of the variables, race is missing. For an example, this one. What is this? 4103001. Race is missing. Let's check why. I'm just checking that here. I don't want all of them. All I need is going to be the subject details. And then the second thing is going to be the race and race value, race or the, let me take all these things. Filter data, my condition is going to be, if it is going to be the subject is equal to 413001. Finish. See, in the input itself, race is not there for it. That is the reason in the output, I don't find the race data. Is that clear? Why I don't find the data for it? Because in the input itself, the race is missing. Just on cross verifying it so that we will be 100% confident about what we are doing. So can I say that if I come to my output, race is also completed? Every one of you? Right. Investigator ID, investigator name. That's it. Investigator ID, investigator name. So these two populate from the same Excel, the Excel that I talked, right? From the Excel, it will come. So I can say pending, pending. These two are pending on this. Okay. Birth date and time. Here it is. Can you see? I don't have any input about it. It is not there in the input. At the same time, we have no idea about how to calculate that, because my input variables are pending. These are my input variables, right? At the same time, I don't have any value which is representing that, how to calculate it. But it is a permissible variable, right? What do you mean by permissible variable? Means if this variable, even if it is not part of my output data set, I don't have any issue, correct? And you can also see that in the calculation, in the origin, it is not part of your CRF, and it is not mentioned as derived or anything. I can say that this value is missing. We don't have the origin of this, even for the investigator ID. When you don't have an origin, mean to say that this data set, this particular variable, I cannot calculate. I can drop it. There are two ways I can handle it. Number one, we can drop it directly, or we can keep it and we can keep the missing values for that. Both of them are okay, because it is not part of your input, because this is a permissible variable. Even if you drop this particular variable from your output, nothing wrong. It is not wrong, because it is going to be a permissible variable. As long as it is not there in the CRF, you are free to drop that. You are free to, absolutely free to drop that. Otherwise, you define it and just assign a missing value. Both the cases are correct. Clear? Any questions from anyone? Now, ethnic. Now you can see the ethnic is somewhere here. There is a control terminology. My input is ethnic. From the input, there is a variable called ethnic itself. From there, I have to read that the length is equal to 50. Since the same variable already present in the input, what we can do? We are going to apply the renaming. Then the length of this is equal to 50. Then I'm going to have it in my output. Then I'm going to apply this one, right? This I'm going to call it as ethnic. This ethnic format I'm going to create now. How to create it? Value. This is also going to be a character one, ethnic, and this. So between these two, I'm going to enter the values. The values I'm taking from the input. So what they have mentioned, this is the data, right? Now copy this particular one. With this value, you can create a simple formatting here. Done. Now I'm going to update this particular format. Done. Once the format is updated, I'm going to run the done. Now you can see birth date and time is going to be blank for everything, because it is a permissible variable and no information about it. And now you can see I'm going to have my details about the ethnic as well. Can I say that if I go to my input, this is also completed. Now DMDTC, here it is. This is also pending. Can you see that it is depending upon something else? Visit domain. DMDY, it requires two variables, DMDTC required as well as RFSTDTC required. So can I say these two are going to be pending? So first of all of you are clear what we are doing. That is, from my input data set, my input data set is DM1, raw.dm1. From this, whatever we can extract, we try to extract in a single step. That is what I did right now. These are all directly coming from my input. Am I correct? One input data set. So I try to do the coding for this from the input data set in a single go. Right? So for the remaining ones, that is the variables which are directly not coming from my DM1, which have some dependency, all of them I'm going to do in the second stage. Is that clear why I have mentioned as a pending to everything? And now I'm going to take the pending ones and I'm going to complete one by one. Now I can see approximately how many of them are there. 15 variables are pending. All these 15 variable calculation I'm going to do now. Can I have a quick confirmation, all of you, what I'm doing and how I'm doing and what is the reason behind that? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Remember, guys, this is not the way you are going to do all the time. It's up to you. Every programmer has a different logic. This is my logic. If I go in this way, I don't miss my required variables. I don't miss my expected variables or any variables from my list. That is the first thing. Whatever the variables that I can extract from the single data set I have extracted already, the ones which I'm not able to extract from the single data set, those I'm going to do now. All right. That is the first case. Second. So you can see country, investigator ID, investigator name. All these three are depends upon the DM underscore country dot XLSX because it is coming from the Excel sheet. So first I'm going to complete this. For this is a Excel, right? I want to have it as a data set. So I'm going to import it. Is import. What is the name of this? This is the XLSX and create a data set to extract three variables. What are them? Country, investigator ID, and investigator name. So to extract these three, I'm doing this particular. Am I correct? Just I'm writing this so that we understand why we are doing. Okay. So where this particular data is exist, I can say these are exist in my here. This is my location. Correct. So the same thing I'm going to apply here. So can I say I'm going to write the proc import now? So simply proc import data file is equal to this. So what is my data file name? My data file name is going to be, I can also simply copy paste this. Right? My data file is then out. What is my output data set name? I can simply call that as a DM underscore country. I can say country base. Right? DBMS is equal to, what is my DBMS? Can I say XLSX? I want to replace that. Replace. What do you mean by replace? If the same code, if I run again and again, the same data set will be keep updating it. That's the reason I just use the replace option. Done. Now you can see automatically my data has been created here, right? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to have here all my data I have, and I also have the subject details. Yeah, subject details. Correct. So first thing I need to do here is, here I have subject ID, but here I have subject. Both of them are different, right? I need to have both of them in the same format, then only I can do the rest of the work. Correct. So what I'm going to do now is, let's say data DM underscore country set DM underscore country dot base. So if you look into this one, my output data set, my subject calculation I need to do like this. I can concatenate them, both of them, by using the subject ID. Correct. So subject ID is equal to this. Once I have my subject ID, can I say that only this value I want to keep it in my output? The remaining I don't want. What is the second thing that I want to do? I also want my, these two combinedly is going to be the investigator name. It is investigator first name and investigator last name. If I concatenate them, then only I'm going to get my investigator name. So can I go with the concatenation? So this is not a valid name, right? So what it has done is, my import indirectly, it has created the name as per the SAS compliance. That is INV underscore INV name is equal to cat x of, let's say I'm going to have a comma between both of them. Comma and space is the one I want to give it as a between them. Now, this is my variable name. I need to call it as underscore n. Why? This is not a valid name. Excel has automatically changed it. I'll show you where it has changed also. This is going to be last name. See, if I run this one more time, if I go to the log, right, it automatically converted your values into the SAS understandable one, because you can see that here the names are going to be for the DM and all. It is spaces are there. SAS name should not have any spaces. Correct. So that's the reason you can have that particular values. So my investigator name is also done. Okay. Then I'm going to have another one, which is that country. Just give me a second. For the country, you can see this is my country, but the country has a controlled terminology as well, right? So you have to follow the controlled terminology. What is the controlled terminology? Means it always represents with the 3 characters long. What is that? It always going to represent only with the 3 characters long, right? But it is not mentioned here, so that is the reason we won't bother about it. We'll just take it as it is. So I just want my country to be in the output. So these are the 3 variables I want to have it in my output. Let's see. Now you can see that how it looks like. I have my subject ID, I have my country, and I also have my investigator name, right? So now I can combine this one with my demographics, all of you. So proc sort data is equal to this by subject ID and run. I'm just sorting this because I want to do the merge. I have sorted the data. Once I have sorted the data, the next thing that I'm going to do is DM base is there now, this one. This also I'm going to sort. Proc sort data is equal to DM base by SUBJID and run. So both of them I have sorted, right? I can see here clearly 459 observations are there in the DM, right? So can I say once I have these two, can I merge both of them? Merge DM underscore base and DM underscore country to get these two values. Country, investigator ID and investigator name. Actually, investigator ID I cannot calculate it. Why? In the input Excel, if you look into it, my investigator ID value is going to be missing. You can see that's the reason I have put it here. There is no input variable for it. Input variable is also missing, and in the source also you can see that this value is missing. It is not coming from the CRF. So what is the meaning? I can say that investigator identifier you cannot do it. It is a permissible variable. Correct. So that we can do directly here. All right. Now I can say that I want to merge these two. So data DM underscore base underscore 1 set, sorry, merge DM underscore base, which is in is equal to A, DM underscore country in is equal to B by subject ID. If yeah, I'm going to do only the left join. Why? I want all the records from the DM base. Wherever the matching data from the right side, I can pick it. If there is no matching data, I'm least bothered about it. Correct? But here, I also have to give the lengths, right? What are the lengths that I have to give? The length, maybe length part we can do later. At the end, we can do. Okay. So now I have combined both of them. And I have also mentioned that there is an investigator ID, which is a missing value. I can directly apply the missing. See, because it is not there. Investigator ID is not there. Right? I'm just applying the missing value because it's a permissible value. Correct? And run. Now check this. So now if I scroll right, I can simply see my inverse country ID, country details has come, followed by I also have investigator name and I also have investigator ID. Is that clear? Every one of you. Can I have a quick confirmation? Is this what we are looking at? Right? And my output data set exactly has 459 observations because I did a left join. Can I say in my output, I'm done with this particular one, right? And I'm also done with this and this. Every one of you accept this. Guys, are you able to follow what I'm trying to do? It's a simple coding. That's the reason I'm just going in a normal pace. If any of you feel that Murli, we are feeling difficult to understand this, stop me. Stop me and ask. Any questions from anyone? All right, perfect. Now, let's go with the dependencies part. First, I'm going with the ARM code. ARM code is depending upon DA1 and DA3. So there are two data sets, DA1 and DA3, correct? So I'm just coming back to this. In my whole list, wherever DA1 is there, because here for actual ARM code from the DA1 data set, EXSTDAT is sufficient. From DA3, DADPTAC is sufficient. But who knows, for calculation of this, from the DA1, other variables might be required as well. Correct? So what we do now is we are going to fetch all the required variables from both DA1 and DA3 while calculating the initial data set itself. Meaning, these are my total values, right? Let's take this. Let it be. So now in this whole thing, wherever DA1 is there, let's take that. DA1. These and all have DA1. This one, these two has DA1 values. These three, correct? Let's take all these three. These three has DA1, right? So let's check what and all I required from DA1 in this case. So from the DA1, I would need EXSTDAT. Right, that's it, right? From the DA3, maybe I can also have a list of DA3 also here. From the DA3, I would require this. So I can remove these two. Now check this particular one, DA1, XSDTDAT underscore C. This also required. This also required. This also required. Am I correct? So the same is the case with the second one also, right? EXSDTC time, EXNDTC time. When it comes to the DA3, from the DA3, if I closely look at this, I would require this ODL, LPR, MPR, this, and this. Can I say these are all the variables that I require from DA1 and DA3? Is that correct? Because I'm actually calculating DA1 alone, but instead of creating multiple times, why can't I take all the DA1 variables that are required? In a single shot, I can create a data set. Similarly, I'm going with the DA3 now. I'm just checking what and all required for the DA3. Pretty much same again, you can see that. Only these three again has come. So I can simply say that from the DA1 and DA3, if I fetch these variables, those are more than sufficient. Is that correct, guys? You understand, right, what I'm trying to do here? All I'm trying to do here is from the DA1, what are the variables that are required? From DA3, what are the variables that are required? I'm taking all of them at a time. Okay, now go to DA1. This is my DA1, right? I'm just checking the variables here. Going to the properties, here is what my columns are. Let's look at the names. EXSTDAT. This is what EXSTDAT. The name of that is start date. What they're saying? Start date. If you look into this, the start date here, see this. My EXSTDDAT value, if you look into this, the time is not correct there. Is that right? The time is not correct. For everything, the time is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. But actually, the time is 8:20 for this. For the first record, it is 17:30. So what you can understand, my timestamp is not correct here. So to form a correct timestamp, can I say I need to use these two? Check this. 11th March 2016 followed by 17:30. That is my start date and start time. All of you are correct. Whatever I'm trying to say, is that making sense? This is wrong because it has the correct date, but the time is wrong. If I want to create a timestamp for the start date, I have to use these two. Am I correct or not? So can I say that to fulfill that particular one, I don't need EXSTDDAT. I don't need that. If I have these four that are sufficient, what are that? EXSTDDAT underscore C, EXSTDTM. Again, for the end date, here it is. For the end date, also the same problem. My timestamp are not updated. So what I can do now? I can say that for these two also, I can calculate based on these two variables. Whatever I'm trying to say here, is that making sense to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? Why you are doing? Because we need to analyze that first. That's the reason we are doing it. Blindly, we cannot see the data. Whenever we have the data, we need to open that. We need to see whether it is correct or not. Then only we need to proceed. Okay. First part. Second, let's go to DA3. So under the DA3 also, scroll right. Here it is. Can you see this? DAD, PDAT. Same. Time is missing. If I want that, I need to concatenate these two. Correct? DAD, PDAT underscore C, ODL, FTIM. These two concatenation means DAD, PDAT will come. So this is not there. Concatenation of this and the second one. LPR. For LPR DAT, I don't have time format. You can see that time is not there. It doesn't have any time at all. LPR DAT. So I can take only from this because I don't have a time at all. There is nothing to represent the time. So I need to stick with LPR DT underscore C. That is more than sufficient. Then MPR. Here it is. For MPR DT TSC also, only the dates are there. I don't have anything to represent my time. So for this is also sufficient. Then ONMP. Here it is. Here the timestamp is missing, but you can see to create a timestamp, I have a time variable. These two are sufficient. So for both of my DA1 and DA3, these are the variables that I would like to have it. But again, with all this, can I say that I also required subject ID? The subject ID can be call it here as subject. Subject I need to extract from the subject. I can get my subject ID. Correct? You can see all of this. I have subject. subject is here. DA1 also, subject is here. So I don't want to take all these variables. Instead of taking all these variables, I'm going to extract only the variables that are required for me. Correct? So prepare DA1 and DA3 data sets with required variables. Right? Okay. What is my DA1? These are the variables that are required from the DA1, right? I can simply say that data DA1 underscore base set raw dot DA1. While reading itself, just keep these variables. I don't want any other variables. These variables are more than sufficient for me. You understand why we have done all this analysis now? Because I don't want to bombard my system. Pick only the variables that are required for me. All right. So while extracting that itself, I also can do one thing. These two together is timestamp. These two together is the timestamp. Correct? Am I correct or not? So if I go with these two together, which is nothing but if I form these two, which is nothing but my EXSTDAT, right? There it is here. End of the day, I need to form the timestamp. The timestamp is the one which I'm going to use it. Correct? So here itself, I can do that particular calculation. The calculation that I want to do here is, first of all, subject ID I have to create. This is what my subject ID is. Right? Now see, I'll just say in the output, heap is equal to, okay, let's not do that. First create this. See now, this is my subject ID got created. So these two I'm going to concatenate and I'm going to create the start date. These two I'm going to concatenate and I'm going to create the end date. So that my output is going to have subject ID, start date and end date. That's it. Is that understandable, guys? I'm trying to simplify the process as much as possible so that while merging the data sets, it's become easy. Why I'm doing that? Come back to this. I need start date. DA1, from the DA1, I only require the start date. My start date is nothing but the combination of these two. If I combine these two only, that will become my complete timestamp, complete start date. Correct? And that too, it should be in the IS8601 DA format, DT format. That is what I'm trying to do. Okay, check this again. Come back to this. Maybe I can look at this one itself. Here, if you see again, okay, copy with headers. See how the date looks like. This is a character and I have a spaces. Correct? So what should I do now? First, I need to remove these spaces. And also, if you see this, there might be the instances. This is the one. Can you see this? Look at the row number 166. For this particular one, if you look into this particular one, you can clearly see that. The value that is, compare these two. Compare these two. Before the colon, 1805 is there. Two characters are there. Before the colon, only one character is there. If there is only one character is there, can I say I need to pad that with 0? Then only it is correct. Then only it is making sense. Correct? So that is the another thing. Okay, what else? If I still scroll down a little, okay, otherwise I'll put a query. all I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to figure out the cases where my exe time is equal to missing. Just give me a second. Modify task, filter data. I want to add one more condition. But one more condition is this one not equal to none. Oh, okay. For everything we have it, no problem. Okay. So what I want to do is, in some cases, there may be a chance that I may have the date, but I may not have the time. I may have the date, I may not have the time. Such cases also will be there, right? Maybe one or two somewhere will be there. In our case, it is not there, but I'm trying to generalize. So totally 3 conditions. What are the 3 conditions? If date exists, compress it. If time exists, check before colon how many characters. If only one character, pad it. When both of them are available, concatenate it. Otherwise, only take the date part. Am I correct? This is how I can form my total date, right? So can I do the calculation for that? Every one of you. A slightly difficult calculation, not too much of difficulty and all, slightly difficult calculation. So once you write it, the same thing you are going to use it every time. I'm going to convert that as a macro. I'll keep it. So every time wherever dates will come, I'm going to use it. That is what I'm trying to do, because I have to do the same thing with these two, again with these two, again with these two. Every time, instead of repeating that particular code, I'm going to write one macro. To that macro, I'm going to supply date part and time part. Automatically, it is going to give me the final date. That is converted date. That is how I'm going to write a macro. Okay, but no worries. Don't worry. We are not going to do that today. We are going to do that by Monday. It is already 7:10. It's been 1 hour 10 minutes we have started. So the next class is by Monday. That is Monday India time, 6 p.m. IST. So whatever the code that I have written so far, I'm going to send it across to you in the WhatsApp. All right. But already yesterday, all of you has given the emails, right? I'll do one thing. I'll create a group ID. I'll create one drive. Within that particular drive, I'm going to put all this and I'm going to mail it to you, so that all of you are going to have it. Clear? Guys, one question before I wind up this session. Are you able to follow what we are trying to do here? Is this understandable?
Yes, sir. But it
Yes,
is
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
We are in
Yes.
confusion.
Vandana, you're saying something.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
Go ahead.
This is new, right? That's why little bit we are in confusion. Once we practice, it will be very
Yeah,
clear.
definitely you need to practice. Again, I'm
Yes, sir.
telling
Yes,
to
sir.
you. Yeah, all I'm doing here is I'm following your Excel. As per the Excel I'm doing, I'm just simply writing the SAS code. If you are not able to follow that, also you need to improve your SAS skills. That is also important. SAS skills also important. Okay, but no problem. If any of you are not able to follow, Murli, somewhere I'm not getting, I'm not able to follow it properly. So can you explain what is that particular code is doing? You can ask me. I can stop and I can explain that particular one. I will be in an assumption that you guys are aware of it, right? Because it's a SAS code, you are aware of it. But anywhere, if you feel, Murli, I'm feeling difficult, stop me. Stop me. Okay?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Don't hesitate, guys. That is the only one thing I'm asking. Don't hesitate. Questions? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I just keep this particular open, guys, these two, so that we can discuss this again by Monday. Okay, thanks everyone. See you on Monday. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's quickly begin with where we left in the previous class. If I'm not wrong, this is the code that we are writing. That is, we are converting our, here it is. So we are converting our raw data set into systematically a SDTM compliant. Correct? So first what I'll do is I quickly run this particular one and we will proceed from here. So before I start with this, if any of you have any questions, please let me know. Hope I have shared all the class notes and whatever we have done till today, I have already shared with all of you. If any of you haven't received it, did any of you haven't received that? Anyone? All right. So here is the case. So now we can clearly see that in the previous class we have done up to this. So let me quickly run this particular one. Yep, the code completely run, and you can see that the last data set that we have created here is DM base 1. Yeah, this is the one that we have created at the end, correct? So we can see that almost all the new variables are already created. The variables which are pending are listed here. Correct? So can we proceed with these three today? So we need to go ahead with the ARM code followed by actual ARM, and we have all the dates which are pending followed by death date and time, death flag, and DMDTC and DMDY. Correct? These are the various variables which are pending. So first we'll start with actual ARM code, and I can see that the actual ARM code calculation is here. It is mentioned that if you want to have actual ARM code, you need to have two additional parameters because ARM is already there. What we need is EXSTDAD and DAD These two are the two variables that we will need to kickstart with our actual ARM code. Am I correct? So first, let's try to fetch this particular one. For this also, I have mentioned in the previous class, DA1 and DA3, these two are the two data sets. And the DA1, if you look into this, I need start date. At the same time, for DA3, I need this one. In addition to that, in the previous class, I have also mentioned that for start date, for end date, for RFXSTDTC, RFENDTC, for these, what and all the various variables we need, that also we are going to fetch. Correct? So for that, what we have done, we have taken that and we understand that. Maybe I can also do that here. Just allow me a moment. Here it is. This is my total calculation. From my total calculation, if I go with DA1, that is, I'm just looking at what and all the various data sets I have, and from each of this particular data set, how many variables I need to pick. When I have a look at this particular one, I can clearly say from the DA1, this is DA1, right? So drug accountability 1, and here is what I have, drug accountability 3. Am I correct? All we are going to do here is from each of this, I need start date and end date. Am I correct? From DA3, I have various values. These are the values that I would need to take it, and these are the values I need to use it. So from the DA1, if I look into it, I need start date, start time, end date, and end time. Correct? So only those variables I have extracted. See this? Am I correct? So all of you can have a quick confirmation what we have done here. From the DA1 base, why we have chosen only these four variables means these are the four variables which are required for my calculation, right? So these two is going to form my start date. These two are going to form my end date. Am I correct? And from the subject, I just converted that as a subject in the format that we should need. Can I have a quick confirmation from every one of you? Up to this, all of you are clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once I have these details, I can combine these two as well as I can combine these two to get my EXSTDTAD and EXENDTAD. But for that, we already have another calculation. Just a second. For this, we need to do a separate calculation, and the calculation is going to be like this. It is not going to be a direct calculation. Instead, it is going to be like this. That is, this is my date, this is my time. Correct? So what we do now is we'll write a code in such a way that wherever my time exists, that is, I'm going to write you the scenarios here. For an example, my case is going to be 0509 September 2022. This is my date. When it comes to the time, my time is going to be like this. I have 8:13. Whereas there is another case, it is 18:30. Whereas there is another case, I don't have time details at all. All these three are the possible cases. One, I can have my date and time together. I can have my date and time together, but time doesn't have two characters prior to your colon. There is another case where I don't have time component at all. There are totally three use cases will be there. All of you accept? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? So for each of this particular case, we need to write a code now. And that code is going to be like this. First, I'm going to take this particular one. That is, if my EXSTDTM is not equal to null. What is the meaning? That is, I have some time factor. The time factor can be anything. If this is the case, what I need to do? Again, I need to take care of one more thing. What is that? My time can be, that is prior to my colon, I have two characters or I have one character. As long as I have two characters, I don't have any issue. But the moment I go with single character, I need to take care of, I need to give a padding of 0 in front of it. So if I need to take this part, right? Can I say like this? Scan of your time, comma 1. That is, if I take the first part of this, right? That too. If I calculate the length of that particular one, the length of the first part of before my colon is equal to 1, then what is the meaning? I need to add 0 to that. Am I correct? Then my ext time is equal to cat of my exe time and 0. Is that making sense, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation? Every one of you, is that understandable? Or if you want one by step, if you want to go also, let me know so that I can go ahead with that. All I'm doing here is I'm just looking at the data. By looking at the data, I'm trying to understand how to extract this particular one. Okay, and also maybe I check my code here. There might be instances where we have get this. No, I think we haven't. No problem. Right now, all of you are able to understand this particular one, right? So all I'm trying to do here is I'm just looking at this particular one. First, I'm checking if my time factor is not equal to null. In that particular case, what I need to do? Then I'm checking the length of this. That is, if the length of scan of my time factor comma colon is equal to 1, then I need to add a 0 to that particular one. That is nothing but I'm just adding a 0 by padding that particular one. correct? If this is the case, once my time is updated, that is, this becomes like this 0813. This one, it will not change at all. It remains to be in the 1813 only. Can I say that my time part is fixed, right? Since the time part is going to be fixed, I can directly say that now I'm going to say, since my time part is already fixed, I can calculate my full time stamp, which is nothing but say EXSDT. My start date is equal to, it is going to be a combination of both of them, right? I need to concatenate both of them, right? So how can I concatenate them? I can simply say, first of all, this one, if you look into this particular one is in this format, even in your output. See, so first of all, I have the spaces in between that. First, I need to remove those spaces. So to remove those spaces, I can say that compress of my EXSTDTC. I'm just compressing that particular one so that my date part will be, that is, my spaces will be eliminated. This will become this, right? But still it is in a character, right? What I need to do, I need to convert this into the numeric. So to convert that character function into the numeric function, what I need to do, I need to go with input function. Input of this whole thing into, what is this format as? Can I say this is going to be a date name format, right?
That
Let's say,
yes,
yeah, date
yes, sir.
name, right? But you all know that all my date and time is in the character format when it comes to yeah, demographics, not only demography, entire SDTM. So what I need to do now, this I need to convert into IS8601DA, which is nothing but I need to convert this like this 2022-0905. So this is nothing but, again, I need to convert that. I just apply a put on top of it, and I'll apply, either I can apply IS8601DA, or I can simply go ahead with YYMMDD10 dot. Both of them are same. Even if I go with YYMMDD10 dot format, or if I go ahead with my what is the other one, IS8601DA, both of them are going to be the same. So I started like this. I removed the spaces, converted them into IS8601DA. After this, I need time, still I need timestamp, right? My format is going to be like this. My format is going to be followed by T, followed by 081300. This is my format. So what I need to do now, I need to add T here. Concatenation operator followed by T. Done. What's the next thing? After this, I still require my timestamp. What is my timestamp? This is my timestamp, right? We just now updated, right? Is that clear? So time part is not equal to null. Then calculate the length prior to your colon. If it is 1, pad it to 0. In other cases, I don't need to do anything. Then this convert into your YYMMDD10 format and attach your timestamp to that particular one. This at all are required if it is not, the timestamp is not equal to null. Suppose if the timestamp is equal to null, then that I'm writing here. Else if that is not the case, if that is not the case, I can simply say that else if what I need to do, my timestamp is equal to this one, right? EXSTDT is equal to, I don't need to attach the timestamp. Am I correct? Rest all as is, right? I'll take this particular one, I'll convert this, and I can convert that into the YYMMDD9. With that, I can say that my total timestamp is ready. If you want, what you can do is take this particular one and keep it here. Right? Now run this. Now look at this. Is that what we are looking at? Now I can see this one, my timestamp, starting timestamp, 11th March 2016, which is nothing but 2016-03-11 P followed by 1730. I got 1730. Clear? Maybe I can also look at the cases where it is having a single timestamp. Just give me a second. There are instances like that. We will also try to figure it out and we'll see how we are going to handle them. There are 4 or 5 cases such that. Just allow me a moment. Okay, no problem. Let me check. I think I can take the length of this particular one. Based on the length, we can calculate this. Just give me a second. Because I want to show you the output, nothing else. My start time. So maybe I can write it here once I have this. Box equal select start from DA1 underscore base, where I can say that this one, I can apply this as it is. So that I can see, I can cross verify. That is the only thing that I want to do. I don't have any. That's the reason it is not showing. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. But first of all of you, do you understand how you can convert your timestamp into this? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is that understandable?
Yes, sir. Sir, we need to add seconds also or no need, sir? Small.
We don't need. Whatever is there as it is, we take it.
Okay.
Whatever is there as it is, we take it. Okay?
Oh, okay, sir. Thanks.
Right. Then this is for start time. Can I apply the same for the end time now? Because I have two things, right? One is start, another one is end. For start, I have done this. Now I'm going to take for the end. All I'm going to do is wherever I have start date, I'll replace this with end. Wherever I have start time, I replace that one with the end. Done. So this is going to be my start date, which is going to become my end date. Right? And in my output, I don't want any of this. I just need two variables in my output. One is going to be my start date and another one is going to be my end date. See this? And it is not going to be, oh, sorry. Right. I just keep this one, and in my keep statement in the output, I'll say that I need to have subject ID and I'm going to take start date and I'm going to take end date. That's it. Now, if you run this, you only going to have your DA1 base data set with the required variables. Clear? All I'm going to have here is going to be my subject ID, my start date, and end date. Is that clear? Understandable, everyone? Right? Because why I need this? I can see that in my output here clearly from my specification Excel, it is clearly mentioned that if I want to calculate my actual ARM code required total of two variables. My ARM is already there. All I need is DA1 start date. So the DA1 start date we have already calculated now. Here it is. Is that understandable, guys? What is DA1 start date? You can ask me, Murli, why you calculated end date? End date, I required it in the some other place. That is, in my further programming, I required it. That is the reason I just kept it here. Clear? Any questions? Ahmadi, Bhargav, Harika, Kiran, Nazim, Srikant, Thirumal. I need answers from everyone. Are you able to follow it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Follow.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Sir,
Now this is for DA1. Thank you. This is for DA1. The same approach I am also going to be followed for the DA3. So I have one more, right? DA3 is there now. So first for DA3, we are going to figure it out what and all we require. So this is what my DA3 is. For the DA3, I require this, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the 6 variables I would need it for the DA3. Am I correct? And I can see that here also DA3, first one taken, second one taken, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. That is nothing but all the variables that I would need from the DA3 are here. These are the variables I need to take them first. So first, without hesitation, first I'll go to DA3. This is my DA3. So in the DA3, all I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the columns. Properties. I'll go with the columns. These are my columns. I quickly need to check these details first. What and all each of this particular details is, I need to check them first. So here is what. Because I need to look at what and all comes under my date and time. Correct? So what is the first one? DAD PDATC. Here it is. What it is? Date of first oral dose in character. And you can also see that time of first oral dose is here. That is ODL FPM. So these two are going to form one. Correct? Then LPR DTAC, date of last dose. But for this, I don't have a timestamp. It is an individual one. MPR, that is MOXIE. Even for that, you can see that it is a single one. I don't have a timestamp for this. It is also a single one. OMM, go to the OMM. This is nothing but you can see here at the end, date and a time of first oral match with the placebo. For this, I have a time. So I can say that these two are going to form one timestamp. So what I need to do now, while picking the data from my input, that is my table, I need these variables. Along with this, I would need subject. Correct? These are my key variables, right? Right? And you all understand, right, how we are proceeding with the analysis. So first, I'm going ahead with this. This is DA3. This is also DA3. I really apologize. There is a huge background noise because Ganesh Nimajan is happening here. So please bear with me. If it is too much of disturbance, let me know. Now this is my data. Okay. Now I just, without doing anything, I'll run this. Just I'll take the input data as it is and I will run this. Now you can see. These two are going to form one timestamp. This is separate. This is separate. These two are going to form one more timestamp. Correct? So now I have already subject ID calculation, right? This is my subject ID calculation. What else? I can say that take this particular one. My DAD PTAC is nothing but this. ODL is nothing but my time. Done. By doing all this, what I'm going to get is this. Perfect. Can I take the same thing one more time? This time I'm going to do the calculation for this. Now this is going to be my time. Done. And whatever I'm going to get here is going to be this. In the next class, I'm going to show you how I'm going to write a macro for this, so that you can write it once and every time when I want to use it, I can use this directly. Now I can see the timestamps are created. right? Now what we can do is, still if you want to further add this, these two are the two more variables now. For this also you can say LPR DAT is equal to like this. MPR DAT is equal to like this. The reason for using this particular one will be, I can go to heap here. In this heap list, I can use only the variables that I want. Subject ID, DAD PDAT, LPR DATT, MPR, and OM. These are all the various variables that are required. Run. That's it. One subject and 4 timestamps. Correct? And for my calculation, what I need? I would need only one thing for my calculation. DAD PDATC, which is nothing but this one. Correct? All right. Now I have my DA1 base ready, and I also have my DA3 base ready. Both of them are ready for me. All of you are clear up to this, right? So once I have this particular one, can I calculate this? What is the one that I want to calculate? I want to calculate my actual R. So let's write the code for it. So DA1 base is already done, correct? This is the DA1 base, right? Sorry, not DA1, DM1 base, right? Now sort it. Proc sort data is equal to DA1 base by subject ID and run. Then what is the second data set for me? DA1 base. Then I have DM1 base. Correct? This is DA1 base. This is DA3 base. Correct? Let's sort all this. Done? So this is sorted, DA3 is also sorted, and DA1 base is also sorted. All the data sets were sorted. Can I go for the merge? Right? I can simply say data DM underscore base underscore 2 set, sorry, set, not set, merge. Merge. What are all the data sets I can take now? This is my initial data set. In is equal to A. This is my second data set. In is equal to B. This is my third data set. In is equal to C. Now I have to say by subject ID. I need a left join if A. I just need a left join, so if A. But you can see this carefully here, guys. From the DM1, I need all variables. But from the DA1, for my current calculation, can I say I need only EXSTDAT? I don't want other variable, right? Only EXSTDAT is sufficient, right? From DA1. See, from the DA1, this is sufficient. So here I'll say heap, or I can simply say drop is equal to while reading I'm dropping this. Can someone tell me why I'm dropping this? Or if you are confused, if you're getting confused, I'll say keep is equal to in the keep list, I just mentioned only 2 variables. One is going to be subject ID. Another one is going to be EXSTDAT. The reason for this is I don't want other variable at this particular point of time. Unnecessarily, why should I bombard it? What I need only those variables I'll keep it here. Team, is that understandable? What is required? Only those variables I'll keep it in my input, not all the variables. So that what will happen is from the DA1, it is going to take only subject ID and this. From the DA3, it is going to take subject ID and DADTT. These two are sufficient for my analysis at this particular point of time, right? And if I scroll right, I can see here, I just got only EXSDTAT and DADTT. Is that understandable, everyone? Because my analysis is required only based on these two. Nothing else is required for me. Only these two are the ones which are required for me. Right? Right. Now, this is not over yet. My question here is going to be, they are saying that if not missing of this, then only set your ARM code. So let me take this as is. My first condition is if my ARM is equal to LEF and not missing of EXSDTAD, this is what I have just brought now. In that particular case, then do. This is nothing but my actual ARM code. Is that correct? All these three things we have done just to get this particular value. Is that understandable, team? Just say again. Is that understandable, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
If this value is not, because this, I need this. Yeah, I need this. To get this particular one, I just went to the DA1 base. From there, only these two variables I have extracted. But if you see this in the second one, right after this, you have actual ARM, and the actual ARM calculation is like this. Now I can say that my actual ARM is equal to, if it is LEF, it is going to be left formula. Why can't I apply this directly here so that both the variables will be updated? Done. Okay, this is the first one. What is the second one now? If it is equal to MOX and not missing of STDAT, same. Okay, and then it is going to be called it as your MOX. Then the respective value, this is the one. Am I correct? Now for the remaining two, I need to write it two more times. What is that? If it is equal to LEF, but it is not missing of DAD. If it is MOS and it is not missing of this, I have to write like this. Am I correct? Right? But instead of doing this, we can also do this in an alternate way. We can also do this in an alternate way. See this? I'm going with the LEF. On the LEF, two conditions we are writing. Again, on the MOX, we are writing the two conditions. Instead of that, can I write like this? This is one kind of coding, guys. It will give you your outputs. No errors, nothing. I got my outputs. What happened? Why I got my ARM? If ARM is equal, okay, sorry. This is actually ARM code. This is ARM code, right? That's the reason you haven't get out. Now you will get. Can you see now? I got my actual ARM code and I got my actual ARM. Both of them I have received without any issues. Correct? But you can see that this got disconnected. You can see some of the data got truncated. The reason for that is length. You can also need to take care of that particular one. So to take care of this, what you can do is you write this first. Then you are going to write the other. If you do this now, you don't miss any values. Clear? You got your actual arm code, you got your actual arm, both the values you have received, and you can see that your data is ready. Correct? But here I can do one more thing. That is, instead of writing 4 times the same code, instead of writing the same code 4 times, I can write it in a different way. See this. I'll take this one. If not missing of this, that is, I'm taking this condition because this is having 2 times. Within this, I'll go with this. If my ARM code is equal to MOX, then do. So 2 values within that. What are they? Actual ARM code is equal to this, and our actual ARM is equal to this. So what is the advantage here, guys? I can take one time, but I can cover 2 conditions. See, this is the one. My second condition is equal to, else if my ARM code is equal to LEF, this is left arm. Clear? One condition, within that particular condition, I can test 2 of them. The same code I can apply again, but this time I'm going to take DADPT. That's it. Now, this whole code can be replaced with this. I can remove these 4 lines of the code. Instead of this, I can test one condition and I can go with the 2 sectors. Again, I can test one conditions. I can go with the 2 sectors. Makes sense, guys? Is it understandable? Now I'm going to get the same output again, no doubt about it. Same output, right? Okay. All this I have done to do actual ARM code and actual ARM, correct? But I don't want this EXSDTAT and DADPTAT in my output. Am I correct or not? Because that is over. My requirement is over. Can I drop them? Drop is equal to this and this. Why I'm dropping that? Those 2 are not my standard variables to be part of my output. I don't need them. I required only for this particular actual ARM code and actual ARM calculation. I have done this. If you look into my DA1 base, that is DM1 base, my DM1 has only 6. My DM1 has only 459 observations. But the one that I have calculated now, the DM base 2, the one that I have calculated right now, you can see that there are 4,659 because I got the duplicates. So what should you do now? I need to go ahead and I can clean them up. So proc sort data is equal to DM base 2 by underscore all underscore. Remove the duplicates at the whole data set. Just use no do. Now you can see. Can you see 459 is in my output? Go to your log. You can clearly see that 4,659 observations are read from DM base 2. 4,200 are the duplicates. The remaining is equal to 409. Now you understand why I have dropped this particular one. If I don't drop these 2, because EXSTDAT, DADPDAT has the distinct values, you will end up with the duplicates. All of you, can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? If you feel difficult, don't worry, guys. Feel free to let me know. Completed? Completed. Yes. I will wait for you. Let me know if you are able to follow this. Everyone.
Yes, sir.
How about others? Kiran, Tirumal, Srikant, Nazim.
Yes.
Perfect. Guys, please
Yes, sir.
don't hesitate. Thank you. Please don't hesitate. If you are not able to follow, no problem. You are not able to follow. Let me know. Let me know. Because my programming will be keep changing from batch to batch. If you go to your previous batch, for an example, this calculation was done differently to this. I try to go with multiple options every time. I'll also share you the codes of previous batches with you, so that you can see how the same code we can write it in multiple ways. Okay,
Sir, I have a small doubt, sir.
please go ahead.
Sir, here while deleting duplicate,
Mhm.
why we are using by statement underscore all underscore, sir? By subject ID also will remove the duplicate subjects, right, sir?
Right, it will. But the problem is going to be, if I remove the duplicate at a subject level, that is, it is going to sort it and it is going to take the first occurrence alone. The remaining by default, it is going to delete. Am I correct? If I use the
Yes.
subject type, all right. But that is not
Okay.
the requirement, right? There might be a chance. There might be a chance. Okay, let me help you with what I have done. This is my.
Okay.
Okay, let me rerun this.
Okay.
So in this particular case, whatever you are talking now, if I remove like the 1001,004, on top of this, if I remove the duplicates only by using this particular one, it won't bother about what is the data we have in the other variables, correct? As long as it is going
Yes,
to
sir.
take the first one, remaining ones, it is going to blindly remove that, correct?
So,
But
yes, sir.
what I'm trying to do is, on my entire data set level, I'm looking at the duplicates. If I do that, what will happen is, if I have any value which is distinct other than the subject ID, for an example, for one of them, I got a different ARM code, I got a different data, I can catch that particular one. That is the reason I'm going with the overall values. Again,
Okay.
this is not going to be same all the time. For
Uh,
few cases, I want only the distinct unique subject IDs. There I will do the sorting and duplication removal only on the particular value, one or more variables that we can take. It is purely based on how we want to remove the duplicates, because we know that DM is the database, DM is the domain where each record can have only one subject, correct? So
yes.
even if I go with this particular one, it's supposed to give me the output. If it give me the same output, then I will be in a confirmation that I am writing a correct code. Now you can see DM base one will have 459 observations. After removing the duplicates at the total data set level, still I got 459. It means that whatever the extraction we have done is correct. To get that particular confidence and clearance, we are doing this. Makes sense? Why we are doing it or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cool.
It's different some conditions, right, sir? Always it won't
Yes.
work on
Yes.
underscore or
Exactly.
underscore, right?
Exactly. That is what I want to say.
Okay.
It is not going to be always underscore all underscore, or it is not going to be always the other way. It is purely depends on
Uh,
the requirement. You need to understand
like,
your data. Based on the data, you need to see what you want to achieve. Okay.
okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Always
Thank you.
that is important. Understanding the data is important. According to that, you need to write the code. And always
Okay.
others just wanted to confirm one more thing. Since we have the options, we don't use them. Since we have the requirement, we are going to use the options. You understand, right? That is the only thing that you need to remember. All right. Now again, I'm coming back to this. Here I can see I have start date and end date. Let's check how the start date and end date will be calculated. RFSTDTC, this is the one. So this one you can see it is calculated based on two values. What are them? From DS rand domain, take date and time, and both of them you can combine. That will become my RFSTDTC. Correct? So what I need to do, I need to go with the DS rand data set. Go to your raw data sets one more time. Look at your DS rand. This is your DS rand data set. I have my subject here, followed by what and all I need to do. DSI VDATC. DSI VDATC. Here it is. So I have DSI VDATC, which is nothing but your timestamp, and you can, sorry, date, and you also have the time. So can I concatenate these two? I'm going to get my output value. But for this, I'll use the same approach that we have used for the DA1. Because the same code again, copy paste. Copy this, come back here, write a condition, prepare RFSTDTC data by getting date and time from TSRAN. Correct? So from the RAN, I can take this. This will become my RFSTDTC. I can call with the same name, RFSTDTC base. What is going to be my input? I can say that my input is going to be only these two. Subject I will take, date value and time value. Correct? By doing these two, what I'm going to get in my output, I'm going to have subject ID followed by this one. Correct? So what and all the changes I'm going to get? This is going to be my RFSTDTC. This is going to be my time value. And this is going to be my date value. That's it. Run this now. Finish. All I need is subject ID and RFSTDTC value. Correct? From the DS RAND, whatever I'm going to get, which is going to be my RFSTDTC, that is what we have seen here. I simply extracted that. I just keep it as it is. I don't do anything. I just keep it as it is. See here. I'll also do the sort. Proc sort data is equal to base by subject ID and just keep it. Okay. So can I say that my RFSTDTC is over now? And also you can see there are duplicates. Can I see these two are duplicates? Yes or no? Right? So there are some duplicates. I can also remove the duplicates now just by going ahead with no dupe. Just go with underscore all underscore. Any duplicates will be there means it will be removed. I can say 28 duplicates. The 28 duplicates, but this is nothing but your RFSTDTC, and I'm not going to merge this with your main data set yet. I don't do it right now. I'll keep it like this. All the times, all the time values, I'm going to merge it in a single shot. Okay, so we'll wait for that. That is, if I go back to this one, calculation was completed, but merging is not done yet. Correct? Okay. Now go to RFENTTC. Now look at this. If I want to calculate RFESTDTC, take the last date from any one of this, either DS composition and RFXENDTC. But the problem here is RFXENDTC I haven't calculated yet. RFXENDTC is like this. RFXENDTC is you need to take the last date from all of this. So can I say that my RFENDTC dependent on RFXENDTC? Until and unless I calculate RFXENTC, I cannot calculate RFENTC. Correct? So we will wait for it. Now, RFXSTDTC, again RFXSTDTC is calculation of first value from all this. Again, you have a dependency. Correct? So for now, what we can do is these four RFENTC, these three I can say, and this one will have dependencies. These four will have dependencies. Since these four have the dependencies, we try to complete the remaining one. The other one is going to be RFICDTC, right? Let's try to complete RFICDTC. Here it is. Set to DSINF2 in that DSDATTC. This is the value I need to take it. So I need to go with DSINF2. Here it is. What is the variable that I need to take? There is a timestamp in this, date and time. Here it is. DSDAT underscore C. You can see that it doesn't have any timestamp because this is nothing but when the subject has signed the informed consent form. And you can see that I don't have timestamp for it. See, I don't have any timestamp for this. So what I can do, I can take this value as it is. So how to take that? I'll copy paste the whole thing. Prepare RFICDTC by taking date by getting the date from disinf2 DSINF2, right? So this is my input data. RFICDTC is going to be the data set that I want to prepare. This is going to be the date also. Since I don't have any timestamp here, the calculation is pretty straightforward. What is that? RFICDTC is equal to this. From my input, DSDAT underscore C. Straightforward, right? That's it. Now this is going to be the base for me. Take it. Now run this. What happened to this? Why I haven't get any? Subject ID. Oh, sorry, I used the if. That's the reason it happened. Done. Now you have your subject ID and you also have your RFICDTC, and we don't have any duplicates also here. Correct? Now you can see I'm going to submit this here. I'll say that my calculation is completed, but I haven't merged this yet. Clear, guys? Guys, you understand what I'm trying to do? I'm just trying to use that realistic approach as much as possible so that it will be easily understandable to everyone. If any one of you are not able to follow, kindly let me know. Don't blindly say that it is understandable and later on don't get suffered. If you're not able to understand even the SAS code, even the calculation, stop me and ask me why you are doing this. All right. So now I have RFSTDTC calculation is completed, RFICDTC is completed. I can join these two now with the main data set. Otherwise, I can complete the remaining calculations and I can also do that. Right. For now, I'm just going with the death, date, and time in character format. Here it is. It is actually depend on this. In my AE data set, if AE's death is equal to 1, then only I have to take the DTH DATC value as my output. So go to AE first. This is my AE. In this, I need to look at the death date. But again, before going with the death, I need to take one more variable, which is nothing but AES death. AES death. Here it is. Can you see this? AES death. If this AES death value is equal to 1, if this AES death value is equal to 1, here it is. If this value is equal to 1, only those I need to take it. How many of them are there? Only 12 people. Mean to say that during my trial, 12 people are dead. For these 12 people, I need to take death, date, and time in character format. So now I need to check what is this death, date, and time. Need to check where this death, date, and time is there. Here it is. Can you see this? On this particular day, the guys are dead. So this is the data I need to take now. So for this, how to write the code? I can say that, copy the same, prepare two values. What are them? Death date and death flag, both of them. Death date and time and death flag by getting data from AE1 adverse event data set. Okay, what is the condition, guys? I can simply call this as a AE base, adverse event base. All I need is going to be the subject ID followed by death date and time, also death flag. These three are supposed to be part of my output. What is going to be the input? From the input, let's say AE1, my input is going to be the subject followed by AES death. That is the variable, right? AES death. What is the other one? I also need to take death, date, and time in the character format. These two are the variables, correct? So my death, date, and time in character format, when I have to take this particular one, I don't want all the variables, only if this value is equal to 1. So where AES death is equal to 1, take only this data. Only for those people calculate the subject ID. If AES death is equal to 1, only for that my death, date, and time in character format is equal to this. For all these people, death flag is equal to yes. Am I correct? See this? For all these people, if AES death is equal to 1, then it is going to be yes, else it is going to be n. Correct? So for all these people, by default, this flag is equal to yes. All right? Am I correct, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right?
Yes, sir, got it.
Yes.
Yeah, in other ways, you can write like this. If AES death is equal to 1, then do. Otherwise, you can handle it in a different way. Like this only you can write. This is easy. Correct. Now you can see whatever the data I got, I just go with AE based and I'll just remove the duplicate. So how many people I'm going to get? 12 people. You can see 11 actually. Only for the 11 people I can see the death flags. Correct? Death date I got and I also got the death flag. So now if you see that the calculation wise, I can say even for this the calculation is completed. Even for this the calculation is completed. Correct? So we still have RFXSTDTC, RFXENDTC, and RFEND participation date, followed by demographics date of collection. Let's see how it is. Here it is. It is saying that set to visit date and see where folder name is equal to screening. That is, I need to go to visit domain, correct? So go to the visit domain now. Take the same thing again. This time I'll say that prepare DMDTC by getting data from visit domain. My input is going to be visit. This is going to be visit base. My output is going to be only two, DMDTC and subject. Right? What is my input values? My input values are going to be folder name. I need subject. I would need folder name, and I also need visit date and time. Correct? If the visit date and time comes to the picture, that is nothing but my DMDTC. Subject calculation as usual. The only condition is if the folder name is equal to screening. Is that correct? My folder name is equal to screening, then only I need to get the data. This will become my visit base. And we can also do one thing. Maybe we don't know if someone has entered the screening wrongly. I can upcase this particular one and I can put everything in the upcase. See this? This is going to be my DMDTC. Then DMDTC is also done when we have collected the demographics, which is nothing but here I can simply go ahead and I mention that, hey, this also my calculation is completed, but I haven't done anything. But if I want to calculate DMDY, I would need DMDTC and RFSTDTC. Both of them are there, but I need them in the single data set, then only I can do that. So how many variables are pending? So RFXEDTC, RFXENDTC, RF and participation. These two can calculate in one string at one place. RFXENTTC is my second preference. DMDY is my third preference. These three we are going to do by tomorrow. Team, all of you are able to understand? So far, is this clear? RFXSDTC, RFXENTTC, RF and participation dates. All these three are critical. These three are critical. So this calculation we will do by tomorrow. So far, all of you are with me, able to follow how we are doing the coding and all.
This is Kiran, sir.
Yes,
So
Kiran.
can we have a dummy Excel so that we can reinforce that I have learned everything, because while looking everything looks simple, but when I start doing, I think I will fall off every line.
No problem. That is how SAS is. That is how SAS is. No problem. I'll do one thing. Kiran, just wait for one more day till tomorrow. By tomorrow, we will complete the complete coding. Okay. Then I'm going to share you the specification Excel, the raw data, everything you have already, correct? The specification Excel I have already. No, I haven't shared it with you, right? So this I'll share it by tomorrow with you, or with all of you. I'll share it by tomorrow so that you can do it on your own. If you're stuck anywhere, you can refer my code. Will that work?
Yeah, certainly.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So just wait for
without
one more
doing
day.
this, yes.
You can you don't understand anything if you simply watch it and if you don't practice it. That is true. Right. Just wait for one more day. By tomorrow we will complete this. I'll share the complete code followed by your specification Excel and everything with you. You can do it on your own. Wherever you stuck, you look at my code and you can understand.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Bhargav.
Sir, I don't have these class videos, sir.
Class
To
video.
whom I need to contact?
No, I will share it with
Yes.
you. I'll share it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, don't
All
worry.
class. Okay.
All
Okay.
classes. All classes.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
All right, so I'm stopping it here for today. Tomorrow is going to be a bit, tomorrow you can expect 1.5 hours of the session. The reason for that will be the calculation for end participation date itself will take a lot of time. SDTTC, XENTTC will quickly complete, maybe half an hour, but RFPENTTC take at least half an hour, this variable alone. So tomorrow, let's expect a little longer. Okay, thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. All right, so let's start with where we have left yesterday. If I'm not wrong, we are working on the DM code. Okay, let me open all the data that are required. So what it is no more required. Let's see. Let's keep this. This is ADSL. Just give me a sec. And ADSL specs. All right, let's save this. Okay, here is what our code is. So yesterday we have prepared up to this, and if I'm not wrong, we had to calculate RFXSTDTC, RFXENTC, RFEND participation date, and DMDY. There are 4 variables which are left, and I told you that these 4 variables are going to be the time taken one. All right, so without wasting much time, first let's work on this particular one. So before even doing that, I just want to clear all the work data. Just give me a second. Guys, can someone tell me if I want to remove all my work library data sets, if I want to clean up, how to do that? Can someone please help me with that? Anyone?
Once we, sir,
Sorry?
once we close the SAS, it
That
will.
is, yeah, that will be closing it. Let's say that I don't have a tool. This is not my tool, for an example. Without closing it, every time when you run the program, automatically you want to clean your data. Will that be possible? Because if you
I
have a
think
tool, you can close it.
kill
Yep.
the data is the option.
Sorry?
Kill.
Kill with what? What is the procedure? This question is to everyone. If you're not good with the SAS skills, it is not good.
Even proc delete, we can use proc delete and lib. What are the lib name we need and data.
Proc datasets will be individual datasets. That is nothing but you can give individual datasets and you can ask system to delete it. You don't know how many you don't know how many datasets are present in your work library, right? Let's say if I have 50 datasets, you cannot write all the 50 datasets name into each proc dataset, correct? That is
Yes,
each proc delete, right? So guys, please be good with your SAS coding skills. That is important. We can go with the proc datasets. This is one of the very powerful procedure. It is going to do a lot of things. If you want to do contents, the contents can be done with the help of the data sets. If you want to do copy, you can do that. If you want to clean your library, you can do that. If you want to modify the attributes of the data set, you can do that. If you want to copy the data from one library to another library, you can do that. A lot of useful things can be done with the help of your proc data sets. One of the very, very powerful tool, but most of the developers are not sure of how to use this particular one. So please make sure and please work on your SAS skills. Very important one. So lib name, which is equal to work. I want to clean my work library. And I don't want to delete everything. My member type is equal to data. It is only the data sets I want to delete. So I just use the kill now and run and query. So Thirumal, you mentioned that you want to use kill, but where exactly? That is important. Which procedure has that? Now, can you see that? ADSL based DM, query for DM00, and ER prod SAVAL. These are the 5 data sets which are part of my data, which got deleted. Right? If you can see, this is my work library, right? Refresh. I don't see anything. Right? So because I just want to do that before I want to run my program. Also, I just refresh them, and I also want to delete them from my flow. All right. So let's have a quick run about my entire program. While the program is running, I just go to your August 27 project specification Excel. All right. So what are pending? RF calculation is completed. Calculation is completed for these 5. Calculation is completed, but we have not merged yet. RFENTTC and RFXSTDTC. Okay, RFXSTDTC, RFXENTTC. These 2 calculations we will complete first. Okay, and the participation take a lot of time. So as I have mentioned the numbers here, my first preference is I want to go with this particular one, which is nothing but RFXSDTC followed by RFXENTTC. I can go with the single code which can help to clarify or to calculate both of them. Let's go with this. So here is what my RFXSTDTC. Take this. Then here is what my RFXENDTC. Take this as well. And if you have a look at this, take the first date from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Correct? You can see that. These 2 are going to form one timestamp. We know that already. XSDTDAC and XFEM. XENDTC, ENTM. This one, this one, this one. We all know all this. Correct? If you take the first date from all of this, that is going to be my RFXSTDTC. Maybe it is confusing for you at this particular point of time, but I'll run the code to show this to you. Again, look at this particular one. Take the last date from, look at this, DA1, DA1, followed by DA3, 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 and DA3. The intention here is, if you look into this, my data sets, my input variables are remains going to be the same. Am I correct? From the DA1, I have to take this. And if you remember yesterday, I have calculated from the DA1 base. What and all you can see here? Subject ID, EXSTDTT, EXENTTT. Can I say that this is nothing but my EXSTD, what is the name I have given? 80. Am I correct? If I combine these 2, that is nothing but this. Correct? And from the same one, this is going to be EXENDA. Correct? So already DM base, that's the reason in the yesterday program while writing itself, I have mentioned that I want to make use of DA1, DA2 together. So DA1, while calculating DA1 itself, I also want to calculate what and all variables I needed from the DA1. I want to do it at one point of time. It is going to save time for me. At the same time, it is going to help my code is as a most effective code. These 2 are already available. Can I say DA3? Now I go to the DA3 now. DA3 base, you can see here, DAD PD80. This is the one, right? What is this? This is nothing but DAD PD80. This also I have calculated already. All right. Then OMM PD80. This is the one, right? Last one. OMM PD80. Done. What is the next one? LPR PD80. LPRT D80. Then MPR, you can see MPRT D80. This one is going to be MPRT D80. Guys, all I'm doing here is, since while calculating this one, see here, while calculating one of these variables, RFSTDTC, RFICDTC, while calculating this, I have also extracted these values. So what I need now, out of all these variables, these are nothing but dates, right? Out of all these dates, whichever is going to be the first date, that will become my RFXSTDTC. Out of all these dates, whichever is going to be the last date, that will become my RFXENDTC. RFXSTDTC, RFXENDTC. First of all, you understand how to read this? Everyone, can I have a quick confirmation? Given the specification Excel, how to interpret this particular one? All of you are clear? Yes or no? Team?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, what I can do is, in a simple nutshell, okay, in this particular one, what I can do is, in a very simple way, I'll give you one example here, then I can write a code for it. So let's say one subject is there. 1001 is the subject. So what are all the dates? Okay, maybe I'll write like this. This is subject ID, XSTDAT, XENDTAT, this one, this one, this one, and this one. All of this I have to take, correct? Now I just go to one of them. See, for 1001004 is the one which I'm taking as my date. Sorry, subject ID. Can I copy all this as is? So DAD, this is nothing but DAD. This is nothing but OMM. This is nothing but LPR. This is nothing but MPR. These four values are there. Similarly, I'm just going to the DA1 base. So these two are the values, start date and end date. Now question to all of you is, so these are the dates, right? Total dates for one guy, 1001004. What is my XSTDTC? Out of all this, whichever is the earliest. How can I calculate that? If I say that, if I want to calculate that, I want to change my output like this. My subject ID should be here. Can I say all these values, I'm going to put it in this format. This is 1004. This is remains going to be the same. I just call this one as EXDAT, X date. That is, all these values, I'm just going to put it in a vertical way. That is, for one subject, how many dates are there? Then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to sort it. Once I sort this particular one, you can see there is a slight confusion. This is also March. I'll do one thing. I'll take only the date part, because if I don't take this particular one, it is getting confused. Okay, so what I can do is, I'm going to put the same format for this one for our understanding. SAS is smart enough to handle it. For our understanding, I'm just putting this as a 0000 for our understanding. So this is nothing but 2016 March 16. I'm just adding a timestamp of 00, nothing else. This is nothing but 2017. Sorry, 17th March. Am I correct? I'll just put these two here. Now I'll sort the data because I just added the time, nothing else I have done. Can you see this? My first thing is 2016 March 11th 5:30 evening 5:30. That is the first time. This is the first timestamp. Am I correct? Then 11th 8:30, 14th 6:30, then 15th morning 8 o'clock, 16th mid AM, that is 12 o'clock, 17th 12 o'clock. Can I say that out of all this, this is the first time, right? The first date from all this. This will become my EXSTDTC. EXSTDTC. Whatever is going to be the last one, this will become EXENDTC. Is this logic understandable to everyone how to calculate it? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
All I need is, we want to calculate the start date and end date, first exposure. That is, out of all these dates, which one is the first one? Because that is what they have mentioned. Take the first date from all this. So in the Excel, my data is like this. I need to bring my data like this. Then I have to take the first and last. Then only I'm going to get it. First of all, logic is correct. Always remember, build your logic. Once you build the logic, you can apply the code. Is the logic clear to everyone? What we want to do? Can I proceed? All right. What is the data I want? I need only DA1 and DA3 because all this data is from DA1 and DA3. So simply, first what I'm going to do here is, I'll simply write here, prepare data for calculating EXSTDTC and EXENDTC from DA1 base and DA3 base, because these two we have already calculated. I think the font is small. Let me increase it. Done. Now, so I already have DA1 and DA3, right? What I need to put both of them into one first. That is, sorry, this DA1 I already have. Then I already have DA3. But what I want each one of this to be come like this. Like this, I need to put. These values has to come like this. Am I correct? So for that, what we can do is, let's try this. Data, let's say EXDAT. I'm just giving it as a EXDAT. Okay, EXDAT base. That's my style of writing, guys. Okay, set. So first I'm going to put only this here. Only this. Which one is this? EXSTDAT and EXENDAT. These two values are coming from where? DA1 base. Okay, I'll do one thing. Copy with headers. This is my data. What I want now is, how I want my data now is, I want my data like this. Subject ID remains going to be the same. I'll take only this. I'll create it in a variable called EXDAT. Then I'll take this one. I'll take this one as the EXDAT. Understandable? Each one separately I want to append. Then only I'm going to get my data. So to do this particular one, first what I'm going to do is, step by step I'll show you so you can easily understand. First, I have DA1 base, DA1 underscore base. In this, I don't want all the variables. Let's say that keep is equal to subject ID, and what is the second thing? EXSTDAT. This is the one, right? EXSTDAT, right? This EXSTDAT, I'm renaming it. Now I'll say this is the one. Then I'll say rename is equal to, I want to rename this as EXDAT. See, I have only two variables I'm taking now, SUBJID and this I'm taking. And I'm renaming it. Let me run only this and I'll show you the output, how it looks like. See what happened? My DA1 EX value, that is start date and time value, has been populated like this, right? And also for your easy understanding, I'll do one more thing. I'll take only one guy and I'll do this calculation. So where is equal to, so it will be easily understandable to you because we go step by step. So what I'm doing is, I'm doing it only for one person. Can you see this? What happened? Only 1001004 from DA1 I have taken this. Okay. So I'll also do one thing here. I'll say that while doing all this, I'll also say that I'll just add one value. I'll just add one value, or I just leave it as it is. Is this okay, guys? First one, all of you are clear? All I'm doing is, I'll take only one guy data. I just put it here. 6 records I have. Now do one more set, that is from here to here. This time DA1 only I will take. Instead of EXSTDAT, see this one I'll take. EXENDTAT is there, right? This one I'll take now. See, I'll rename this. I'll use it for the same subject ID. Now what will happen? Already 6 records are there. These are only start dates. Now you can see from the same data set, I'm just using the another way. Can you see? Another 6 has come. Now compare it. This is your DA1 base, right? 10014. See this? What I have? First one is 2016 03 11 17 30. Correct? Is this one? Maybe I can also copy the whole thing. I just put it here and I'll just go ahead with this. See. So this one, the first one, this is nothing but your EXSPDAT. Correct? Otherwise, second one, my end date is there, right? End date is nothing but 3/11/1830. Can you see this? From the DA1 database, my EXSTDT value has this. This is EXSTDAT. This is my EXENDAT. This is what we tried here, right? These two will come like this. Did it come like this or not? All of you are able to follow what we are trying to do? We are trying to keep all these variables which is there for one subject like this. Horizontal data, I want to keep it as a vertical. Is this understandable coding wise? In the Excel, whatever we done, we are implementing the same in the coding wise. All of you are able to understand this? Yes or no, team? Harika, thanks. How about others? Kiran, Nazim, Shravan, Spandana, Shrikant, Tirmal, Monica.
Yes, understood, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, I'm
Yes.
just removing
Yeah,
this condition.
understood.
Okay. I'm just removing this condition now because I just want this for all the data, all the people, not just for one guy, for all the people. Okay. So only 2 of them has come like this. How many records I have to get? DA1. So this will become DA3. From the DA1 only 2 records. DA3, 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 and one more DA3. You can ask me only how. See this. DAD, PDAT, these 4 are there. No? These 4 also I have to take it. That is DAD, PDAT, I have to take it. Rename it. LPR, DADT, rename it. This one, rename it. OMM, rename it. Done. So from the DA1 2 dates, EXSTDTAT, EXENDAT. From DA3 4 dates. This is what they also mentioned here. 2 plus 4. All of them are ready. All right. So just run this. Finish. Now what happened? All the dates are available at one place. Correct. Now what I need to take? I need to remove the duplicates if I have any. So sort data is equal to by. I just go with no loop key first or no loop by underscore all underscore on all the variables. If I have any duplicates, I'll remove it first. Done. All the at the whole level, if I look into it, I have 237 duplicates. All my 237 duplicates were deleted. What next? What next? Now I have to say that I'm going to anyways, I have only 2 right here. One is going to be your subject ID. Another one is going to be EXSPDAT. Both of them are anyways going to be the same. All right. Now what I'm going to do is, once I sorted it, first one is going to be my EXSTDTC. Last one is going to be my EXENTC. Correct? So I can use first dot and last dot now. Data ex data underscore final set base by these two. Now, if first dot of subject ID, then my what are the variables that we are calculating here? RFXSDTTC. RFXSDTTC is equal to EXDAT. My first occurrence. If else, not else, if, oh come on, last dot of subject ID, then RFXENDTC is equal to EXDAT. Run. That's all right. First dot of subject ID, first dot of subject. That's it. Run and take this. See now. So for 1001, you can see clearly here. For 1001, you can see I have 16 occurrences. Out of the 16 occurrences, the first one is going to be RFXSTDTC, last one is going to be RFXENDTC. Correct? But I need them into two different data sets. Then only it will be good. So instead of doing like this, I just make sure that in my code, this I can call it as RFXSDTC underscore base. The other one I can call it as RFXENDTC underscore base. I'll say that here, I'll just use the keep statement. Keep is equal to, I just need subject ID and RFXSDTC, first one. Second, subject ID and RFXENDTC, correct? So here I'll say that if first dot of subject ID, then what I need to do, I can simply say that, then do, and I'll say end. Here also I'll say then do, and I'll say end. Why I'm doing it? I want to do more than one statement. What is the statement? If it is first dot of this, I want to call EXSTDTC as RFXSTDTC, and then I'll say that output RFXSTDTC base. Otherwise, RFXENDTC base. Now look at your output. So this is my start end date base. This is my start date base. My work is simple and straightforward. Everything is done, right? I think you can see, guys, somewhere the data is not proper. I think somewhere the data is not good. Let's look at where the data is not good. I think DA1, DA3. Let's look at DA3 base. See, these two we have not calculated properly. LPR DAT and MPR DAT. The spaces are there and it is not there in the IS 860110 format. Let's look at this, why it went wrong. So DA1 and DA3. So this is DA1 and this is DA3. Oh, we directly applied this. Guys, this is not correct, right? We directly applied this. That is the reason it is showing wrong. See, I have to apply this condition here also. So take this. Let's rerun this. Now it is running and we're supposed to get the correct output. Yes. So now I can go ahead with RFXSTDT base. Everything is proper. I'm going with RFXENTTC base. Now you can see it is not like before. It is properly have the values. Can I say that RFXSDTC and RFXENTTC, both the calculations are over? All of you, calculation is over, calculation is completed. Am I correct, guys? All of you are able to follow what I'm trying to say here? Is this understandable? First of all, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Now, RFENTTC is there now. Let's finish it. RFENTTC, here it is. Again, here I have to take two dates. What are them? Take last date from RFXTDTC, which we have calculated just now, and from the DS composition one, DSLC DAT. So these two data sets I have to take it out of this, whichever is going to be the last date, that date I have to take it as a RFENTTC. Okay, so RFXENTTC readily available. Where it is available now? It is available in the RFEXNDTTC base. Here it is. But I need this one, right? The second one. What is that? DS composition, DSLC, DAT. Let's go with that. So for that, what I can do is I'll take one of this directly. So prepare which one it is? DSLC data by getting data from DS composition one. This we would require for the, so this is DS composition one, subject I required along with the subject DSLC DAT. First we'll see how the data looks like. Which one it is? DSCOMP1. Here it is. Here it is. DSLC DAT underscore C. This is how the data looks like. DSLC DAT underscore C. I don't want folder name and all. Yes, I can remove that. I can just simply call this as, what is the variable name? DSLC DAT, right? I use the same name here. I don't want this. This I'll just call it as a DSCOMP1 underscore base. Subject ID I need as it is. This one alone, I'll change it. So this is the advantage, guys. Once we write it, any number of times we can use it. That's it. I use the existing one. And I can see that at a lot of places this value is not available. Correct? Wherever this value is not available, delete it. If, see, this value is not available, most of the cases it is empty. Correct? So I'll just say that, copy with headers. DSLC DAT, I can say compress of DSLC DAT, comma, space, comma, dot is equal to this. Then delete. So what I'm trying to do, I'm just compressing both space and dot, and I'm going to check now. I want to delete them. So this is the only data that is available. Correct? Now I'm going to remove the duplicates if I have any. I don't have any duplicates and everything is properly sorted. Now what I have DSLC base and I also have EXENTTC underscore base. Out of this, which one is going to be the last that I have to take it? Correct? So prepare RFENDTC data by referring DSLC composition base and RFXENDTC base. Am I correct? Out of these two, whichever is going to be the last one that I need to take it. So can I use the same format that I have used here? This method. This I can call it as RFEND base. I just call it as RFEND base. So what is my data? RFEXEND base, I have to take it. While taking it, what it has? RFXENDTC. I want to rename this as end date. I can use any name because later I can change it again. Correct? Second, what is the second one? DS composition base. In this also I have DSLC DAT, rename with the end date. Done. Guys, you understand what I'm trying to do here? RFXENTDC base, DS composition base. From both of them, I'm taking subject ID and the date, and I'm renaming it to the common date value. Done. Finish. After that, what I need to do? Sort it. Proc sort. Maybe I can use the same thing which I have used here. This one. RFENDTC base. Okay. On what value? End date. Remove it. If I have any duplicates, also take this. Now what I need to do? If for the same subject, if I have two, now you can see this is the classic example. 2002-006. This guy. Two dates are there now. One is 2016 9/12 morning 6:30. Another one is 2016 9/13. Which one I have to take? Row number 9 I have to take. Whichever is the last date, that will become my ENDTC. Correct? So yeah. So for that, what I can do? Take this one. So here I don't need to do the first dot and last dot both. Last dot is sufficient, and also only one date is sufficient. So this is my base. I can simply say that RFENDTC base, and this one become RFENDTC. See this. I'm going to do it on both of them. No first dot, I don't need it. If last dot of subject ID, then do. My RFENDTC is equal to end date. Output is going to be this. That's it. Finish. Right? Now you can look at the 2002-006. I got only 13 because this is what we need, right? If you want, you can cross check. Just I'll refresh this. I'll go to RF end base 2002-006. Two dates are there. Out of that, which one I have to take? 2016 9/13 I have to take. See, 2016 9/13. Let's look at the 10. 2016 12/7. So this. Out of these two, one is on 11th, another one is on December 7th we have taken. Is this the right data? Everyone satisfied? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes,
So
sir.
perfect. This one is also completed. Calculation is completed. What else is pending now? RF end participation date and DMDY. Correct? So RF end participation date is going to be the biggest headache. I'll tell you the reason for that. All right. The end participation date is here. This is one of the wonderful setup, and you can see take last date from RFXENTC, RFENTC, death date and time, visit, and all data sets and time from all the data sets. What is the meaning? How many raw data sets are there for you? From all the raw data sets, you have to take that. From all the raw data sets, you have to take that. That is the meaning. How many of them are there? There are a lot of data sets available. From all these data sets, you need to take the data. All right. For this, I mandatorily need to write a macro. Without writing the macro, we cannot calculate this. We cannot calculate this. Okay, because otherwise we need to write the same code again and again and again, many number of times. Right. So before I go with this particular one, no, let's finish it. Let's finish it, and then we can go with the next steps. Okay. Okay. There are two ways, guys. Number one, we can join all the tables that we have created so far, and then we can go with the calculation for RF, ENDTC and DMDY. Or we also finish the setup for this particular one, and we can join all these together, then we can calculate DMD. So which method you want me to do? Method 1, method 2. I'll go with your choice. T. Since calculations are already completed for this, you want me to merge them with the base data set and then calculate end participation date followed by DMD. Or let's complete the end participation date, merge all the date sets once, then do the calculation for DMD. So which one is your choice?
First we will do a DMDY, sir.
DMDY you cannot do right away. If I want to do DMDY, I need to put DMDTC and RFSTDTC together into one data set. That is nothing but I want to put all these together into one data set. If you want to calculate DMDY, right, I need to put all these together into one data set first. That is, I need to merge them. Then I can calculate. Can I do the merge then? All right, let's do the merge. What and all are pending? RFSTDTC. Where it is this RFSTDTC? Here it is. RFSTDTC is there in this data set. Correct? Keep it. RFENDTC. Where it is? RFENDTC base. So that's the reason you can see I have given the relevant names. RFXSDTC. RFXSDTT base. RFXENDTC base. RFICDTC. RFICDTC base. This we have not calculated. Death date and time. Death date and time and the death flag. These two are part of AE base. Both of them. This one and this one are AE base. DMDTC. It is visit base. Correct? So what I need to do now? On the left hand side, that is, if I go here, I already have up to, if I refresh this, DM base 2. This is the last one you can see. DM base 2 is the one which has data up to, which one we have? I think this one is already completed, no? So up to DM base 2 we have the data. This is my all the variables. So to DM base 2 I need to add all of them because XSTDTC has this one, ENTTC base has this, XSDTT base has this, like this, each one has one variable. So now in a simple way, merge data sets to get the variables. Okay, what and all the data sets that I want to merge? So before merging everything, I have to sort it right. So proc sort data is equal to DM base 2. I don't remove anything here by subject ID and run. This is the first one. What is the next thing now? Second, RFSTDTC base. Then RFENTC base. Then RFXSDTC base. Then RFXENTC base. Then RFICTC base. And then AE base. Let's run all of them together. Done. All of them are sorted. Why I have only 4? Oh, there's already sorting. That's the reason no sorting is done. No problem. Right? Then I have to say data. This is base 2, right? I'll prepare base 3. Merge DM base 2, which is nothing but in is equal to A. RFSTDTC in is equal to B. Then RFENDTC in is equal to C. XSDTC in is equal to D. RFXENDTC in is equal to E. RFICDTC in is equal to F. AE base in is equal to G. Right? All is going to be a left join if A. That's it. And run. See this? Done. Go to the extreme right. Now you can see RFXSTDTC, RFENTTC, XSTDTC, XENTTC, RFICDTC, death flag, and death date and time. Done. Everything we have got it at one stretch, right? And someone asked me to calculate what is that DMDTC. Have we got it? Yeah, DMDTC is missing. The reason why DMDTC is missing is we haven't taken the visit. Visit also we have to take now. Visit base, run this, and then I have to take the visit base here, which I can call it as in is equal to h. Now let's say all these together. Now I got my details. I can see demographics collection data also available. Now someone asked me to calculate. So before we go with the end participation date, let's do the end participation date later. So before going with that, why can't we calculate DMDY? Yeah, fair enough, we can calculate it. See, this is all completed now. This is also completed now. I can say that completed, completed, this one, and this one, done. I have just two variables which are pending. We can also do this DMDY right away. What is DMDY calculation? Anyone? How to calculate DMDY? Anyone? Study day of demographic collection. How to do that? Study day.
Birthday, RFSTDTC.
RFSTDTC and demographic. Just now we calculated, na? No, not the birth date. DMDTC.
Yeah.
These two.
Yes, sir.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So let's do that. I can do that here itself. I'll do one thing. Merge data sets and calculate this, both of them. The same thing we can do. Because I have everything here, right? Now here itself I can calculate that as well. All right. Okay. Maybe not the right move. I'll tell you why. Okay. I'll just put this here. And before this, let's see if there are any duplicates on this. Let's remove this. Proc sort data is equal to dm base 3 node dupe by underscore all underscore and run. I don't think so we have any duplicates. We never have. But let's simply do this. I don't have any duplicates. 459 observations as is we have. Correct? Right, you can see the demographics base when we created, we have 459. Even now, demographic base 3 that we have calculated just now, even by this time, I have the total 459 only. Okay, maybe you can. Sorry for confusion. I'll just do this here itself. No problem. Okay. Okay. What is the calculation, guys? Can someone help me with the calculation? How do you do it? How do you do it? I'm just going with your notes. SDTM. Oh, August 22, special purpose domains, the demographics class notes. If it is going to be DMDTC is greater than or equal to RFSTDTC, then there is one calculation, else there is going to be the another calculation. Correct? See, this is the one, right? I'll use the same calculation. My DMDY is equal to this when this is my condition. But remember, DMDTC, RFSTDTC, everything is in the character format. But I want to do the calculation means it must be in the numerical format. So what I need to do now? What I need to do now?
Convert
I
into
have to exactly. I need to convert them. Can someone help me how to convert them? Anyways, it is
input
going to be
Input of
yes, please. Okay, let me go there. If
we need to give
DMDTC for this, tell me input of
DMDTC, ISO
IS
8601
8601 DA dot,
DA dot.
or I can also use YYMMDD10 dot. Anything I can use it. Correct? Right? Is greater than or equal to. But the
then
problem here is this is both of them may have the timestamp, right? We are forgetting that they may have the timestamp.
And DT, give the DT.
Yeah, I'll show you. DMDTC, I have no issues because it has only the date. But if you look into the RFSDTC, I have the date and the time together.
then
How to do that? Can I take the first 10 characters? That is nothing but my date.
yes, sir.
Yeah, take that. So here, both of them on a safer side, I'll also do the strip. Any leading or trailing spaces are there, those will be eliminated. Okay, if I do this. So now here also I'll say that strip of, I'll do this full. Okay, then substr of. For this whole thing, I'm going to take substr of this, comma 1, comma 10. First 10 characters. Then I'll convert it. Right? If this is the condition, what I need to do, then what is the condition? My DMDY is equal to my DMDTC, this is the one, minus my RFSTDTC, this is the one, plus 1. Correct? Else if that is not the case, else if the reverse, if this total thing is lesser than, then what I need to do? Take the whole thing again. Then DMDY is equal to just minus. I don't need to put this plus 1. Am I correct? That's all I need to do. Yes or no, everyone? Run this. You can see my DMDTC as well as this. But why this 269? Something went wrong. 269 and all will not come. For sure will not come. Let's see. This is 2016 522. This is absolutely wrong. DMDTC. Just give me a second. I think this is wrong. Visit base. Hey, why I got 22 here? This is from visit. This is my visit DAT underscore. See, I don't see any 2022 here. Just give me a second, guys, because my date, by looking at the data itself, we can say that minus 269 minus 238. This is absolutely wrong. There is something wrong. Let's see visit base. This is what my visit base is. From the visit base, I'm just looking at the DMDTC. Okay, if the folder name is equal to this. Okay, let's run this one more time. Let's look at this. There is 22 is there. Okay, visit, query builder, subject, visit date and time, visit date. Let's take all these together. These are all contributing to my visit. Okay. Select if my subject is equal to which one we got? 1001,008. 001,008. Finish. Here is what my data is. Oh, we also need folder. Modify task, folder ID. No, not the folder ID. What is the code it is showing? Folder name is equal to screening. Modify task, folder name. All right. Run. Now you can see. So it taken wrongly. It taken wrongly. It is 22nd August 2016. What we have got? This is correct only. 2016 8/22. Here also it is correct. Then go to the DM. When I go to this, I got it. YYMMDB 10 dot. YYMMDB 10 dot. Now we are clear, but still there are cases where this is 2016-09-26. This is 2017. This is fine. This is fine. But still, does it mean that from the screening, the first start date, it almost took 1 year, not 1 year, 3 months, 4.5 months. This is strange. This is absolutely strange. Just give me a moment. This is 1001,008. My RFSTDTC is 2016-08-22. But here, DMDTC. This is also fine. What is this one? Who is this guy? 4101001. 4101001 is the guy. 4101001. Here it is. For him, 2016-09-26. 2016-09-26. There is no difference in the DMDTC. Then this one, RFSTDTC, 2017-02. 2017-02. I think RFSTDTC calculation is the where we are doing the mistake. Let's look at this. RFSTDTC. Here it is. What it is telling? From the DS1 dataset, I have to take it. Okay. Run. Okay. Oh, let's sort this. Let's 1001. Just maybe 4. Which one we got wrong, guys? Any idea? DMDs. DM base 3 4101001. Let's go there. 4101001. Filter. So 4101001. Here I'm getting 2016-09. I'm getting right data here, but why after merge I'm getting this? So here also, if I take this whole, and if I say subject ID is equal to 4101001. Guys, you understand what I'm trying to do here? Coding is done, but my data is not correct. When I'm looking at the data, my data is not meeting my criteria. So that's the reason I'm trying to look at. You can see here, it is coming as 2017-02, which is absolutely wrong. RFSTDTC is even before your, your RFENTC, which is completely wrong. There is some issue with my RFSTDTC calculation. That is what I'm looking at. Okay, so RFSTDTC base. RFSTDTC base. Where exactly it is? Guys, there is a blunder I did. The blunder I did here is, where is my by variable here? Where is my by variable? My by variable is completely missing. I randomly did this, which is totally wrong, right? See now. What happened to this? By variables are not properly sorted. Okay, let's sort this. Now go there. RFSTDTC for 100. Now I can see DMDY is purely 1 R minus 1. This is the right option. This is the right thing. So even we can check now 4001001. That is the one where we got the wrong data. Now look at this. 4101001. This is my data. Now you can see my RFSTDTC is still in the 2016. This is the right one. There is no mistake in doing the calculation. All the calculations are correct. But where we went wrong is while doing the merge, I haven't used the by at all, which is rubbish, right? Which is totally wrong. That's the reason it has taken time. Now we are good. So guys, you understand, right, how we are doing the debugging. Debugging is very, very important. If something goes wrong, you should be able to understand why it went wrong and you should be able to debug it. So here what we have done is, by looking at the output, I understand that my output is not correct because I should not have my DMDY value something like 143, 150 like that, because there is no possibility that after the screening, I'll wait for 4 months for my first treatment, that took for the planned treatment. So based on the DMDY, you can do the calculations actually, right? So that's the reason I'm totally confused and I thought that something is wrong. So we have figured it out. Clear, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to understand this now, right? So what is pending now? I can say there is only one thing is pending, which is nothing but my RFPENDTC, that we can take it by tomorrow. By tomorrow, we can complete the coding for this. Clear, everyone? What we are doing, how we are proceeding, what is going wrong, and how we are identifying it, and how we are debugging it. Yes?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes, sir.
I have a small doubt in RFENDTC. Sir. Can
Yes,
you
please.
go to that code?
RFENDTC. Okay. Here it is.
Okay.
See, RFENDTC, the calculation is like this. They asked us to calculate, take 2 days. One is going to be RFXENDTC, and another one is from the DS composition, DSLC DAT. Out of these, whichever is going to be the last date that I need to take. This one, I already have it in RFXSTDTC base. This is my data set, already have it. So this one I have calculated. I have created a new database here. I call this as a base. Then out of this, whichever is going to be the last one, I use the last dot and I have calculated. See here. First one, EXSTDTC already there, ENDTC. From the DS composition, I have calculated this. Both of them, I just put it into a single data set in a single variable name. And then I have sorted it. After sorting, I took it the first last dot one. I just put that in the ENDTC.
Sir, here if compress of or something, we are deleting uh, blank variables, blank observations, right, sir?
Here we don't do that. Why means, see,
No,
here I am doing, okay, go ahead. This one, right? You're asking.
instead of yes, sir. No, up, sir. Here while compress, instead of that directly we'll take DSLC data not equal to missing also will take. Right?
You can take it. The problem here is going to be, if I want to take the missing, the numerical missing value is dot. The character missing
Yes, sir.
value is blank space. But the problem here is DSLC DAT is a character and it is having space and a dot.
Okay.
I'll show you. I'll show you just a second. I'll just cut this. Without this, I'll run this now. Now you can see this is not a missing value, right? DSLC DT is a character, right? Character missing value should be blank,
Yes,
blank space. But it is a dot, and for this dot, I have the leading spaces as well as the trailing spaces. See, and if you apply not missing of, that is, if missing of DSLC DAT is equal to if missing of DSLC DAT and then delete. If you use that, it won't delete anything.
yes, yes, sir. I know.
That's the reason. First, I removed all the spaces. Then I also removed the dot. Then wherever dot and spaces will be removed, it will become blank. If that is equal to blank, I'm asking to delete. Clear?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, clear.
Perfect.
Nice.
Any questions from anyone else? So there is only one, and tomorrow we will finish the DM coding completely. RFPNDTC will take minimum 1 to 1.5 hours. Only that one thing itself will take 1 hour, because we have to write a macro and we have to take all these data sets, AE1, blood, CLAB2, then Covance lab, DA3, DA4, DA5, EG, EG3, EG pressed, followed by lab UANT, that is laboratory urine antigen, lab micro, MH1, MH2, and what else? UNSLL, visit, and VS1. All these I have to take it from each one of this. I have to take the date. All the dates I have to put like this, and whichever is going to be the last date, that date I have to take it as the end participation date. That is the biggest thing, and we need to do that by tomorrow. At least 1 hour it will take. Okay, by tomorrow we'll finish the coding. Thank you. See you tomorrow, guys. Any questions? I'll be wait for a while. If you have questions, ask me. If not, I can wind up this.
Sir, can we get the Excel spreadsheet so that we understand better?
Sure. I'll send it today. Code is not completed yet, but still I'll send it now. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So just a quick question. What was the last topic that we were discussing? Any idea? Just wanted to know. What was the last topic?
Regarding DM test, sir.
DM, the code is completed or still going on?
No, sir. Still RFOP and it is end date calculation is pending. Remaining everything is completed.
Okay, perfect. Let me go there. I believe this is the one that we are looking at. All right. So let me increase the font size. Okay. So up to where we have completed, up to Okay, RFSTDTC is done, ENDTC, XSTDTC, this one. Okay, I hope everything is done except RF and participation date. Am I correct? Yeah, let's go there. Others, I think under the project one, we have the specification. And in the specification, yes, this is the one, right? So we have completed everything except one, which is in pending, which is nothing but RFPENTTC. Except that, everything else is completed. Wonderful. Okay, we'll go with that now. All right. So let me quickly run this particular code so that all our data sets will be ready. Perfect. The code run is completed and I can see that all our data is ready and our final data set is DM3, correct? So this is the one which has everything except end participation date. Am I correct? You can see study ID, domain, unique subject ID, site ID, text, ARM code, ARM, age, everything is there. So the one which is missing here is under the dates, only one date is missing, which is nothing but our end participation date. Because I have told you that the end participation date is the one which is going to be a time consuming one, because it is going to, we need to check with multiple things. Am I correct? So let's go there. So this is the one that we are looking at, RF end participation date, line number 16. And if I look into this particular one, you can see it is, see how the calculation is going to be. The calculation is take the last date from all these domains. DM, RFXSTDTC, we have already have it, right? RFXENDTC, yes, we have this. Death date, we have it. From visit domain, we have it. And this is the main part. All dates and times in all the raw data sets. That is, how many raw data sets are there from all this, wherever your data, that is wherever you have the date, all this I have to take. Can you see this? How many of them are here? From AE1, you can see there are a lot of data sets, but we need to take only the data sets with date and time availability exists. All right. After that, we need to put everything into one variable like this. You remember this code, right? How we have calculated EXPAT base? Wherever I have the respective date, we put into one variable. Then we have taken the first date and last date. The first date is going to be RFXSTDTC and the last date is RFXENDTC. Correct? That is the calculation that we have done for the date, right? The similar calculation that I also need to do here, but the only difference is going to be, it is not just 4 data sets or 5 data sets, it is even more than that. Okay, so let me write this. It is prepare end participation date data sets, because there are plenty of data sets are there, so I need to consider all of them, right? So before that, we have a clue here. The clue is going to be at least these data sets should be there. You have RFXENDTC. Where you have RFXENDTC, we can see that we have already calculated RFXENDTC here. If I go to DM3, in the DM3, you can see here, whatever I have highlighted, the highlighted is nothing but RFXENDTC. Then in the same data set, I also have RF end normal end planned end treatment date, RFENDTC here. Then I have death date, AE death date, but that also available here if you carefully see this. The death date and time in the DM domain, right, which we have already extracted from AE only, correct? So that also available. And you can see visit date, VISIT DAPC. And if you look into the coding part of this, This also we have calculated. Can you see this? The demographics date, but this is only for the screening, but we need to take for the entire. So we have to run this for one more time. We will do that. So 1, 2, 3, these three readily available in the DM dataset itself. What is that? What I'm trying to say? These three are readily available in the DM dataset itself. We don't need to do anything. This one I need to calculate. For this, at least I have a clue that I need to go to visit dataset. How about these? It is clearly mentioned that I need to go with so many different data sets. What are those so many different data sets? We need to understand first, and then we need to go to the coding part for it. So first of all, is the requirement clear to all of you? Can I have a quick confirmation? Once the requirement is clear, we can go with the coding part for this. Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is that requirement clear to all of you? Yes or no? Team?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And before I proceed with this, any questions from any of the previous classes? That is, a previous domain, any classes, any doubts from anyone? If you have, let me know, else I'll proceed from here. All right. So let me start with that. Okay. So since these three we already have, or specifically speaking, these two we already have. This one, at least I can say that it is going to be AE1. From the AE1, I have to take the data. Correct? This at least we have a clear understanding that AE1 is the one which it is going to provide the data. Correct? Now, so let's begin the show. For now, what I will do is I'm going to write all the data sets from the input domains. So the data sets that I would need is, this is AE1. I need to go with visit. These two are clear from here. And if you see this, these are my raw data sets, right? So AE1 is over. After the AE1, the next thing is blood. Why means if you go to the BAL data set, this is not going to be useful to us because it is part of the screening. This entire thing is happening at the screening level only, right? I'm looking at the end participation date. That is, if anyone left the study at the screening itself, right? I don't need them because those are called as the unassigned subjects. What is that? If anyone left the study before randomization, right? Before randomization, because during the randomization, once you successfully completed that randomization, then only you are going to go with treatment, correct? What treatment each person is going to take. Correct? Whether this person has to go with the placebo or drug A or drug B, that information you are going to get it only after the randomization. Correct? The subject haven't entered into the randomization because he or she dropped right after the screening. Right? After the screening, before the randomization, the subject is dropped. Such kind of subjects you can call it as unassigned subjects. We don't care about the unassigned subjects in this particular one. So for that particular reason, if you look into this complete thing is only dealing with the screening. So we really don't worry about this particular one. Do you understand why I'm not taking BAL or why I'm not taking the other one? See, this is nothing but AEYN. This is adverse events data only. But this adverse event data is related to the different domain. So they mean to say that all my adverse event data is already present in AE1. We have already considered this. So this is a different data. This flags and all we are using for the Adams. In the Adams, I'm going to use it. But all my adverse event data is already present in AE1. So I don't take this particular AEYN also, right? So now I'll actually start from blood. This is one of the findings domain. This is one of the findings domain. So this domain is going to have the date. So this dates we are going to consider. Okay, in this particular one, there is a date called BCSLDAT. What is that? BCSLDAT. That is the date I'm going to consider for my requirement. So this is the first domain that I'm going to take. Maybe for ease of understanding, what I will do is, here I will say RFPENDTC domains. What and all the data set I should take it. So what's the first domain we talked about? AE1, I need it. Second, visit. Third, just now we discussed about blood data set. Correct? Again, in each of this, we also need to know what is going to be my date as well. Right? So here it is going to be, this is death date. I only require the death date from AE1 domain. So which is nothing but DTH_DAT_C. So I'm going to share these particular details with you because I have collected this information already. So when I share this particular specification Excel, you can also use this particular one so that you don't need to do the complete analysis what I have done here. Okay. Then from the visit, it is going to be VISDAT_C. From the blood domain, it is going to be BCS 1DAT_C. Just a sec. So from the blood domain. So similarly, the next thing is going to be CLAB2. So this is also going to be a findings domain because all these domains are part of your findings that is related to your lab data. So when it comes to the CLAB2, LBDAT_C, that is when the lab, when you have taken that particular sample. Similarly, CXRCT, this is also a domain name. Here it is going to be CXCTDAT_C. So once this is completed, we already have disinf2, right? DISINF2. So this is nothing but when we have taken the informed consent date, correct? That is the data set, right? disinf2, sorry, DSINF2. So from this particular data set, I'm going to get DSDAT_C. Then I'm going to have randomization, DSRAND. From the DSRAND, I'm supposed to take DSIVDAT_C. All these variables, that is what are these dates and all, you are going to get it in the further domains. But before I go with this, I'll clearly give you the information about why I'm taking only that specific date also. I'll also give that particular information, so don't worry. All right. So in general, these details will be provided by your team lead or the statistician who is providing this particular specification Excel to you, because instead of saying all the data sets here, you're supposed to give the information about all the data sets. When it is not clear, in that particular case, we are going to prepare the data like this. Makes sense why we are going with this, right? So generally, this is supposed to be provided by the same, the person who is providing this particular specification Excel. If it is not the case, we need to prepare manually like this particular one. Okay, this is DSRAND, that is randomization. Again, you have something called EG3. The EG3 is also talking about your ECG. This is going to be EGDAT_C. Then I'm going to have something called EGPRES, or not PREST, which is going to be PrepST, if I'm not wrong. Let me check that. This is the one. So this is the data set, and for this particular data set, the variable is going to be, again, this is EGDAT_C, because this is also going to be a your ECG date only. That is the reason the same date will also come for this particular one. All right. So now what I'll do is, I have 10 dates, right? So for these 10, if you look into it, all of them more or less dealing with the dates only. All I need is SDTM compliant date. from this. So once it is available, then I can proceed with the coding. So instead of calculating for each one of it, what I will do now is I'm going to prepare one code. I will write a macro for that, and that particular macro I'm going to use it for all. Okay, so I'm just going with a fresh program. In that particular fresh program, I'm going to write this particular one first, and then I'm going to use the same code for everything. Clear? Because I'll give you the list also, right? But if that list is keep going on, it is a too much of list. So first I will give you the code, how to write a code. Then we convert that particular code into macro. After that particular one, we are going to apply the same logic to everything. That is how we will proceed. Okay, just give me a second. It got stuck. Let me close this. Just a sec. This is a different Excel. Just a sec. Right, guys, this might be little confusing to maybe to some one of you, but don't hesitate. If any of you feel that Murli, I'm not able to follow, stop me then and there, ask me, then only proceed. Without that, don't do it. Is that clear? Right, definitely it will be a confusing thing, I'm telling to you from my side. So if anyone feel that, if you feel it is confusing, stop me then and there. See, whatever I have done so far, it went lost. Yeah, please
Sir,
ask me. Yes, please.
sir, if multiple dates is there means, then how will consider only one date we need to keep
See, okay, good question. Let me go with
one
that.
date.
Sure, I understand that. Let's say EG3. This EG3 has multiple dates. I'll show you. So I can see there is something called record date, min created date, max uploaded date, when you have saved it. There are a lot of stuff available, but you only calculate about, because this is going to be a ECG domain. So when I have actually taken the ECG, that is for every domain, there is going to be a topic variable, and if the topic variable is going to be a date, that one we are going to take it. If you see EGDAT underscore C, this is the one I'm going to take it. So how I can take it more specifically, if you want to ask me, we need to have domain knowledge first. We need to say, if I go to the findings now, I'm going to the EG. And now you can see for every variable, we have the details here, correct? And in this particular one, if I scroll down, there is going to be EGDTC, that is nothing but when you have taken the ECG, right? This is the date I'm going to take it, because you can ask me, why can't other dates? What is the variable that I'm calculating here? When is the subject last time attended the study? Correct? That is called end participation date, right? When is the last time subject has participated in the study, or when is the last time the subject attended the study? If in the follow-up, if the investigator asks the subject, hey, everything looks good, all the treatment, everything is done, so why can't you take one more ECG so that I can cross-verify it? So when the person has come and taken the ECG, can I say that that is the last day? After that, he won't come again, right? Right. So from the EG domain,
Yes.
if it is going to be EG domain, so the subject may last come for ECG, right? On the day he attended the ECG, on the day the subject has went to the ECG test, that is the last day. So in this domain, I'm going to check which variable is actually representing the date and time of ECG. That I'm going to take it. Suppose if I go to the blood, because this is it's okay, CLAB2. This is also a lab test only. CLAB2 is also a lab. And this also, if you see, there are a lot of variables, right? Again, we are going to see when is the last time subject has attended this particular, because this is a lab test. So obviously there is going to be lab date and time. See, LBDAT underscore C. This is the time when the subject has attended the lab. You can see date of specimen collection. So when he went for the lab, when they have taken the sample, when they have taken the specimen, that is the date he attended this. So based on each data set, and when it comes to adverse event means there will be 20 adverse events happen to the same subject. But if the death happened to the subject, will there be any other adverse events? No, right? So death is the last
Yes.
adverse event. So from this, we are only going to take death date and time. You understand, right? What I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because what we are collecting, what information you are looking for, what variable we are collecting, based on that particular variable, we are going to take the dates.
Sir, if
Okay.
start date and end,
Yes.
sir, in AE only, AE start date and AE end date, there means
Okay.
then
Okay.
we'll directly collect end data.
Okay. I'll tell you that. See, adverse events, AE end date, your AE start date and AE end date, you're talking about it. Okay. Start
Okay.
date. Others, if you are not able to follow this, don't worry, because this is additional information asking by Bhargav, may not be related to your question at this particular point of time, but having knowledge on this is useful. Okay, now start date. For an example, during the adverse event can happen at any time, correct? That can happen at
Yes, sir.
screening, that can happen at randomization, day one, treatment two, follow up, any time of the study it can happen, right? Okay. So for an example, there is adverse event term AE term. That is AE term is going to be, let's say, nausea. So for a subject, nausea started on somewhere around 2022 August, and it stopped on the same day. This is one adverse event. This is for the same subject. Let's say SUBJID. The SUBJID is 111. For the same subject, on the next day, vomit, or maybe after a week time, vomit happened. And this vomiting also lasts for 1 day. The same subject, let's say, for some reason, he fell down, right? He fell down, because of that, he got hospitalized, let's say hospitalized for some reason. So he hospitalized somewhere around 27. He was there in the hospital till 31st. All these are adverse events only. If someone asks you when the adverse event started and ended, you can use your start dates and end date. Now, when it comes to, let's say, same subject, he got hospitalized, it becomes serious, and at one state, he's dead. He's dead. He is no more available. That is, he actually dead on this particular day, on the, let's say, 09/10th, he's no more. Now can you tell me which one you are going to take it? After this is the couple of events happen to the subject, right? Now what I'm looking at,
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the end participation date
And
of the subject. So when I'm looking at the end participation date, right, I don't bother about the nausea start date and date, vomit start date and end date, when he got hospitalized. I don't bother about all this. The subject was dead. It may be in the hospital, or after he got discharged from the hospital, he came back to the site. Even in the site, he might die, right? So after the death,
yes,
there is nothing. There is nothing. So the death rate is the one I bother about here. Is that making sense now?
yes, sir.
Right? But if someone asks you, hey, when he got hospitalized, that is your AE start date. How many days he was in the hospital? Based on the AE end date and AE start date, you are going to calculate it. That is a different story. But as long as I'm into the demographics, from the for demographics domain, from the AE, I only required two things. To be honest, only one thing: death date and time. Because there is a separate variable itself. See here. Look at this. We have already calculated this, right? Death date and time
Yes,
is
sir.
also
That's it.
required. Yes, exactly. If any subject expired in the study, that details I'm going to get it from the EM domain. All right? Sorry, AE domain,
Yes.
and we'll update this. So now, since I'm looking only at the end participation date, so from AE, there is only one possibility. That possibility is death. All right, nausea or
Yes.
vomit or hospitalization may not stop my subject to participate in the study. After he got discharged, he will continue with the study. Correct? So that is no way that is going to be the end participation. But if it, for any subject, if death happened, definitely that is going to be the end participation. There's nothing after that, right? So that's the reason from AE,
Yes.
I'll only take this particular. Clear?
Yeah,
Any other
clear, sir.
questions from anyone? Perfect. Anyone? Ahmadi, Harika, Kiran, Sushma, Nazim, Shravan, Tirmal, Shrikant, Vandana. All of you are able to follow? All right, fine. I think someone is saying something. Okay. All right. I will be in an assumption that you guys are able to follow because you are not opening up. If anyone opens, I'll answer. If not, I'll try my best to ask you whether you're able to follow it or not. If not, I'll continue. So the same way, someone asked me about ECG also. So why from EG3? EG3 is nothing but ECG dataset. So any lab domain or any findings domain, right? So findings domain means what and all will come is laboratory. So ECG, we call it as EG, physical examination, vital signs, right? These and all comes under your findings domain. So all these finding domains, what we bother is when we have collected the details. That is laboratory. What test it is? When the subject has given the specimen. ECG, when he come for the ECG. Physical examination, when we have taken the details. That is, your ENT test. Let's say you attended the ENT test. When you have attended it. Vitals, when the vitals has been collected from you. Vital details has been collected to you. Those information, those dates are important. Okay, now, so let's go with this because I have lost this particular one, but no worries. Again, I'll write it in some time. So for now, we know that for first from the AE1, I have to take death date and time. That is important to me. Correct? Okay. So where is this death date and time from AE domain? Anyone? Anyone? How to calculate end
AE,
participation?
AE, STDTC,
Keep going on.
STD.
Because here I'm looking at death date. There will be a field called death date that I supposed to take it. Correct? You can see death date and time in character format. Whoever the subject expired, only for that.
DA3.
Yes, only for them it is going to be calculated. This is my variable. Okay, take this. So this is going to be my variable, and this is going to be my data set. AE is my data set, and this is going to be my variable. Correct? So based on these two, what I need to calculate, all I need is, maybe I can write like this. Hey, I'm actually looking for RFPENDTC. This is the date variable that I'm looking at. This date variable may come from different data sets. For now, let's say that it is coming from AE1. Correct? I'll call this as AE1 base. Okay, what is my input data set? My input data set is going to be from the raw AE1. But AE1 has so many variables, right? Do I need all those variables? No. All these variables are not required to me. All I need is death date and time, and I also need the subject. For which subject it is? This is subject. Am I correct? Nothing else are required. So the variables that are required is these two. Correct? So I don't need any other details. So I just use the keep variable here, and I'll say that in the keep is equal to one is a subject, The other one is death date and time from AE1 dataset. Am I correct? Because why I'm not taking all remaining dataset is remaining variables are not at all useful to me. Unnecessarily I have to bring it, nothing else. Unnecessarily I'm going to bombard my system. Correct? So what else I require? Once I get this particular details, see this? I'll run this. Once I run it, you can see for so many subjects it is empty, but for few subjects, whoever the subject got expired, only for them the details are available. Correct? Okay. What's next? If I go to my DM domain, if I go to my DM base, my DM base has subject ID. Am I correct? It doesn't have where it is DM base 2 or DM base 3. If I take any one of it, I have unique subject ID. The unique subject ID calculation, the subject ID. The subject ID calculation is going to be like this. Correct? So what I can do, I can simply go here and I'm going to take subject ID calculation. Correct? Because I have subject, from there I can calculate the subject ID. Because then only I can merge both of them. Am I correct? So subject I have taken, I converted that into the subject ID. Now death date and time. And if you look into the death date and time, the death date and time variable is having lot of spaces. Where it is. So adverse event, slowly we'll go left, sorry, right. Please start date, end date. Yes, here it is. This is the death date, correct? And if you go here, if you look into this, the calculation is like this. I have 03 space month space this. This is not in my regular format, right? That is, I need this into the YYMMDD10 or IS8601DA. So to convert this, we already have the code, right? What is the code that we can use it? So we have done this for so many times. Can I use this particular one? Simply, I can go ahead with this because all I need is the date. Can I use this? See this? I can compress it, convert that into the date name, then I can apply a format of YYMMDD10 dot. Correct? So what is that variable? Whatever the variable that I would like to calculate, which is nothing but my RF end participation date. Correct? I just rename it. Later on, I can do whatever I want. Or I can say that I simply call this as end date. Can I call it? Later on, I can change it. Right? Okay. Let's do this. Now, subject has converted like this. Okay. What is this EXENDTC? Oh, this is the one. Now you can see the subject has converted like this. Wherever I have the death date, you can see 17th July 2016 has been converted as 2016 7/17, which is my proper date. Correct? So now can I say that these two variables are no more required? These two are the ones that I needed. Correct? So simply I can say that in the output, I need only the subject ID and end date. That's it, right? The converted subject into subject ID, the end date which is into the proper form. That's it. Okay. And all the dates which are like this, I don't need them, right? If the end date is blank, I don't need that, right? So what I can do now, I'll simply say that if compress of end date, and I need to compress that on two things, space and a dot, is equal to space, that is null, then delete. I don't want them. Correct? We have already done the same, right? Now do this. These are the dates. Correct? But again, you can see these two are duplicates. Correct? I have duplicates as well. So I need to remove the duplicates. To remove the duplicates, can I go like this? Proc sort data is equal to base. I don't want any duplicates, so no dupe. By underscore all underscore. Entire row level, I want to remove the duplicates. Correct? Now look at this. This is my clean data. For which domain it is? AE. Okay. Can I say that if I go to my this one, from the AE, I need to take get the date and time, and I need to create my end date. Can I say this is completed? I need to apply the same for the visit domain now. So to apply the visit domain, can I use the same code? Because my variables alone changing. This is going to be my domain. This is going to be my date. Am I correct? Only this is changing, right? Nothing else, right? So what I can do now, I'll copy the whole code. Now I will say that I'm looking this data from the visit domain. My input is going to be visit domain. It is not death date and time. It is going to be visit date and time. Anything else is changing? No, right? Let's run this. This is your visit domain, right? Can you see now? Right? So this subject has these many dates, these many times he have visited. Nothing wrong in that. So first he started on March 11th and he ended on April 11th. For 1 month he came for the treatments multiple times. No duplicates. Correct? But all my data is readily available now. Correct? So if you look into this carefully, this code remains going to be the same. Any changes in that? No. What are the changes I got? My input data, the input data set name changed. My input variable name is changed. Other than that, anything changed? No. Can I write a macro now? Right? We can write it, right? How to write a macro? So first identify what variables are changing. My domain name is changing, data set name is changing. So see this. This is my data set name, right? Cut this. I'll say this is my data set name. This is one thing which is changing. So wherever the visit comes, there and all, I'll say that it is data set name, macro variable I'm using. That's it. Is that correct or not? Okay, first thing is over. Second thing is this date. This date, can I call like this? That is nothing but my input variable name, right? Input variable name, correct? Or input date name, or input date. From the input domain, what is the date? This is the date. So wherever visit date is there, can I replace that particular one with date? Say this, ampersand input date. Here also ampersand input date. And again, you can see this. Here I have the visit. I'll replace this with this. That's it, right? But if I go with the percentage let for this particular one, every time I need to update. Instead of that, can I use the macro parameters? Let's say percentage macro and participation calculation. I can use any name of my choice. I just use something which is relevant, right? This is going to be MEND. If I want to call it, I can call it here. Am I correct? This is how you're going to write your macro, right? What and all are required in this particular macro? My input date I needed, my data set name I required. So I can simply say that here, my data set name is equal to my input date is equal to. These two I'll pass it as the parameters. Correct? My data set name is visit. My input variable is this. That's it. Can I say now simply this whole thing I can delete? Can I call this macro now? Right? See this. I will run this macro. Done. I'm calling this macro with these dates. Perfect. This is what I need. You can see. RFPENTTC visit base has been created. Can I apply the same for AE also? AE1 is my dataset name. Death date and time is going to be my variable name. Run this. Done. It automatically calculated AE1 base. So we systematically converted our data sets into a macro. Correct? So now keep this particular macro in your main code. This is our main code, right? So we just distracted to write it separately. First we test it. When it is 100% working, we are going to put it in the main code. Now I'm going to apply this in my main code. Here it is. Done. What is the next thing? Can I say that my next macro is going to be, I need to go with the blood data set here. I have the blood data set. So it is going to be blood. What is the variable name? It is going to be BCS1DAT. First time when you have taken that particular sample. BCS1DAT underscore C. The data set name and variable name I will provide to you. Don't worry. Now run this. Only this one. What has been created? Can you see this? RFPNDTC blood dataset has been created. Scroll down. Go to your work library, right? And you can see wherever RFPNDTC. So far we have created 3. Easy, right? Because we've just written a macro and the macro is simply delivering the results to us, right? What is the next one? CLAB2. CLAB2, CLAB2. And what is going to be the dataset name? It is going to be a lab. LBDAT underscore C. Run this. Now you can see, just I'll refresh this. CLAB2 dataset has been created with 2030 observations and 2 variables. Guys, all of you are able to follow what we have done? Instead of writing the same code again and again for all the data sets, we simply have written one macro. First, we have written for one data set, and when it is working, we converted that particular one into the others. Is that making sense, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? Because I need to do this for almost 20 data sets now, and we are going to do it. But before I go with that, I just want to know all of you are able to follow this. Questions, please. Anyone, any questions? Team, are you able to understand how we have written the macro? When you're completely blank. Yeah, Baldo.
Sir,
Yes.
we haven't studied macro yet, so it's
Why?
very hard to understand all this. And I don't know about others, but the speed
Okay.
of which I have to understand everything is really very hard to understand.
Okay. Okay, Kiran, I'll tell you one thing. When you don't understand macros, okay, I understand that macros are not covered yet from by Bolliser.
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
no
yet,
worries.
yes. Not yet.
Oh, okay, then you need to
Me,
stop me, right?
Srikanth,
Then you need to give
me,
us the
Srikanth and
speed.
yes, sir. We are not completed your macro.
No
We are at
problem, no problem.
SQL only.
It's okay. We'll do one thing. When macros are not covered to you, you don't need to worry at all. This code is there, right? I have converted this as a macro for my simplicity, for my ease of understanding. All right, because it is going to help me to reduce the coding effort. In other ways, what you can do is the dates remains going to be the same. Whatever the dates are there, you need to write this particular code so many number of times. I'll tell you what. That's it. We have changed everything. See, this is for AE1, right? For first data set, this code is understandable to all of you. Can I have a quick confirmation? This is your regular base SAS code, right? The same code you need to write it for blood, Wherever dataset name is, you are replace that with the blood, and variable name you are going to replace with the respective variable. So if you don't know this macro, instead of this one line, you're going to get these many number of lines for each of this particular data set. That is the only difference. Macros is all about rewriting your code. That is, instead of you writing the code again and again for the same requirement, your macros are going to be helpful for you to automate your process. One code you can use any number of times by supplying different inputs. That is the overall objective of the macros. Okay, maybe Balu sir will cover that to you, don't worry. So what I can do now is I just proceed with this because the logic remains same, right? So all of you understand the logic, right? Can I have a quick confirmation? Logic part, all of you are able to follow? At least that. Kiran, can you help me with that?
Yes.
The same logic for every data set you need to write it. So now if I say 20 data sets, 20 times you need to write it, right? So just to avoid that, I'm using a macro, nothing else. How to write a macro? After the class, you can understand it. After your macros class, you can understand it, right? Because I will be under assumption that all of you have completed your base SAS and advanced SAS, right? If not, maybe by next code, I'll try to go without macros at least. Okay. For now, I will continue with this. Will that be okay if I continue with that right for now? Because logic remains going to be the same. For 20 datasets, I have to write it now. So for the 20 datasets, I'm simply going to change my input and output variable names, nothing else. Okay. So the next thing is CXRCT. My variable name is going to be CXCT DAT underscore C. Believe me, if you don't have macro, it would be very difficult. And in real time, 99.99% of the cases, whatever the code we write, that code we automatically convert only into macros. Everything is macros. So macros are very important. So try to complete it as earlier as possible. That is my kind advice to all of you. And you need to be very strong in macros. If not, you cannot do anything. Okay, for now I'm just replacing them. So ds rand, and it is going to be ds iv dat underscore c. Maybe only this part I'll complete for today. I'll stop it. And may know, like, in which module you are in from Bolisar class? Anyone?
We are at SQL, sir. For SQL.
You are into the okay. The next module is this. Next module is macros, right?
Yes, yes, sir. Next module is macros only.
Yeah, that next module is macros only. Okay, fine. But I request all of you just to speed up a little, otherwise it will be difficult. And you need, though you are going to be a clinical SAS programmer, you need these skills as well. You are the name itself is talking, it is a SAS programmer. So a SAS programmer with a very good understanding about clinical knowledge is called as your clinical SAS programmer. So even if you are very good with your functional or domain knowledge, and if you are not able to code it, it won't be useful to you. All right, that is very important, guys. IC, because IACR DAT underscore C. At least the other part, are you able to understand? Without macros, the remaining part, are you able to understand? If that is also not, you're not able to follow, we may need to wait for some time. Need to say that I may need to stop the classes. I need to wait for you to get, enough pace in your base as an advanced as programming. So if any of you are not able to follow, please let me know. Lab UANT, it is going to be LBDAT underscore C. See this. So for now, let's say that I'm just running these many data sets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 data sets, only one code. See, if I highlight all this, if I run it, automatically all these 12 data sets will be created. So the code is keep running. Now, there is one error. I'll see what is that error is. And you can see there are 12 data sets created. and see where the error is. There is only one error, that is at which one, lab UANT, then because the reason is it is not LN, it's supposed to be LB. Let me rerun all the 12. So this is the best example for learning macros, because your effort will be reduced once you put your effort, and it will be 12 times. You can see that 12 data sets are created. You can see the log, right? And if you refresh my work library also, you can see that with RFPENTTC, AE1, blood, CLAB2, CXRCT, DISINF2, DSRAND, EG3, AG pressed, IACRETC, lab UANT, and visit. All the 12 data sets just like that created. So guys, you need to be really strong in these and advanced science. Okay, so this is one part. I'll give you the list because these are only 12 data sets. There will be another 12 data sets. All the 12 plus 12, 24 data sets I need to do. In addition to that, yeah, because I'm looking at this, but no one has asked me. Can you see this? EG3 I have taken, but EG I haven't taken. Correct? Why means if you go to the EG, it is slightly different code. It is slightly different code. Why means when it comes to the study this EG, I don't find a subject. Can you see this? Subject variable is not there. So instead of a subject variable here, I'm going to have unique subject ID. Instead of a subject, I'm going to have unique subject ID. There is a slight change in the code. So what I need to do is, even to accommodate this particular one, even to go with this particular kind of data, I need to go with a different code, right? Because I need to change the variable name. Again, there is one more. You can see covans here. This is also because I have taken CLAB2 and I have taken CXRCT, but I haven't taken covans lab. The reason for this is, if I go to the covans lab, right, from the covans lab, I have to take a variable called, the name of the variable here is LBTTM. When you have, this is also lab, when you have taken the lab variable, the lab data. So there is a variable called this one, LBDTM. You can see that it is not in the date9 format. So what I need to do now, I need to apply a different coding for this particular one, different coding. So there are some data sets which require a different coding. For all those, again, I have to write the code in the base SAS. So which and all have the same pattern, I'll write a macro. Where the pattern is different, I will go with a different macro, or I have to write it in a base SAS code again. All right. So there are just 5-6 steps available. After all these 5-6 steps, you need to go ahead with the end participation day. So tomorrow we can complete this. All right. So if possible, have I shared this particular code with you guys? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just have a look at the code, run at your end, and see. Tomorrow we are going to complete the demographics completely. So there are 8 more. I just make it ready for you. This 8 more, I just copy paste it and I'll run it. And then this covans lab EG, for that I'm going to create one more macro and I'm going to show that to you. So with that, all the variables are ready. Once the variables are ready, we are going to merge this particular one to the main data set, that is your base 3 data set. This one. With this data set, we are going to merge it so that all the variables are available. Once all the variables are available, we just need to apply the labels. Once we apply the labels, we are end with the DM coding. So approximately you can see, maybe in general, project views, results, PDF, data, query, SAS programs, editor options, under the edited options, line numbers. All right. And if you look into this, so far we have written 368 lines of the code. So your DM code approximately comes under 600 lines at least. The two after we have applied all the, smartly we have written. So we have reduced the number of lines and all. So this is one kind of programming. I'll show you for your previous batch. For your previous batch, I have followed a different approach. I'll also show you that. I'll also give you that particular code to you so that for one program, how many ways you can write, you can understand. Okay, this is for your batch, I have followed this logic. For your previous batch, this is your previous batch. This is DM code. The way we have handled this is slightly different. You can see for each of its separate data set we have created. And for the previous to previous batch, again, the coding was different. I'll also show you that. So why I'm showing this is for every batch, we try to go with a different logic so that what will happen is for one program, you can understand how many different ways are available. All right. So DM domain, this is DM domain and see the code. This is the previous to previous batch code. Their coding is entirely different. You can see this. We haven't used this at all, right? Their coding is entirely different. So different batches, different coding methods we use. Because of that, you can have multiple approaches for the same problem. I will share you that code as well. So have a look at it. Okay. Any questions from anyone?
I have a question, sir.
Yes,
So
please.
I want to revise whatever you have taught me, and I do not know how to go through it because I do not have the material.
Why is that? The material haven't shared by Bali sir yet?
No, I do not have the videos of the latest, like first 6 videos were shared. After that, no videos. Plus all the domains in the Excel spreadsheet and all that. I can't understand where it is coming from.
Which Excel sheet you're talking about? This one?
Yes.
This I am providing to you, right? This I already have provided to you, right?
Is it? I'm not
Project
sure.
details have I shared with you? Project details have I shared with you?
Project 1 and project 2.
Yeah.
No, sir, we didn't got.
Sorry?
You are
If you
not sharing
haven't
that
received,
prior details.
that's what I told you in your what to say, your WhatsApp, right? I'm gonna share the details, project details, but someone replied to me saying that you have already received it. For that reason, I haven't shared it. If you remember, if you go to your WhatsApp, I have mentioned that, hey, today I'm canceling the class. So I'm going to share you all the project details so that you can work on it. That's the last message from me. Am I correct? When it is on Thursday.
Yeah, but if these were the ones like with the Excel spreadsheet, I have not gotten that.
Okay, I
But
think Kiran, you are the one who.
I do have one number 1 and number 2 project, but I don't have this kind of
No
Excel.
problem. No problem. All you need is I'm gonna share this one with you right away. So let me show you this. What you need, I'll tell you. So if you go to project 1, in this you can see DM specification Excel. This is the one I'm referring now. Okay, so you would need specification Excel, then only you can go with that. Second, you require the raw data. You can see in this folder you have the raw data. Number 3, SDTM, you don't have it because this is the place where you are going to store your output. You need protocol, you need unedited CRF, DM, country details are coming from the Excel, that details also available here. So this whole folder, I'm going to share it across to you in a drive to all of you so that you can refer to that. Is that okay? That is what I have asked you on the Thursday. I thought I can share this one with you since you guys mentioned that it is already available. I haven't shared it.
All right,
I'll
sir.
do it.
So please share it.
Perfect. We'll do that. And all the videos you can ask Balu sir. He can provide it to you. Okay.
We got the video, sir.
Okay.
Sir, and class videos.
Bhargav,
For me.
I'll share it with you. I'll share it with you separately.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, sir. Thanks.
perfect. Anything? Thank you. See you tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. All right, so let's begin the session. And if I'm not wrong, we are actually dealing with the demographic code. That too, I think today is going to be today we're supposed to complete this particular coding. Okay, let's go there. So SAS Enterprise Guide. And let me open your code, which is supposed to be your project one. Yeah, here it is. So far what we have completed up to, maybe quickly I'll run this and we'll see up to where we have completed it. Okay, so we have done up to lab UANT. Am I correct? So let's run the code up to this straightforward. That is till yesterday, whatever the code that we have written, the same code, I'm just executing it one more time. And now, while doing so, I'll just close this particular one and I'll open the specification Excel, which I have shared with you already. So August project one specification Excel. And if I go into this, so only end participation date is the one which is pending, and the calculations for that one is happening. And you can also see that we are doing that particular calculation, and in that particular calculation, we are actually at this. So up to lab UANT, we have calculated, correct? So I have told you that the same code I have to apply again and again for almost all my data sets which are present in my details. So what I'm trying to do here is, instead of doing this again and again, I want to go with a macro. Of course, I heard from you that you guys are not, some of you are not comfortable with the macro. I totally understand that particular piece as well, but please make sure this is mandatory. This is mandatory. Some things we must understand and we must aware. Okay, so for now I helped you with how to write that particular macro, correct? You have already basic idea, I believe all of you might have by this particular point of time, right? Even if you don't understand that, don't be panic. This is, instead of running this macro, see, this is the macro, right? So the advantage now is, if I write this particular macro, now it is best part. See, if I have this particular data sets, like let's say that this is my data, this for AE1. Similarly, for visit, I need to do this. Similarly, for blood, I need to do it. Similarly, for CLAP2, I need to do it. For every data set, I have to write this 12 lines of code again and again and again. Instead of that, what we have done, we have created a macro for this. I'm calling these with these parameters. Simply with these parameters, we are calling it. So for lab UANT, up to this we have completed, correct? So let's go now, because this is not end yet. So we have 10 or 15 more data sets which we need to handle with. So let's handle them. If I go to my server and if I look into my raw data sets, up to lab UANT we have done. See, up to this, right? So MH1 and MH2, this is medical history, previous medical history. Those will not be part of it, so we don't need to worry about this. NTP also going to be the same case. So now we will go ahead with the next one, which is nothing but the PE1. This is the data, this is the variable name, right? So let's say PE1. So the PE1 data set is the one which is going to have a variable called PE physical examination DAT underscore C. This is the data set you can see on the left hand side. So within this, I have a variable called physical examination date and time in character format. Okay, then my next variable is next data set is going to be this. What is that? I can simply say that it is going to be IV details. Copy this. I'll go with this here. And I'm also going to update my input date. My input date is going to be, because it is going to be a lab test, I can simply leave it as a LBDAT_C. The next one is this. I need to go with PLEU. Under the PLEU, it is going to be PFSDAT_C. All these variables list I have already made, and I'll share it in one shot with you so that you don't need to do how I'm doing right now. You can just single shot, you can do this on your own. Okay, my next data set is PRA. This is what PRA, Port Risk Assessment. PRA stands for Port Risk Assessment. Okay, so for this particular one, it is going to be Port Risk Assessment, date and time in the character format. The next one is going to be a pregnancy test. Preg test is nothing but the pregnancy test. So now I can go ahead with this preg test. So preg test is again is going to be a lab one. So here it is going to be PRGDAT_C. All right. So then next one I'm going to have is this sputum. Take this, and for the sputum it is going to be SPUTDAT_C, right? You'll come to remembrance of these particular variables once we start working on this particular one. So don't worry. So otherwise, anyways, all these will be part of your specification Excel. So you don't even need to remember also. This is SSDAT. The next one is going to be, after this subject is not there, UNSLL. Let's take this particular one, UNSLL. For the UNSLL, you are going to take LLDAT_C. Done. These are not over yet. After UNSLL, I can see VS, which is nothing but vitals. So vitals also I need to consider. So copy this. For this, it is going to be vital signs, VS1, and the respective data set date is going to be VSDAT_C. Then you can see there is something called VSSCR, that is screening, vital sign screening part. So VSSCR, and for this one again it is going to be same, vital signs DAT_C. Okay, so almost all of them are over. That is, all my basic data sets are over. Correct? So what I need to do after this, I can say that once my basic data sets are over, I need to go with drug accountability data sets, because you can see here the DA4 I haven't taken. You can ask me, why should I take them? If I go here, you can clearly see for calculating your RFENDTC, right? All the data sets I have to take it. Among all the data sets, you also have the drug accountability data sets. When is the first time you have started the drug? That details also we have to provide. So copy this, create 4 more, 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 is for the drug accountability data sets. That is simply exposure, DA4, DA4, DA5, DA5. For all this, it is going to be exposure start. This one, exposure end. For these two, DAD, PDAD. For this one, it is going to be DAD, PDAD. But this is repeated, right? Why unless I'm repeating it, I don't need to do this. This is only DAD, PDATC. I have to take it only once. I need to go with DS randomization. For the randomization, it is going to be DS, TR, TDAT_C. So with this, I can say that one set of data sets are completed. Remember, this is only one set of data sets. From where we have started this? We have started with your adverse events, correct? You have ended this particular one at your DS rand, but it is not over yet. But let me run this once. Just let me run this once. I just want to see, are there any errors? There are some errors. Let's see. We'll figure out what are those errors are, and we will accordingly we will change them. Okay, so now I can say that Control F, I'll just go with the error, and I can see that PRDTC is not there. One error. Yes, only PRA dataset has issues, correct? It is the issue with only the PRA. Let's check one more time. Error 409. There's only one error, which is nothing but PRA. So let's check why we got error for PRA. I got you. It is PRA DAT underscore C. Let's run this. No errors for so far, and you can see everything is running smooth, and I can see that there are 23 data sets that got created. Can you see this? This is AE1. For each subject, we got the distinct data. Why we are doing this? If you look into this, for each of this data set, I have subject ID and end date, nothing else. Subject ID and end date. After all this, we will put all these data sets into one domain, only one data set. Then we will continue with the calculations. But again, guys, whatever you have seen so far, if you look into this particular one, I have not considered EG yet. Okay, Covance lab I haven't considered. The reason for this is this doesn't have subject details. Instead of subject, I'm directly going to have something called subject ID. So I need to change the code for this particular one. If I run a macro for this, it throws an error to us. So what should I do now? I need to do the changes for them. So how to do the changes? See this. I'm going ahead with this again. There are 4 more data sets. I have to write it. I have to write the code for 4 more data sets now. Number 1, let's say EG. That is ECG. EG stands for ECG. The best part of this particular one will be, I don't find, for this particular one, I don't find subject. Instead of the subject, I'm going to have subject ID. When the same ID is there, I'm going to rename it. SUBJID is equal to SUBJID1. So now to calculate this, I'm going to apply these changes. Subject ID 1, subject ID 1, subject ID. And I don't find the death date here. Instead of the death date, I'm going to have EGDTAC. EGDT, that is when you have taken the ECG. EGDTC. That's it. That is the only change. What is the change? I don't find subject over there. Instead of subject, I'm going to have the subject ID. Right? I will change that particular one. Second, wherever my subject ID is there, I replace that with the subject ID 1, and I have calculated the new one, and the date part I have calculated. I just have changed this particular one. Now rerun this. Some error. Let's see. It is saying that the subject ID is not on the file raw.eg. This is raw. I go to the EG and I can see, oh, it is unique subject ID. Sorry, guys. In this, it is calling as unique subject ID. So wherever subject ID is there, I'll rename this. I don't need to rename this here. I can use unique subject ID directly. If any of you feel difficult to understand this, let me know what I'm doing. All I'm doing here is this one will not fit into my macro directly. The reason for that is, oh, draw.eg. Just give me a second. Let's go to EG. I need to take EG DTC. It is there. Again, this calculation is different. Can you see this, guys? The calculation is different. Why? It is a timestamp. ECGDTC is a timestamp. See this. I have to apply a different condition to this. I have to take only the first 10 characters. Am I correct? I have to take only the first 10 characters. So what should I do now? I have to apply the coding for this. So how to apply it? I don't need to do all this. For end date calculation, what I need to do here is I can say substr of ECG DTC, comma 1, comma 10. It is already in the DDMMYY10 format. So for just for additional purpose, I can apply the compress. Now see, at least this time I should not get any errors. Now you can see I have the subject ID in proper way and I also have my end date in a proper way. Now I can solidly say that we are good with the EG page. Guys, you understand why it is different from the macro? In the macro, I have the subject, the variable name is subject. But here, the variable name is not subject, it is unique subject ID. Second, the date here is in the date9 format with the spaces. So we compress it, we change it. But here, the date9 format is not there, it is in the timestamp. So I'm taking the date part alone from that. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Kiran, Ashok, Spandana.
Yes.
Wonderful. Good. Bhargav, any questions from anyone? All right. So try to digest it. If you have difficulties in understanding this, let me know, because I'll stop it and I'll try to go with a different method. So now I need to apply the same logic for Covance. Covance also going to have the same issue. I need to get this information from the Covance now. Here is what Covance lab is. Take this. Let's look at the Covance lab, how the data is. So in the Covance lab, I can see that subject ID is there here. The data is in the subject ID already. So since the same thing is coming to the picture, I need to rename it. I told you, right? When your input also have the same thing, you need to rename it, then you can go ahead with your calculations. So rename is equal to subject ID is equal to subject ID 1. Now the calculation remains going to be the same. The only difference is going to be wherever you have the subject ID, you will replace that with the unique subject ID will be replaced with the subject ID. One thing. Second, Covance is going to be a lab, right? Covance is going to be the lab, right? So for the lab, you are going to have lab DTM. See, if I open this one, RPDTM, let me go to the lab details. Lab test code, test date, lab specimen. When you here it is. This is what LBDTM, when you have collected the lab details. But again, it is going to be in a timestamp way, right? When it is in a timestamp way, what you're going to do? It is going to be LBDTM. When it is LBDTM, can I use this method again? instead of, oh, anyways, the same thing. I just need to apply LBDTM here, right? Now look at this. Everything else is already available. Run this. Covance is going to be a huge data. Now you can see I have the data and the data is in the proper format. So even Covance is completed. Totally 4 data set requires additional concentration. One is Covance lab. Second one is going to be EG. Third one is going to be lab micro. This is the one. This is also requires the special attention. You can ask me, Murli, how do you know it? Because I have been working on this code again and again. If not, what you need to do is, for these, you need to manually apply it. Lab macro, lab micro, and lab. Let's open it, and in the lab macro, just see how the data looks like. If I'm not wrong, the lab macro is also going to have subject ID. So the previous one will be applicable as it is. This is a lab, and you can see that this also going to have LBDTM. Here it is. So without making any changes, I can say that only the dataset names will change, but the rest all is going to be the same. So lab micro is also done. So what is the last dataset after the lab micro? I can say that we have done everything except one. So EG base is done, Covance lab is done, lab micro is also done. I can say that we have done with almost all the datasets. Right? And if you go to my work library for a reference, anything starting with RFPENDTC base, anything starts with RFPENDTC, this is going to be my input data. Am I correct? So what I need to do now? Can I say that I need to put everything into one? Can I put everything into one? Because all these dates I have. So now I'm saying that prepare, okay, concatenate all RFPENDTC data sets into one data set. So what I'm trying to do now, I'm appending all of them. I'll say that data RFPENDTC base set RFPENDTC, I can simply put colon here so that it automatically put all of them into one. See this. Done. Can you see this? PNDTC base, blood base. Similarly, we are going to have CLAP to Covance. You can see that from each data set it has put everything into one. If I go to my output data set, I can clearly see there is going to be a subject ID followed by my end date. Can I replace, can I rename this? Now I can say that rename my end date, end underscore date, end underscore date is equal to, I can simply say that I want to rename this as RFPENTTC. Can I rename it? Because this is the variable that I would like to calculate, right? See. Now the name has been changed to RFPENTTC. Now I can say that from all the data sets, all the variables are available. Have a look at this. You can see approximately 50,000 variables are there. All these 50,000 records I have received from all the data sets, because that is what it mentioned in your specification Excel. Take the last date from all this. dm.rfxendtc, all these dates it is they're asking us to take it. Am I correct? Am I correct? But if you remember this, from here we have taken, but we have not taken DM details, right? We have not taken DM details, right? So where this DM RFXENDTC is available, if you look into this, we have already calculated this, right? You can see here RFXENDTC base, correct? Similarly, we have also calculated RFENDTC base. These two are already available, right? So what we can do now, I can also include them into my list, because in the specification Excel it mentioned that these two also need to be taken care. So under the set, I can also say that I need to go with RFENDTC base, right? So here I need to do one thing. I need to rename it. Rename is equal to, because it is already have RFENTC variable, I want to rename this with RFPENTC. Correct? This is one data set. Similarly, what I need to do, RFXENDTC base. In this you have RFXENDTC. Sorry, one mistake. I need to rename like this. Everything will be end date. Later end date will be renamed to this one. See now, if I do this now, my RF details also included. Clear? Everything is renamed as RFPENTC, and I have 75,864 variables. Clear? What I should do now, I need to take the last date from each one of it. So how to take the last date? Can I sort it in the descending order? Rock sort data is equal to RFPENTC base, right? No do key. I need to remove all the duplicates. Okay, by subject ID and descending order of your RFPENTC. If I do it in a descending order, what will happen? For the same subject, latest date will be at the top. Am I correct? See this. For an example, I'll do one thing. I will, okay, let's run one of this. Now I got the data. All right. Now you can clearly see here 1001004. What is happening here? And also, guys, I need to do one more thing. At any point of time, if my RFPENTC value is missing, do I need it? No, right? I can also delete that particular one, right? Correct? So let's do that. If compress of RFPENTC, maybe space under dot, is equal to this, then delete. Right? Now see this. What happened? Everything gone. If compress of end date, because rename is the one which will apply at the last. Still, I don't think so it will work, because rename is the one which will apply at the beginning, ending of the thing. Now I can see everything is cool. Now I will rerun this. Now look at your final code. Now you can see, let's take this particular example, 101004, this guy. Copy with headers, go to your Excel and check the data. So what happened here? For the same subject ID, these many dates are there from all the data sets. You can see what is the first one. First one is April 11, 2016, then March 30, then March 22nd, March 17. Can I say that it is in the descending order, right? because we have sorted them in the descending order. So now if I pick the first one, can I say this is going to be the end participation date? All of you accept this? Yes or no? I
No,
sorted them in the,
yes, yes, sir.
yeah. So now that I will take now. So I'll simply, I have already sorted. Now I will go with the first dot and last dot. Data RFXSTDTC base set, again the same data set, by the same by variables, but only difference is going to be if first dot of subject ID, then only I need the output. That's it. And now run this. Now for each subject there is only one. If you see that before 1001,004 there is going to be 411 at the top. Now you can see only 411 has been taken as your output. Am I correct? That is what we needed, right? So now this is my data. I just have 481 records. That's it. So now what I need to do? My RFPNDTC base is also available. Can I say that whatever we have calculated so far, end participation date, right? Actually, this supposed to be done before this, right? Am I correct or not? This supposed to be done here. So that what we can do? Now I can take RFPENDTC base also. Here I'll say rock sort data is equal to, because we have already calculated this, by SUBJID and run. And now what we will do? This RFPENDTC also we can take it and we can put this particular one here. I'll simply say in is equal to G. This is in is equal to H. This is in is equal to I. That's it. So that our calculations will be completed here itself. Correct? So now I will run my code completely from the beginning by deleting everything. You can see the code has been running. You can see completed, right? Now if I go to the last data set, which is nothing but DM base underscore 3, that's supposed to be my last data set. Here it is. It is going to have the details about your end participation date also. Can you see this RFENDTC? Oh, here is what your RFPENDTC. Correct? Can I say that everything is done now? Your complete code is there, right? Is there anything else pending here? Yes, still it is pending. I'll tell you what is pending now. So what we have done is all the variables you have calculated, everything is completed. Now, still, if you look into this particular one, for each variable there is a label. If you open your SDTM, if I go to my specification Excel, not specification Excel, like your implementation guide. This is my implementation guide. In the implementation guide, all you can see is, if I go to DM domain, this is what my DM domain is. Can you see this? There is a variable name, there is a identifier, that is a variable label. The labels need to be applied. We need to apply this particular label, correct? So those labels already we have discussed in the class, and also you can see that in the specification Excel also, you can see here, out name and out label, right? What I have did is, I have copied them here and I have applied the code. Simply I have concatenated them. These are my labels, correct? Take all of them, Just a sec. Only for the last one you are going to get the this. The remaining we don't get it. It is going to be label. I can simply type it at the beginning as label, and these labels need to be applied. So now I will say that final, prepare final SDTM compliant data set or SDTM converted data set. This is my final. All right. So how this will be calculated? Let's say data DM. This is my final set. What is my data set? Base 3, right? This is the last data set, right? I can say DM underscore base underscore 3. Now I'll apply labels. These are my labels. See, label and what are the labels? And we also need to take care of the lengths. If you go here, for each of that, they have also given the lengths. Study ID means what is the length. Like this, the lengths also given. So these lengths also I have put it here. Let's see. Copy this. Just go with the same order. It must be in the same order, guys. Remember that. Now I will say wherever character is there, all the characters I can simply replace with dollar. Replace all. Wherever these spaces are there, I can eliminate those spaces completely. I can put one space. Okay. So wherever dollar followed by spaces are there, I can put dollar replace all. Extended and normal. Yes. Now wherever this date time is there, colon date time is there, I can eliminate them completely. Now for everything I need to put the dots. Dot, 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 dot. I'm applying the lengths, guys. All I'm doing is I'm applying the lengths. This is the length format, right? In SAS. Right. Now what else I need to do? If it is numeric, wherever it is mentioned as a numeric, I can eliminate it. Correct? This numeric is gone. This numeric is gone. Only two numerics are available. Rest all are going to be characters. That's it. Can I say these are all lengths, right? So copy this, come back to this. So here first I will say that length, apply all this. So what we are doing now? We are applying the lengths. After applying the lengths, we are applying the labels and we are executing the data set. Something went wrong. Let's see what is wrong here. Oh, there are some colons. That is what it is causing the issue. Here it is. Why colons we haven't removed it? Good. Done. Now all the labels are available. You can ask me, Murli, why the labels I'm not able to see. If you go to the properties, you can see them. Study identifier. Can you see this? Now you can go to the domain abbreviation. You can see domain abbreviation. So the lengths as well as this, both of them has been applied. And you can also see that everything is in the proper order. Whatever the order in which it's supposed to be, in the same order it is also applied. Correct? Next. Still it is not there. The final output, I need to put it in the SDTM. That is SDTM compliant data set, right? So you need to put this into the SDTM domain here, right? Here I'm going to upload this. So now do a quick run. My total code is running now. Yes, it is completed, and you can see that in the end my final data set is going to be, see in the SDTM, I'm refreshing this now. I can see DM data set. This data set, I'm going to use it for further analysis. Mean to say, I want to do anything in the what and all the other things are there. If I want to do something in my ADSL, that is in the Adams, or I want to do this particular one, let's say in all my further domains, wherever I want to calculate the RFSTDTC, I can use this particular one because here I have RFSTDTC, correct? So that one I'm going to take it and I'm going to do it further. Clear? This RFSTDTC is the one I'm going to use it for the mining sets. I can see we started our code with 459 observations because 459 subjects are there, and we also ended up with 459. So our code is 100% correct and a working code. Guys, all of you are able to follow? So how do you feel about this one? Do you think you learned something out of it, or do you want this kind of this project you want me to continue for remaining, or you want me to go with an easy project? Which one you want? Whatever you say, I'll go with that. If you feel like Murli, this is difficult, I'll not go with this one. I'll not go with this one. If you feel Murli, though it is difficult, we will learn about this because it is the real-time one. So I'll continue to deal this particular one for the remaining. So what is your view? Can I continue, or you want me to change the project?
Continue with this same code, sir. Like this one too.
Okay. So now,
Yes, sir.
oh,
Continue.
yes, sure, we'll do that. So this is your final code. This is your final code. Now we can see end-to-end code we have completed. Correct? So if I come back, I'm going to share this code right away with you in the class itself. Now if I come back to this, here it is. Demographics is the one which we have completed, including the coding, it is completed. Correct? Am I correct? So now what we do is, for the comments domain and for subject elements domain, subject visit domain, I'm going to give you the recordings. My class recording, I'm going to give it to you. So recording I'm going to provide. This one also recording I will provide. What you guys need to do is, I will provide the specification Excel. You guys need to write a code. Write code and submit to me. Right? Because you just listen to the recording, simple domain. So once you complete it, let me know. So subject elements, I'm going to take up tomorrow. I'm going to do it at my end. And for this also, I'm going to share you the coding. Your specification Excel. For these three, you need to write the code. Okay. The same process I'm going to continue for everything. Adverse event, I'll completely explain in the code, and also going to explain the coding part of it. Both of that I'll do. Then for the clinical, medical history, protocol deviation, and disposition, you guys are going to write the code, right? But in this one, whatever I mention as recording, for those I will provide the recording. Those will not be discussed in the class. Instead of discussing in the class, we are going to discuss that in the recordings. You can go to the recordings, my class recordings only, and you are going to discuss that. Okay, but again, this is going to be a live class. Whichever is important and whichever requires a live class, I'll go with the live class. Whichever doesn't require the live class, in that cases, I will go with the recording. Okay, so in this particular one, exposure is the one which we will go with. For the remaining, I'll go with the recording. This is also recording, and recording. Laboratory is a live because it requires a lot of details. All right, vital signs is recording, ECG is live, physical examination is recording, death details recording, drug accountability live, and inclusion and exclusion is going to be live. Right, for this coding also I'm going to tell you. Then when it comes to the trial domain, all of them are live only because these are simple domains but requires a good understanding. So all of these are going to be live. RELREC is going to be recording, supplementary is going to be recording. Is that clear how we were going to proceed? All right. So, and in anything, once you go through the recording, if you have a doubts, every Friday session, we are going to completely use only for the doubts clarification. Whatever the recording, for an example, today is going to be Tuesday, correct? So tomorrow I'm going to take subject elements live class. So tomorrow and day after it will be finished, Wednesday and Thursday. On Friday, you're going to discuss the comments domain. So whatever the doubts you have in the comments domain, you need to finish that by the time and we can discuss. Suppose if you haven't get a time, Murli, we haven't get a time, we can discuss this by next week. If you say that, in that particular case, what I will do is I'll directly jump into the adverse. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation how we want to proceed and what are the reasons for that? Anyone, any questions?
So I have one doubt. Where I get the recording? You will send those recording.
Yes, I will.
One more thing, whatever the Balusas give the data, we need to use the same data as you are using, right?
Which data?
They gave like a task. In that task, we have the Adam data, Adam raw data, and SDTM raw data, set raw data. We need to use those data for this.
No.
What
I will
data
share you.
use? Oh,
I
sure,
will
sure.
share you. You will get something like this. Let's say you're August 22. You're going to get project 1. In the project 1, whatever you required, I'll put it here.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
put it here.
Yeah,
And
sure.
then I'll share it.
Yeah. Even DM also, can you send today
Yes.
with practice?
I'll do it right away. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you as well.
Yeah, sure.
I'll do it right away.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. All right, that's all for today. I'm going to wind up today a little early, 6 minutes early. So tomorrow we are going to take subject elements. Okay. All right. I have your email IDs with me because you have already shared that with me in your WhatsApp group. If anyone haven't shared it, please share it across with me. I think Bhargav, your email ID is with me, so I'm gonna share it everything across, right? So just wait till today night. I'm going to share it across with you.
Sir, I have a suggestion. Can you write on WhatsApp whatever you have sent so that I know like what is been sent already
Definitely, we'll
on
do
the
that.
email?
We can write. You can maintain one Excel and we can put it everything in that. What and all we have sent so far, so that it will be better.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I think Sushma, you just have sent it. Okay, got it. Anything? Any other questions from anyone? Perfect. So we will stop it here and we will continue the remaining, that is, we'll continue with the subject elements domain by tomorrow. So I'll update here. So here you already have the class notes, right? So tomorrow we are going to start with subject elements class notes. This we are going to do by tomorrow. Okay. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.